think everything's working. You're not gonna hear me yet. Hi. Hold on. I think that's the best I could do. Hi, everybody. Is that okay? That is working. Hi. I think. Hold on. I gotta climb over everything. I'm skipping the headset today because there's too many fucking cords. And I don't feel like tripping over anything. God, I hate this fucking shit. Hey, mobile Twitch sucks absolute ass. Hi, everybody. I hope that camera works. I think it looks stupid as fuck. Can I be honest? Like, 6 people have asked for it, but, I mean, I can't put it anywhere else, and I can't switch the cameras, so it's just gonna stay there. So, I mean, that's the best I got. Hi, everybody. If I do that, is that... Okay, good. Is that... Yeah, that still worked. Okay. Hi, I'm surrounded by, like, 6 cords. So, I didn't want to add a 7th. So, if something happens to the music, I guess let me know. If you say something happens to the music and something doesn't actually happen to the music, I'm gonna time you out for the rest of the week. So, don't be a bitch. I'm, like, at my last limit. So, if you want to actually be here for the rest of the week, don't be a shithead here for the rest of this week. Are we all in agreement? Are we all in agreement of this? Hi, everyone. Hello. I know, I'm like, I don't know what it is. I was pissed off last night. I was pissed off this morning. This is just a pissed off week. No, if you joke about the music, I don't even care. I'm timing you out. I will figure out how long it is for a whole week and just kick you. I'm so not in the mood. I'm just not. I don't know what it is. I don't know if I just had a bad night. I don't know if it's just this project. I don't know if it's all the other projects I'm working on. I don't know if it's stream. I don't know if it's my hormones. I don't know if it's you know, something. I don't know if it's because I haven't been eating right. I don't know if it's because I've been so hopped up on energy drinks because I've been so tired. I couldn't even tell you. So I'm sorry, you're getting some real cue. So hi. Hi, everybody. Guess what? We're sewing today. Somehow. I hope this is gonna work alright. I have, like, so many cords around me. And this camera... this one. I think the placement looks stupid. I think it's not gonna work. I don't know if it was a problem with my computer, or I don't know if it's the USB extender, but it keeps going out. And this one, I had to swap them because this one could only take one cord. This one could only take the other cord. This one was the new cord, and that one was working. But then this one wasn't working, and I don't know why. So I switched the cords, and I'm hoping that all works. So this one's cord is a 3.0, and I think it's drawing more power? I think? I'm not sure. Hi, Moon. Hi, Reeker. So if anything happens, I don't know what to say. I don't know how to fix it. I tried my best. I've been fighting with it since last night. I've been really, really trying. It just... Hi, not. I was hoping that this would work, and then, I'm gonna be honest, I think the layout looks stupid as fuck with 2 cameras. So, We'll try it out for this week. If I really dislike it, I'm not going to use it again next month. So, I'm sorry everyone that's like, yay, 2 camera setup. You're not going to see jack shit. And I can't... I don't even want to hear the put it elsewhere, put it on the other side. There's a wall there. I can't put it over there. So this is the only way. This is the only place that I can put it. Legitimately. Otherwise, you're just going to see a door. Or you're going to see the wall. Like, I swing my arm this way. Actually, I wonder if you guys could see it. If I do... If I do this... How are you supposed to do it? Is it like this way? Oh. Did I just fuck that up? Oh, no. Wait. That actually doesn't look too bad, I think. I'm also going just based off of, like, feels, because, unfortunately, I can't see the computer. Because the computer's behind me. So, I'm just going based off of what I got. But you can see the trash can, and you can actually see the wall. That's the wall right over there. You can actually see all the way down there at the other end of this bench. And, probably less than the length of this dragon is the other wall. Like, I can... It's right here. It's literally right there. So that can't move anyway. It does. Being around a stove is so much better because all you gotta do is do top and then you can do the side and you could be like, oh look, this looks really nice. Oh man, look, here's the flame going up. No, you get a hand and that's it. And then we're probably gonna be moving the sewing machine. So that's why it's so far back. Because I can't see. As you could see, it's like the size of my hand here. So, but I need it up to my face, but then you guys will see my face, and you guys get pissed off when you see my face, and you're like, oh my god, Q, we see your face! And it's like, it's fine. Yeah, I need like an ethereal camera that just kind of floats around. Like as if we're in VR. That's what I need. So I'm pissed off about this, so hopefully this works out. Hopefully you guys could shut up, and then from now... Like, I hate saying it like that, but there's been like 6 or 7 vocal people that are like, we need a second camera, we need a second camera, we need a second camera. I'm like, guys, you don't know what it is that you want. Trust me, you're not gonna see anything. You're really not. You're not gonna see a goddamn thing and nobody believes me. Oh my god. So, hi everybody. It's good to see you all. Happy Tuesday. So, as you see, next to me, there's a little dragon. That's what we're making. Oh my god, wait, chat. Wait, the cat. Oh, shit. I'm looking at him. Hi, buddy! Hi! Sorry, the cat has been playing with... I got these really cheap little birds from the dollar store for Christmas. And he took one off of the thing that I hung it on. And he's been playing with it and attacking it. Also, hi, Simon. Like, he puts it in between his 2 paws. And then he's been taking one of his back legs and using it to kind of, like, kick it so he could break its neck. And it's been so cute. And he started doing it over there. Yeah, can I help you? That window is closed. I don't know what you want, buddy. So I saw him playing with it from the other room. But the second I looked at him, he got up and he's like, oh, no. Oh, no. We need a 3rd and a 4th. I think that's gonna look even worse. Hi, critter. Whew. So hi, chat. Thanks for streaking. Also, thank you, Coffee, also for streaking. And hi, Taki. This is gonna be a mess. Hopefully it all works out. I just realized I don't even have the instructions for this. How am I gonna get these instructions? So chat, what are we making today? We are making a 2-foot long, or 2/3 of a meter long dragon. And this guy is big. That is the best way to describe this. This thing is huge. I don't know if I can best describe how big this thing is gonna be. Let's see. Where's the body? Okay, well, here's the wing. If that's any indication of how big this is gonna be. Thanks for also streaking. This is gonna be a big-ass dragon. This is gonna be a big monstrosity. And it's gonna be a fun time, quote-unquote. Oh, Jesus. Here's the horns. I guess maybe we could throw the horns together? I don't know. I don't know how I'm gonna go and get this. Because there's 2 of these. So we got some nice yellow horns. Look at that. I was trying to decide the colors, and I went, what colors do I have a whole bunch of that I don't need? We've got the face, so that's all stitched out. So I did all of the embroidery already ahead of time. That's not anything against you guys. We kind of figured out that the embroidery machine rattles the entire thing, so. What's the width of Liechtenstein? Shut up. So we got the face over there. Let's see if I can kind of figure this out. Oh, here's the tail. If that's helpful, here's the tail. This thing's gonna be huge. I've never made this before, so I don't know what it'll look like. I put the pattern in the pinned, and then you guys could go and do... Oh, yeah, here's the body. And then I think this attaches here? This thing's gonna be huge, chat. Need a banana for scale. We got a sewing machine for scale. The tail is about 3/4 of the sewing machine. Is that alright? Oh boy. It's also weird because I don't have any music because I couldn't put my headset on. So that's a foot. What's this? That's another foot. These are big feet. That's gonna be fun. So, I guess I need to try and find the, I guess we need to try and find the instructions. How the hell am I gonna get this and see you guys at the same time? This is gonna be rough. Chad, I wonder if I could get the other phone to work. So, Chad, if you remember, I bought an iPhone for tracking. And, I'm putting it in the Discord, Jesus Christ. Here's all the feet. I think we should probably do the feet first, right? Chad, we got little claws. Look at all the tiny little claws. Look at them all. Chad, there's gonna be so many tiny claws. I feel like this is gonna take us all week, but I also wasn't sure. So that's why I put that I'm not sure how long this is gonna go for. If we end up, like, finishing this earlier, maybe we'll do, now I'm covered already, and I just picked everything up. That's all I did. And then we'll play probably some Stardew or something. So, chat, this is gonna be the belly. I love this fabric so much. It's on, Banana the Bat. So this is kind of the colors of Banana the Bat, but in Banana the Dragon form. Look at it! With actual pieces of nails. No. I'm also running out of stuffing, so I'm hoping I'll have enough. We'll see. We'll see what I'm able to do. Shoot. How am I gonna get these instructions? I don't think I have any way to send it to the iPhone. Can I send it to here? Chad, how am I gonna get this? This is gonna be rough. Chat, let me go see if I can get the iPhone. Hold on. Hold on. Enjoy the winter-themed chill hop. Enjoy the music, chat. Hold on. Hold on. I wonder if I can send it to myself. Chat, we have the other phone. Hold on. Will this be in your guys' way? Yes. Pull that? No. Okay. Maybe? Maybe? Wait. Chat, we have the infamous iPhone. I don't know how to work it. Chat, for those of you wondering, I bought an iPhone a couple of months ago for when we have our VTube studio stuff set up. And, oh, phone has not been backed up in 9 weeks. Oh, that's ironic. It has nothing on it. That's it. That's all the apps. I have the camera, VTube Studio, and a clock. I don't have anything else. I don't know how to work an iPhone. I have an Android. And now I'm stuck in this battery thing. How the hell do I get out of it? Okay. Is there a way to, like... It is a very naked phone. I wonder if I could send it... No, I don't want iCloud. No, this is live 2D models. Oh my god, I have to put in the iPhone thing for... Okay, well, the models work. Oh my god, stop asking for the password. I don't know how I turn that on. I am sewing. Oh no, I went through. That was the first thing I did when I first turned on the phone, was to go and uninstall everything. Anything that could be installed, I removed it. Anything that I didn't need, chat, that's it. That's it. That's all we got. I have Notion, and that's it. So we can get a Q cam? Oh, Jesus Christ. Can I, like, send this to myself somehow? Files. No, I really don't know how to work this damn thing. Hidden. Why is the hidden folder, like, right here? Can I point that out? Chat, how do you work an iPhone? How can I get a PDF on an iPhone? Can I email it to myself? I wonder if I can put it on Notion. Is this Notion even logged in? Oh, it is! Hold on, chat, I'm smart! Hold on! Wait! Chat, I'm so smart! Oh, chat! I don't know how to work iCloud! How do you get iCloud? I don't even think I have an iCloud. I think I disabled it. Pattern and instructions. Hold on. Can I put this in game backup? Do that. That. Upload. Oh, is it bigger than 5 megabytes? God damn it, no! It's 84 megabytes. I can't put it on Notion. Can I email it to myself? How do you access iCloud on an iPhone? Dumb question. How do you even do that? I don't even think I have that. No, I turn off personalized ads. I don't want that. Can I email this to myself? Can I open up Gmail on a browser and then download it? Will Safari let me do that? Is that a thing you could do? Large files have to be shared with Google Drive. Fine. Send it as a goddamn Google Drive link. This is stupid. It saved the draft. Hold on. Okay. Alright, let's see if this worked. Chat, this will be much easier for the rest of the week, because then it'll be on the phone, and then we'll have it, right? Right? Okay, I sent it to myself. Can I just open this on a fucking browser? Is there a browser? Chat, I just opened up Safari and it's telling me my favorites are Yahoo, Google, Bing, and Apple. Chat, I know my favorite thing on Safari is Bing. Yes, Bing. That's my favorite. Can I just go to gmail.com? Hold on. At gmail.com. Don't worry, this is my throwaway account. Oh god, what's the password? No. Ah! Can I show password? Okay. Thank god I am doing it right. That. Alright, should get me a sign in. Wait, did it work? Did it work? Your Google account was signed into. Secure your account. Nope, that's fine. Don't send a recovery email. Skip a home address. What is this bullshit? What is all this? Yes, confirm. Yes, it's me. Hold on. I gotta match the numbers. Hold on. Chat, I wish I was joking. Yes, this is still me. I have to press the number again? This is really me. Okay, I got it. Hi, Vess. Chat, I have officially signed in. Holy shit. Can I please download this? Please download the fucking instructions. Chat, I don't know how to work an iPhone. Yes, I want to download it. Why are you asking me? Now, where does it go? I got to not playing. Chat, how did I do this? Where am I? How am I in the not playing? What is this? No, I don't want airdrop. How do I get out of this? Hello? Okay, I have to swipe the other way. This is stupid. Use only that iPhone for a month. Absolutely not. So I think I downloaded this, so this should be in my files now, right? Oh my god, chat. It took us 10 minutes, but I got it. It took us 10 minutes, but I got it. I got it. No, this is an iPhone 10. What do you mean a 13? No, Chat, I got it. Chat, I got it. We figured it out. Oh, that's the dreaded 13. Oh, thanks for the resub. Much appreciated. I thought you were making fun of the phone. No, this is an iPhone 10. I'm surprised it works. We're only using it for tracking. Where are the instructions? So chat, if you're wondering what we're doing this. I put the picture down next to me so you guys could see the entire time, because everyone always comes in, they're like, what the hell are you doing? There's a damn picture of it. Chat, we're making this giant dragon. This thing is huge. This is, gonna make fun of something else. Thank you. He's kind of cute. I liked the one in the middle, which I think is why we're gonna do all these yellow and, like, beige colors. You are not the first person to make a bad dragon joke, and you're not gonna be the last. I'm gonna be annoyed about it. So as you can see, this thing's pretty big. These are the official instructions. Chat, if you would like to make one, I put the link for the actual pattern there. I've already done the embroidery. It's a little annoying. If you feel like making this and you don't want to do the embroidery or you don't have a machine, you could skip all of that. There is a way to actually just put little safety eyes, actually, if you could kind of see. See? That one has it. Look at that little green guy. Look how cute he is. Chat, you too can make a giant dragon. Chat, look at this gigantic thing. So, what do we gotta do? So I did that. I did that. Alright. Cut out wing stuffing from quilt batting. I already did that. What if I don't have a machine and skills? Then you're gonna make the whole thing by hand. Okay, trace stitching line onto the claws. We did that. Embroider the horns. Embroider the face. Hold on. We're skipping all this. Sew top claws to leg pieces. Alright. Glad I checked. Use Gorilla Glue. Jesus Christ. Alright, so chat. I guess we are making the legs? You mean dragons are illegal in your country? I probably should have cut this out. So chat, if you'd ever seen one of the sewing streams before, it kind of goes like this, where I didn't read any of the instructions beforehand. I've never made this one before, so I also think I just realized that I never flipped these. That's a future Q problem. Oh man, what's that? I'm gonna annoy myself in like 3 days when we have to redo all of this? Oh no, what an awful thing. So chat, here's all the claws. You can't have pet turtles without a permit. I had a pet turtle. I should probably preface with the fact that his name was Scruffy. He was a very cute little guy. One time I let him out and, we put him in the living room and we were like, oh, he can wander around. It'll be fine. Nobody will step on him. We'll just make sure he'll be alright. This little fast fucker, went from the living room, which was like this big square. Okay, so here was my room. So I let him out near my room. So I put him over here. So he went through this giant living room, into a hallway, into the kitchen, into the utility room, and went in the back of the utility room. We found him under the hot water heater. Don't know how he did it. I like the fingerless gloves. I like them because they're easier to move around in and they're nice and warm. And they're also compression gloves, so it helps when I'm sewing. So that's why. Alright, so we got that. So I need which legs? Actually, why don't I just put this over here? Hold on. Chat, I'm smarter. Chat, I'm smart. You guys don't need to see this. Front outer, front inner, body, and inner back legs. Oh, shit. Front outer, front inner, inner back, but I don't need outer back? But I need body? What? Chad, I swear we're gonna figure this out. Okay, so I don't need you. I don't need you. This is a body piece. That's a wing piece. I don't need that. That's a muzzle. We don't need that. The hell is this? That's a wing and something else. So I wrote on some of these pieces what they are. So as you can see, this one says tail. So at least I helped myself with that. Probably not much else. That's a horn. And that's a horn. That's a tail? Question mark? I think that's a tail. This is a OFL. So this is an outer front leg? Okay, so I have an outer front leg. I got the other body piece, so we have all the body pieces. I'm assuming this is a leg piece. I don't know for what. It looks like on the picture that this is one of them. So I think we're gonna do that. So I'm gonna leave that there. I could buy you a life-size... No, do not buy me a donkey. I do not need it. So I guess it's all stuck in here. I probably should have cut all this out, chat. I probably should have cut all of this out. This is kind of a problem. This is a self-made problem. Is this inner back leg? Inner back leg. Okay, I need that. And then this also says inner back leg. Okay. See, I didn't want to cut everything out because then it's a little bit easier to keep track of everything. But I think as I'm going to start cutting all this stuff out, it's just going to get all jumbled anyway. There's too many pieces, too. Otherwise, I would keep them in little piles of like, oh, this does this and this does this. But that doesn't necessarily help. There's 100... No, do not send me a joke for $100. Do not. I have nowhere to put it. I don't even know where the hell I'm going to put this thing. Chat wanted to see me do big giant things, so I bought this pattern from my friend Shifty, who is a really good pattern maker. And I was like, oh, I'll be able to figure this out. I've never done any of Shifty's patterns before. And everyone always told me like, oh yeah, they're great. You'll be able to figure it out really easily. Do I need front inner leg? Okay, inner front leg. Okay, I need that. Which means I don't need that. No, we're not making a dragon donkey either. Absolutely not. I think we're done with the donkeys. We've made like 3 of them. And I don't need another one. We keep giving them out to people. I don't even keep them because I don't want them. And I'm also running out of space to put stuffed animals, so I'm hoping that eventually I'm gonna get rid of some of these. Okay, I think this is all for the webbing? So if you guys remember, back when we made Velvet's Daemon, I used actually this pattern to make the wings, actually. So that's what all these little webbings are. It's just the actual size instead of the smaller size that I made it before, but I think this should be all of it. So... match points A and B. Sew from end to end. Trim seam allowance. Press seam with an iron. Well, we're definitely not doing that. How do you know which ones are which? How do you know which ones are which, though? How do you know... Oh! Oh, oh, oh! 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 Oh. Oh. Amount of what does this mean? Does it say this is where this is attached? This is just normal. It's a little bit of detective work. Okay, so chat, the 3 toes go on the feet, so I don't need those. I need the 2 toes right now. Got it. Alright, this makes a lot more sense. I probably should have assumed that's because these are all marked as A and B, and all of these are marked as A and B, that I don't need the ones that say they are B to B. That probably would have made a little bit of sense. I think I'm an idiot, chat. I think I'm a moron. Okay. So that's a toe. Here's a toe. Here's another one. Here's one. There's one. Okay. Chat, speaking of throne, I put on, for you guys to crowdfund me some more stuffing, because I'm running low. So if you guys got $1 or $2, throw it in there. I got some more sewing projects that we gotta do. Alright, so that's set. That's good. Okay, now how are we gonna attach all of these? Oh, God. So wait, these just go on the body? Oh. Well, shit. Chat, it says A and B, so I guess it is going here. So... I guess it's gonna go like this? So it's just straight up attached? I think that's what we're doing? Okay. Alright, chat, let's see if this other camera works. So when I go to sew, we're gonna have to see if you guys actually be able to see it. I'm trying to do what you guys wanted. I'm trying. What's the unit? It's pounds. Yeah, it's 20 pounds. I have a box of 20 pounds actually right now. And, when did I buy this? Last February? So in about a year, I went through 20 pounds of stuff. It's a big fuck-off box. It's pretty big. It's, this project and the VTuber dolls really use a lot of stuffing. A lot more than you would think. It's kind of ridiculous, the amount of stuffing that's used. So I wonder, now, can I put a spot here in the middle? Maybe? Hold on. Because other projects that we got coming up... Hi, Shrimp. Try not to get a heat stroke. Oh my god. I do have to go out and shovel again later. It has now since stopped snowing. However, my section of the house that I have to shovel, unfortunately the plow came by last night and dropped big, huge hunks of snow where I had just shoveled. And if I don't get to those right away, they actually turn into big, giant blocks of ice. And then I have to sit there and chip at the ice because it's supposed to keep snowing. So then you've got these big hunks of ice that got picked up by the plow, dropped on the sidewalk, and then it snows on top of it. So then you're trying to get all of this powdery snow off, but there's just ice stuck at the bottom. See, so I guess that'll be the little claws, I guess. What do you think? No, unfortunately it's not Cap'n, it's me. I have to be the one to shovel. Unfortunately, Cap'n's doing none of it. I think that's right? Alright, I guess we should probably pin all of these. Just use salt? So we were talking about that last year when you guys said that. Unfortunately, no, the flamethrower will not work either because it'll set my grass on fire. You have to be careful with the salt, and it has to be like a special kind of salt because it gets too cold here. So if you use just regular salt or salt that's used in general, hi Cap'n, it won't actually melt it. Because it has like different melting points, so if it's too cold, it won't do it. Because I think it was, what was it? 15 degrees yesterday? Which is, hold on. Wait, 16, we decided it was negative 16 divided by 2. So it was -8 in Celsius yesterday. And most salt works to, I think it's like -3 or something like that. The fake article with the fluffy white bullshit. Well, there's some people that have. Because I've seen videos of it of people just going out there with a flamethrower. I just know that I would probably set the grass on fire. And that is ill-advisable. Very ill-advisable. I would not recommend it, chat. How to convert Celsius to Kelvin? Actually, my artist, one of my artist friends, Declan, does, yeah. He sat down and decided that he was just gonna teach himself how to convert to Kelvin. Just cause. Just cause. I know a friend of mine who was pretty well off who had a heated driveway. Unfortunately, the coils were hard to replace, so it wasn't really worth it, because the amount of time that they would spend turning on the heater just to find out there was a patch that didn't actually work, because the coils underneath the bricks just weren't working, and then all the bricks surrounding it couldn't get warm enough to actually do it. You take Celsius and add 273 to it? No, it's not 5/9, it's 0.18. That's why I always do... No, it's 1.8. You always divide by 1.8. That's why I usually do for an approximation, just divide it by 2. Alright, here's a claw. Here's a claw. Here you go. You guys can look at the pile already done. See, chat, that's why I'm like, why do we need the second camera? Like, 6 people were like, we need a second camera, we need a second camera. So I went out, I bought the stupid little fucking thing. You're not gonna see anything for 20% of the time. Going in September. It'll snow in some places in September. It'll also snow in October. Is that the right one? No, that's the incorrect one. Hold on. Wait, I need a different size. Haha! See, Chad, this is why you gotta flip half of them. So. What are we trying to solve again? Everyone was like, oh man, we need another camera. You're not even looking at anything. You're just looking at my pile. How bad does it look over there? Yeah, it's just a pile of fabric. What's even worse is I can't even see the cameras either. I gotta turn all the way around. So I don't even know what you guys are seeing. I just turn around and there's just a pile of like... This is the color vanilla custard. So I just see vanilla custard fabric just sitting in a pile. You can mount it on the wall. I wanted to do that, but then I think I would have to mount the, I'd probably have to mount the cable to the ceiling. Bold of you to assume I watch. Chat, do we want ranting Q or do we want Q to be nice today? Chat, do we want ranting Q or nice Q today? Rant? I was already kind of ranting earlier, so I don't want to rant too much. Rant? Are we sure, chat? Because I don't want to make anybody sad. If I rant, will people be sad? If I rant about things, will people be sad? If the phone goes off, we can always mute you. Oh, thanks. If the phone goes off, it'll go back to this, right? If I have a PDF up? Because I know it will on Android. This is a genuine question. Yes, it'll keep it up? Okay. So I'll just let it fall asleep till I need it. How do I want to say this? Bold of you to assume I watched the stream, so that's where that came from. It does whatever it wants. Well, it's an iPhone 10. So I don't know what version of iOS it's even running. If it's even running anything that's useful at this point. Because I'm literally, it's just for camera tracking, and that's it. So I'm also hoping that at some point Apple isn't just gonna fucking discontinue services and then it won't connect to VTube Studio anymore, because then I'm just gonna be pissed off. And be like, damn it, I wasted $200. So probably latest? Really? For a 10? Aren't they up to like 16, 17? What the fuck? Also, why do I have so many notifications? Oh, because my Google account was signed into. Jesus Christ. Chat, every Google alert just came through. Every fucking Google alert. Hey, who sent me something on Throne? Hey, who did this? Update your Blue Sky integration. God damn it, I'm dealing with all this later. Chat, I'm dealing with all this later. Who was that? Who would do such a thing? I swear to God. I'm gonna punch you in the face. Although, to be fair, if I wouldn't have said anything, I think you probably would have done it anyway, because you were really interested and just send it to me. Hey, thank you, Anonymous Gifter, for gifts up to Giant Dragon Slayer. What is going on? Do you guys want your rant or not? We're not gonna be able to rant. You had to reset the password of 40 websites? Why don't you make them all different? Is it Giant Dragon Slayer or Giant Dragon Slayer? Make it funny. How do I make that funny? Man, it sure is funny that I set all these things up for all these, like, different events and stuff, and then password 1, password 2, password 3. Chat, do not make your don't make it Hunter either. Don't make your password Hunter. Don't make your password. And chat, don't do it. Now I don't want to rant. Just password 37. Now I don't want to rant. Now I'm done ranting. What do you mean? Come on. My password is wrong password. Thank you. No, I have a password for every single thing that I do that is different from every other password. Where's this A? Okay, here's an A. That's the wrong password 1. Your password is reset. It's now capital P, lowercase s word. No, I make like a nonsense one, but then I do different variations for each one of them for every individual website. And it's always something stupid. It's like, what's like a number that's on the website somewhere stupid or something stupid like that. Add that in. What's a different letter that I could add in? So everything kind of has like a how to put it? Like a pattern recognition to it if you figure it out. But then you got to get the basic password in the first part. Course battery stapler. No, what's a... The super secret one was just numbers. Oh my god, I'm kind of glad that I went to school in such a way where we didn't really have the internet or anything like that. Like, you gotta remember, I had a track phone. Something Hunter 2. Do not make it Hunter 2. It was kind of nice because we would have a computer lab, so we would get like a half an hour, maybe, once a week where we could go to the computers. And that was it. Yeah, we had to hand write everything, so you couldn't type anything. So I didn't have to figure out how to print every single thing. That was probably the worst part of my college experience, was having to figure out where all of the printers were on campus. It was probably the worst part. Can I be honest? I couldn't. Half the time you're standing there, and you're like, man, I just want to write this on a sheet of paper. And it's like a paragraph. It's like a single paragraph. Yeah, our latchkey program had all of the old style floppy disks based off of like Windows. I think it was like 3. Windows 2, maybe? That's all we did, was we just stuck Oregon Trail in. But, like, that's what I mean, is, like, I'd have a paragraph that was like this. And I was like, it's gonna take me less time to write this out on a sheet of notebook paper than it would for me to walk all the way 30 minutes across campus to the only printer that's currently working on campus that'll allow you to actually just print. because sometimes you could get free printing at different places. It was really nice. Half the time, you'd have to spend $3 to go and get something printed. And you're like, it's like this. It's not pages, it's just this little teeny tiny paragraph. I'm like, why can't I just write this on a sheet of notebook paper and give it to you? I'll give you really nice penmanship. I'm not gonna spend $3 just to go and get this printed. And then you'd walk in and they're like, yeah, the printer's down. And then I'm like, all right, I guess I'm going to the freaking library because there's nowhere else that I could go to get this printed. Hi, Shira. It was horrible being at such a big campus. And then because everyone was like very slow in adopting technology too, a lot of them didn't actually have printers, and they'd be like, well, because you could just go to the library. Okay, well, the library's all the way over there. It was the Oregon Trail, especially when the campus was shut down because of the snowstorm. There was quite a few times where our classes were completely canceled because of the snowstorms, but then they're like, yeah, but we're definitely gonna have class tomorrow, so make sure you still do all your work and everything, and make sure it's all printed so you can hand it in. And I'm like, can't I just submit this to you? Like, no, we need an actual printed copy of it because we need to be able to read it. It was only certain teachers, too, that were like, yeah, don't submit it to me. I don't know how to work that. You're gonna have to print it for me. But it's 1992. I ended up working at one of the computer labs, and then that's how I got started working with Macs, was because I had to work with terminals and coding all of those. Especially because people would come in, and I don't know why, but someone sent, because they were auto-imaged, so every single day at exactly 5:30 p.m. as you're closing up, every single one of the computers would turn off. And people would get upset because they'd go back to that computer. And we had a big sign on every computer that said, this computer will wipe itself at 5:30 every night. Do not save anything locally. Chat, do you know how many people would show up and get mad at me and be like, where's my files? And I'm like, did you not read the giant sign on it? So every night at exactly 5:30, it would go to the old image so that you couldn't destroy the computer. You didn't have to uninstall anything. Everyone's stuff would be completely secure. It was great. But then somebody, when they put everything into the terminal, decided to mark it where instead of it auto-connecting to a headset, it would just play through the speakers. So chat, every morning somebody would come in, not pay attention, even though we wrote another big ass sign that says make sure your headphones are connected and actually properly set up on the Mac. Everyone's videos would just play in the lab. And they're just, now mind you, it was supposed to be for language learning. And for some of the programs, you had to go there for a certain number of hours. One of those was the Japanese program. So how many times somebody would come in and then you would just hear fucking, I don't know, Naruto blaring, or they'd be watching some shite anime, or it'd be Bleach or something like that. How many did porn? Quite a few, and I got quite a few of them in trouble. Alright, chat, 2 more, I promise. We have 2 more claws. So every single morning I had to do that. I had to go in and I had to walk up to each and every computer because we didn't redo the image until it was like 4 months. Because we just never had enough time because there was always somebody coming in. Every 4 months we'd have to go and redo the image, where we would have to update iOS, because this was back during like Snow Leopard, if that gives you any indication of the time period. So when iOS would update every couple of months, then we would have to go and update the computers, and then at that point I'd be like, please, can we please set this? And I'd be sitting there trying to set it up, and my boss would be like, why are you doing that? I'm like, you don't understand how many people come in here. How many people don't pay attention. And I don't want to hear fucking Naruto blaring. I don't want to hear it. I just don't. I don't want to hear it. And I don't want to have to go up to them every single morning and be like, hey, your headset's not properly connected. Can I please fix this for you? That was the worst part of my morning. Every single time. But then our printer stopped working, which was even worse. So then I had to really walk all the way to the library. And I'm like, it's such a small thing. Can I please just submit it? Can I please not print this? Can I please just write it to you? I was like, I'll write it to you. I'll take a picture of it with my digital camera and submit it, please. It was always Naruto. Every single person. I don't know why. Now, the worst part about working there, chat, was the fact that the girl who I got into a fight with, when she walked into Japanese 200 and tried to tell me that she didn't need the books and she knew perfect Japanese, she dropped down to level 100 and then she had to start coming in to my lab to come and work on languages and stuff every single week, and I had to just stare her down as she's sitting there finally getting the book and trying to do exercises in it like an actual normal human being instead of just Google translating everything. It was the greatest. Man, that bitch hated me. After a while, she figured out what days I didn't work, and then she would go there on those days. I'll never forget that for the rest of my life. It was so feral. It was just, I don't need the book. And then it was halfway through class. Can I see your textbook? I've never seen someone get so quickly humbled in my life. It was great. And she's like, I don't need to know any kanji. What are you talking about? I don't need to know how to speak any of this. This is only level 200. Oh, I should probably learn how to speak all of this. And it got to the point where we were doing drills all the way around the classroom, where we would have to, like, count. Because for those of you not familiar with Japanese sucks. And, when you count, it depends on how big something is. So if you're counting minutes, it's much smaller, so you're gonna use ipun, nipun, sanpun. If it's something bigger, you're gonna use like itatsu, futatsu, all that sort of stuff. And then if it's months, it's a different one. There's different counters. So we would go around the room, and we all had to do them as drills. And then after a while, Sensei gave up and just started skipping over her and would point to somebody else. So we go 1, 2, 3, skip, 4, 5, 6. She figured it out after a while. I was like, this is so embarrassing. It was so bad. I understand some anime. It's so stupid. Well, she admitted later that there was a placement test that you could take that would be like, you know, what level of Japanese are you at? And you would take it as a freshman. So I guess she Google translated the entire thing. Chat would not recommend. Okay, everything is pinned. So chat, we're gonna put all these claws attached to each one of these pieces. That's what this pile is. I am covered in all of this minky already. There is so much of it. Oh my god, and there's cat hair. I'm covered. Oh, chat. Oh boy, this is gonna be fun. So, we'll move Penguin out of the way. Chat, let's get sewing. And we'll see how bad this is. Isn't using software to get higher scores. Well, then they're gonna see my Japanese teacher and she's just gonna look and go, okay. Just skip over them. I already know. It's gonna be great. She was the worst teacher, but man, she was great for that. Because you know that she didn't want to call out that student in the middle of class or anything and be really mean. But just the simple fact of just skipping her was probably the funniest thing. And was the biggest fuck you that I think she could have done in that situation of not even saying anything, just automatically skip. Hi, Leonid. Chat, you guys can all use the Christmas cat now. It's Christmas time. Wait, did I put the... Oh, I didn't. Chat, if you guys didn't see, there's a new sewing machine. However, if you guys didn't see, this is a new one, made by the lovely Riley for my birthday. Even though I said I don't celebrate my birthday, Riley and Kim were like, no, we gotta do something for Q's birthday. So chat, now we have a new sewing machine. It's so cute. I was like, damn it. We're not celebrating my birthday, but thank you. Alright, let's see if this works. So, can you guys still see that? Looks like. Does that look alright? Huh? Like there? There? I mean, it's very purple. The other one was white. And this one has a little bat sticker on it and some vines and shit. I'm like, okay, this is cute. Alright, so let me see how this will go. The other problem, though, is that I can't really see what I'm sewing, because this is where the camera is. Chat, this is all you're seeing. Oop. Should probably turn that down a little. Chat, was that exciting? Chat, that's what you all wanted a second camera for. Was that exciting? Was that exciting, chat? Are you guys happy? Alright, I'm just gonna put everything on the floor. Because I'm a Neanderthal, and I'm gonna clean it later. Yep, high octane action. That's all you're getting. There we go. We got one. So you can see it better from over here. So this is the inner back leg. So this is gonna get attached, I think, at one point. So we're gonna attach claw to claw. So we're gonna go all the way around. That's it. I still can't believe that they accepted that as an emote. Chat! I made a new emote! Wait! Wait! Oh, chat, I didn't tell you guys! Wait! Chat, I finished it last night. Hold on. Chat, hold on. How do I get it to work? Hold on, chat. Chat. Did it work? Chat, it worked! Chat, I did it! Chat, there's a new emote if you have better TTV. I'm sorry for those of you that are on mobile. Chat, I did it! I rotoscoped it! Chat, it's the bats! Chat, it's all of you guys having a meeting! Chat, I did it! Chat, I made an emote! It's unfortunately too big. So you guys get a free emote that you guys could use if you guys have better TTV, so you're very welcome. Chat, now you guys can have actual union meetings. Chat, I did it! I finished it last night. Chat, you guys can have meetings. Chat, I did it! I made an emote! Are you guys proud of me? Chat, I hand rotoscoped the emote. I did it! Chat, I did it! Chat, I did it! I hand rotoscoped it! It was 30 frames! It was annoying as fuck! But I did it! Chat, it matches 1-to-1! I hate it so much! Congratulations! Ed S knows. Ed S knows how annoying that is, and it's so fucking tiny. Alright, let's see. So we'll go down here. Let's go back a little bit. I think this is still too fast. This could have been an email. I think they all kind of have that. Alright, now you're too slow. Speed up a little. Alright, how are we looking? Did I miss? I missed a little. See, I can't... Hold on, I can't see this. Well, the regular emotes are like 128 by 128. That one's like 128 by like 400 or something ridiculous. What is stuck? You're stuck. Alright, that's a little better. It's annoying, but it's a little better. I wonder if I can... Hold on. Huh? Anything in the way? Oh? If I put it there. Okay, and then I'll actually be able to see. Yeah, well, it's 112, but because the whom meeting emote is stretched, it's not 112, so the height is 112. But the actual, I think it's like 400 or something. It summarizes the chat, it does. One person just sitting there just nodding, one person just being like, I'm not doing anything, one that's just taking notes for no reason. I don't know who decided 112. I think it looks stupid. I think it's stupid that they're all 112 by 112. How do you do big emote in mobile? You can't. Not in mobile. Unfortunately, you would have to get better TTV. Why not 128? You know what? I don't know. Reading the Hotel Mario Handbook. Yeah, I'm writing all over it. I had to sit there and I had to hand put all of the little changes and everything for each one of them individually, because I drew it the first one and then I would duplicate for the next one, so I didn't have to do like a proper onion skin because I'm lazy. And then I would just put the original emote thing behind it, make it somewhat transparent, and then draw over it. So I hand onion skinned it, I guess? But it works. So there you go, chat. Now you guys can actually have a meeting. See, I don't know if I'm supposed to put all of these together now. All of these? Because these are just darts. Was that in the instructions? Oh no, what's the password? I can't... Chat, how do you get the fucking thing to come up? There we go. Am I supposed to do all the darts? Hold on. Cut out pattern. Cut out that. Do that. See, because it's weird because... in the pictures, all the darts are sewn. Oh, maybe not. That's a body notch. Oh, never mind. Alright, no, I should follow the instructions. Chat, I can't work ahead. I can't work ahead. I'm gonna fuck up. Never mind, I have answered my own question. Chat, that is not a dart. Normally you would turn this into a dart and it would go kind of like this, and then it gives you a little bit of 3D shape. That is not a dart. I'm glad I checked before we have to rip it all out. Whoops. Hi, Spooter. We are making a gigantic 2-foot dragon. It's the picture next to me. Alright, can I see that? I can't see that. Okay, now I can see it. Oh! It's making a scary noise, but don't worry about it. My nails. Oh, thanks, I gotta redo them. I gotta redo them tomorrow, because they're starting to fall apart. No, that was an okay noise. It still keeps going, that's fine. Don't worry about it. It just hit a pin. It just hit a pin, it's fine. It's fine. The sewing machine's not broken. You guys can see it. It's not I may have broken a pin, though. That's a little awkward. I'm just gonna put that there. That's what that sound was. Good, I'm glad you guys can't hear the sewing machine. That's actually nicer. Although I think you guys can hear it if I start talking. But, it'll make some angry noises every so often. I think this machine needs to get taken in for a different tune-up. Alright, we got another, claw on. There we go. I don't like using the bent ones, because it kind of fucks it up when I'm using them. That's why I bought more pins. This actually used to be really full. It is no longer, because I destroy a lot of pins in general. It'll get like little micro abrasions and it'll catch fabric, especially if it's silk or something weird like that. So I tend not to. I tend to just kind of keep it like that. Like that one. That one felt like it had a microabrasion, but I don't know. You can have a pin or two from time to time. Listen, hey, do you guys remember when we first bought all these pins back when the local fabric place was going out of business and this whole thing was full and you guys were like, that's too many pins? Do you guys remember that 3 months ago? Do you guys remember when you guys were complaining that there was too many pins on the penguin and that the penguin was in pain? There's a lot less pins now in about 2 months. I Is accidentally stabbing yourself? I've a couple of times ended up putting a needle through my fingernail. So it's or I like hitting. Now you guys can actually see from this way. There's a little bar right here, and sometimes if I'm sewing and my knuckle is too high, it'll actually hit my knuckle and it'll actually crush it. So you got to be very careful. All right, let's see. Am I lined up? I'm sorry, this is the worst. I absolutely cannot see. There we go. Sewed his finger to his face. Okay. I haven't done that, at least. I'll give myself that. I have glued myself to myself. And, I did have an ex that took all of my pins out of my pin cushion, thought it was funny, and, he put all of the pins through his hand, just through, like, the outer layer, and, he was like, they're fine, you could still use them, as I was yelling at him, because I was like, you shouldn't be doing that, and then he took them all out, and it, Chat, none of you are eating, right? I will say, don't sew yourself. Oh, 5 stitches in. Ugh. How to put it? Chad, don't put pins through your hands because you got like oils and shit on your hands. Especially if you think it's funny to go through one layer. There's oils between all of your layers of skin. And it will leave a residue and a disgusting film all over all of them. No matter how funny you think it is, or that nothing will happen to it. Every single pin I had to throw out. It was so gross to pick up. It was so gross to touch. It was so bad. And I just went, why would you do that? I was like, no. Chat, there's lots of oils in your skin. Don't do it. Alright, there we go. We got another claw. I'm just throwing them in the pile here. Alright, what we got? Halfway through? I don't even know what the next step is, so hopefully it's something fun and exciting. Oil up. Nope, don't. Ugh. Nope, do not put oils all over the fabric. I'm kind of okay with this one because obviously I'm keeping this one if it was for like a kid or something like that. I typically would like scrub my hands and stuff like that for things like that. But cuz kids are gross and kids will put things in their mouth. All right, is that Did I miss? Did I get it? I think I got it. Chat, I'm sorry, the secondary angle I think kind of sucks. Was it really worth it, chat? That's as bad? I totally don't do that, and I totally don't know what you're talking about. I have never done that in my entire life. No, of course not. I have never put pins in my mouth. Who would do such a thing? No, nobody would ever do that. Don't you drink coffee at me. Listen, I can't lose my mouth, okay? It's like when I tell people when they're like, why do you write on your hands? When there's like important notes or something. Or if it's like a shopping list or something, I'll just write it on the back of my hand. They're like, why are you doing that? Why don't you make a note? Listen, I could lose my phone. I could leave it in a pocket. I could leave it at home. If I leave my hand at home, I got something else going wrong. I've never done that. I did that when I had to do hemming of dresses. A lot of hemming. I left my hand at home. See? Like, if you leave your hand at home, you got some other problems you gotta deal with. You are going straight to the ER. You are not going to leave your hand at home. I will write on the back of my hand. That is fine. I'm like, no, you're gonna get ink poisoning. No, you're not. Just wash your damn hands. Alright, chat, 3 more. 3 more. Look at that! This one's got a lot extra, but this is also, like, all of the crummy fabric anyway. So, I also, cut out things very weirdly. So, we don't need all this extra. We're just gonna trim it anyway. So, I just leave it. Means less, less cutting for me in the first place. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. It's making a weird noise, and it's not moving. Oh, Christ. The hell is this? How the fuck? Okay. Chat, we're going the other way. Alright, I'm sorry, but I cannot see this. The angle is nice and all, but I cannot see it. I cannot see this at all. Because now's a good way to be able to tell. When I'm sewing, I draw on the fabric where it is that I'm going to be sewing. I cannot spatially figure out a seam allowance or anything like that. Like, most people will be like, oh, you know, you draw it and then you go in like 1/4 of an inch. I can't do that. Here, you guys should be able to see. You can see all my lines that I draw everywhere. And that's where I sew. A sewing machine cam mount. The only problem is there's nowhere to put it. The simulator's realistic. Hi, AJ. I have to draw on the fabric where it is that I'm sewing. That's my biggest issue. Otherwise, my lines are gonna go everywhere. My brain cannot process that there is a different place that I should be sewing. You need to play actual sewing simulator? I don't know if I can. Didn't somebody say it's just a clicker game? That's probably not gonna be that fun and exciting. I'm gonna be honest. That's probably not gonna be fun and exciting at all. There, is that better? That's better. Alright, I could somewhat still see that. Make the category crafts. Yeah, can we do that instead? Can I switch to that category? No, I don't like being in, like, the crafts category or anything like that. I know, I was just watching someone recently who was in the crafts category and was getting, like, hounded by people. Because they were in, like, a Lego stream. And everyone was coming in and they're like, you know, how many Legos do you have? You know, why are you building it like that? That doesn't make any sense. You should be using this. Did you ever get one of the little pieces that does this? Did you get the one that you can rip pieces apart with? Why are you using your hand? You should be doing this. Why are you not using glue on it? You should be using glue so you don't have to remake it again. It was a whole thing. I'm not saying everyone is like that. I know it's the Lego fandom, but we get that sometimes with, like, some crafting stuff and some sewing stuff and things like that. Let me tell you how you're doing everything wrong. How dare you not use a glue that is completely 100% plastic safe? Why are you using super glue instead of a different kind of glue? You should be using E6000. Make sure you're using E6000, but E6000 will also melt the pieces, so make sure you don't do that. You want to get a type of glue that doesn't do that. I can't be in any of these proper categories, otherwise we're gonna get a lot of problems. I'm not gonna be able to deal with it. Someone's gonna look at me and be like, why are you not using your Why are you not using a stool at exactly a 45-degree angle so you're able to see everything? Put it under your nail. Jesus Christ. Absolutely not. No, my nails are too long. I wouldn't be able to. Absolutely not. Is colored blue making not ultramarine but some ultramarine? See, I'm also horrible, and I think that's why I don't want to do mini painting, because my roommate, for those of you that know, does 40K, and I've talked about before, like, maybe it'd be fun to actually do, like, the, all of the gray models that I keep getting, and, actually paint them and stuff. And, I was like, this might be fun, and maybe we actually do this for a stream. But then I realized, I don't use colors out of a pot. I mix everything. I mix all these weird funky colors. I put white in everything. I'm making like actual shades and shit on top of everything. I'm, you know, making everything look kind of not 40K. So I can just sit here and just be like, Jesus Christ. Well, that's why I like explaining too what it is that I'm doing. For those of you guys that are always like confused, and I mean like you guys aren't sewing 99% of the time, so you probably don't even know what I'm doing. So that's why I'm like, oh, and then I'm doing the claws like this, and I'm doing this. Meanwhile, you got someone that's coming in that's like, have you made this by McCall's in this one particular pattern that does this, and have you used this, and if you're buying Shannon Minky, are you making sure that the Shannon Minky is actually from a Shannon plant and not from one of the ones from 2021 when they were switching all of their stuff because of COVID, and then some of the stuff actually has extra pills on the back, and it's having a lot of problems, and it's actually not stretching correctly, and this is actually a two-way stretch as opposed to a four-way stretch. But when you're doing the four-way stretch, you gotta make sure that's only stretching two ways as opposed to four ways, and you should be using this particular stitch with... That ain't fun. Chat, I'm gonna be honest, I don't think that's fun. Ah, yes, words. Words that do this. Four-way stretch is fun, because all it does is it just means it stretches four ways. They're so rare, and I don't know what to sew. How do I do them? Can you make it? Can you send it to you? I send it to you and you do it? Like that's not fun anymore, is it? Alright, I think I'm sewing? Or then I'll have people that'll come in and be like, why are you drawing on the fabric? Why didn't you figure out what your seam allowance is? Like, man, I just explained my brain don't work. Should automod do that? Luna just gets immediately shot. Okay, yeah, that looks pretty good. Alright. It's close. It's not completely 100%. It's drawing nuts sewing. Cause I mean, it works. Like, are you supposed to? Yes. Are you supposed to draw everything right out here, and then you're supposed to know that it's exactly like the width of your fingernail across, and then you're always supposed to figure it out. But then you could also do it by your foot, and you could look at it, and you could be able to be like, okay, as long as the line is here, then I could do that. No, I can't. No, most people do not actually draw on the fabric. I draw, as you can see. This is probably the better one. I draw, as you can see, exactly where my sewing is. So I can't conceptualize how other people do. So, well, yeah, it's gonna be turned inside out, but what most people will do is they'll use tailor's chalk, or they'll use like a disappearing ink marker, and they'll just... I've seen proper quote-unquote seamstresses that just put plot points. They don't draw it, they just put the line that they're supposed to hit, and they'll kind of do like a dash every couple of inches, and they just instinctively know to move a 1/4 inch to that way without actually drawing it on the fabric, because then it doesn't show through on the other side. I can't do that. I got in trouble for that at one point when I was showing someone my quilt, because I drew where it was that I was supposed to draw and where I was supposed to sew on my quilt. And they got mad at me and they're like, why are you drawing on the pieces? And I'm like, because I need to sew it? I don't have a seam line, I guess. But then I just trim it, and then it's gone. I wish I was joking. I got in trouble for that. I was like, what do you mean I can't just draw on it? They're like, no, you should just know where a 1/4 inch is. I'm like, I don't know where a 1/4 inch is. I'm sorry. Hi, Kevin. I have all of it. I have... See? I've got chalk. I got it. I got the fancy stuff. You guys can see it this way too. I got that. I got the sponge. I got the disappearing ink pen with the mark be gone. I got that. I got another one because it's dying. And then I've just got ballpoint pens. This is what I use. And then I've got white jelly roll pens for the stuff that I can't draw on because it's dark fabric. And I've used Sharpie a couple of times, and the people get mad at me, and they're like, why are you doing that? No, I don't know what 3/32 of a thousandth of an inch is, and I won't be able to tell it. I won't be able to tell it by looking at it. I just can't. How dare I draw on my fabric where I'm supposed to sew? Who does that? That's an awful thing, and it's gonna ruin your stuff. As if my stuff already isn't bad. I can't see that. Why is that so— oh, because that pen was dying. I know why. Alright, I got it. I figured it out. I got it. I guess it's that when I'm doing these streams with you guys, is because then I get to hang out with you guys. I don't want to hear somebody else sewing, I guess, or what they're doing. We've had that happen a couple of times still, and I don't understand how it happens. But people will just somehow come in and they're like, hey, I'm working on this. What do you suggest? That's not what I'm doing right now. I don't want to give advice. I think I missed a little bit. Hold on. Hold on. I missed. My seam allowance here is also really tiny. Because I thought we were just gonna sew claw to claw. And you know, no being mean to people or anything like that. Like, I get that it's kind of fun because you get to kind of swap things with people, but like, I realize you're making stuff, and I realize you're doing clay things, but I'm like, I am too, but I'm trying to figure out how I make my thing. I don't want to figure out how to make your thing. When you suggest I sew at work, see what I mean? Like, it's the same kind of concept. It's like, or it'd be like someone coming in and I'm working on this and they're like, how do I make this bat? Because I know that you've made it before. So how do you make it? Like, listen, I'm trying to figure out how to make this. Can I figure out how to make this dragon? Chat, look, we should have all of the claws now. All the claws should be on. So now I gotta see what the next step is. But chat, look! Progress! Holy Christ, that took an hour! Okay, maybe this will take all week. Okay, so these are all the claws. So how this is gonna work is eventually all of these pieces should hypothetically go together like this. So we're gonna start with the claws, we're gonna pin all this together, and then this should make an entire foot all the way down. Now, most other patterns that I see, they're going to have you put all the claws together, then you're going to have all these different sets of claws. But this one, we're going to do it kind of like this, where we're going to make the entire piece going all the way around, as you can kind of see. So this is point D, is that right? Yep, okay. So this will make the entire leg. So we're just going to sew the entire leg together. So this will be the inner, and then this is the outer. And we'll just put the whole thing together and go all the way around. So that's how that works. So it's gonna look better structurally doing it like this. I prefer it the other way, but I know why this is why the pattern is like this, so that then when we go to stuff the entire thing, then the claws will be stuffed a little properly. So that's why. It only took 3 fingers. Jesus Christ. The wretched vision's guiding your needle. Jesus Christ. That's a whole thing. But so this is how this is gonna go together. So that's all set. So we have this part done. I don't think we're putting all the pieces together just yet. I think that's for later. So next, what are we doing? Okay, can I... Chat, why does this not work? There we go. How are you supposed to do that? Okay. Trim seam allowance, press seam with an iron. I'm gonna skip that because I actually trimmed that very small, so I don't think we need to actually do that. We're gonna sew the bottom claws to foot pieces. Okay. So now we're gonna do these 4. Now these ones are sets of 3. So these ones are gonna be a little bit longer to do. And then you'll actually see, this is where my little sew lines are. There's actually more to this. You're actually supposed to cut all the way around here and then not draw any of that. It's a whole thing. Alright. 4 bottom claws to the front and the back. Okay. Alright, where's my feet? Oh no. Here's one. So we got one. So this is all wings, so I'm actually gonna make an entire pile of just wing pieces, I think. Because that can all be separate. Here's a foot. That's a face. Face, you can go over there. That's a foot. That's a wing. Oh no. That's a horn. That's a horn. The hell is this? That's tail. Shit, where am I putting tail? Tail, you can go over there. I think this is all wing pieces? This is all wing. So you're going over there with the other wing. This is the front face. Where's the face? There's the face. Oh my god, there's so many pieces. What is this? This is all wings? Chat, we're gonna have very yellow wing bones. Are these? Okay, so these are face spikes. I don't know if I need these yet. So we're gonna keep that there for now. So I guess this is part of wings now? Am I missing a piece? Oh no, it's here. It's next to the forehead. Is that all 4? 1, 2, 3, 4. Alright, perfect. And then that's a face piece. Okay, that goes to wings. And then that's extra. Okay, got it. And at least the smell... my roommate does that because he'll use that stupid power wash stuff and then it just tastes like soap. But I get my stuff washed frequently. Alright, chat. So, now we have, these are going to be bottom feet. So we did the tops for some of these. That's what's in this pile. So I'm going to take, this whole pile. I'm going to set it aside. We're going to attach these to these later. To the ones that are not getting attached directly to each other. So we've got front foot. We've got front foot. We've got back foot. And we've got back foot. So we gotta figure out which ones of these pieces need to go on. I don't think it matters. Because they're both bees. I think they're all bees. Does that hurt the dragon if I throw it? No. If you haven't seen before, whenever I finish a plush, the first thing that I do is I throw it against the wall. Because that's checking to see if any of the seams are busted. Because you want to try and be rough with it, especially if I'm giving it to a kid or something like that. I try and be as rough with it as possible, like a kid would, so I can make sure that nothing pops. So no, hurt the dragon. Throw it. Make sure make sure some kid is not gonna rip it apart. Hi Simon. Hi Raiders. Welcome in. How was your stream? Chat, if you guys didn't see, Simon was actually doing some VR stuff. Did you beat the Chainsaw Man one? How was it? I can't lift my arms! Oh boy, well, one of them was one of my songs, so I'm happy about that. I think I might have made this a little too, close. That should be fine. But hi, welcome in. Can I do a shout out on here? Hold on, wait. Hold on, I'm on mobile and it's kind of a mess. It's kind of god-awful and I would not recommend it. Hold on, wait, did I do it? Aha! I think I did it. I think I did it. It also opened my stream. I don't want that. But hi, everybody. Welcome in. If you see the little picture next to me of the little black and red thing, that is a dragon. We're doing a fun sewing stream today. And we're making a yellow and vanilla custard dragon is what we're doing. So we sewed together a whole bunch of claws. Hold on. Here's a good color. Here's our dragon. Here's what's gonna be the horns, so we're gonna have to put these together. It's gonna be a big chunky guy. It's about 2 feet, which is about 2/3 meters. 2/3, I think. I think it was like 0.60 something. So it's about 2/3 of a meter. He's gonna be a big guy. He's gonna be a very, very big, long guy. These are just the horns. Do I have the tail? Do I have the tail? I threw a tail piece. Hold on. Okay, so here's just the tail. And then double that for the body. It's about 3/4 of the size of the sewing machine. So this is gonna be a big chonky guy. So hey, if any of you guys gotta go, Simon especially, feel free to. But we're gonna be here sewing for a while. We're gonna be doing this all of this week. So we're definitely not gonna be finishing today. So if you feel like coming back, come back around, I think it's Thursday or Friday maybe we should finish by. But we're putting together a whole bunch of the pieces, so we're trying to put all of the feet with all the little claws, and then we're gonna put all of those together, and then we're gonna start making some legs. So I don't know, we'll see how long it takes. It's probably gonna take me at least a couple of days. So if you feel like sticking around, feel free to. But it's just a nice chill day where I go on different rants about different things, and I kind of explain some sewing things. So not that kind of leg. Chat, you too, if you would like the bite emote, is only, what is it, 1,000 bits, I think? Is it 1,000? Is that $10? Is that 1,000 bits? Yeah, that one. I did remake it. Oh, we also have the Whom Meeting emote. We also Chat, there's also the free Whom Meeting emote. If you guys want to use one of our emotes of the chat bat that we sewed together, we now have it's our own version. Yeah, that one. Now it's a KyuuKuro meeting. It's through Better TTV. So if you can't see it, you have to download the extension. And obviously it doesn't work on mobile. But yeah, welcome in. We're sewing very slowly. So I need to pin all of these pieces to each other. See, chat? Now you guys can actually have a proper meeting. Now it's actually everyone in chat. Let's see. So we're gonna put the claw on the bottom foot. I don't know how these go together. They're kind of funky. And I tried reading through the pattern a little bit and I can't figure it out. So we're gonna figure this out together, chat. This is gonna be a fun little excursion. No, it's, what is it? It's cute. Yeah, because I removed Whom Meeting, because now we have our own meeting. So that's where Whom Meeting went. Whom Meeting is gone. We got rid of it. We don't need it. Chat, we have a better version of meeting. Look, it's all of you guys. How fresh are those nails? So I did these the day after Thanksgiving. So after this week on Saturday, I'm gonna be redoing my nails. Cause they're already starting to peel up and you can actually see there's a little bit of a gap. So when was Thanksgiving? That was 3 weeks ago? So these are about 3 weeks ago. So you can see just how much my nails have grown. So I unfortunately need to redo my nails. But yeah, they're red and they got shinies, and then I put extra shinies on top. Yeah. You need a red sparkling one? What, those? Oh, here's that better. Shiny. Yeah. They are very much so claws. Losing a nail in the stuffing. No, these are real. These are my actual nails. These are my actual grown nails. So, if I lose a nail, I'm losing the entire nail. So fortunately, I didn't lose anything. And your midterm? I hope your midterm stuff went well. I don't know what I'm gonna change it to, though. I haven't figured that out yet. But they're very red. They're very sparkly. Okay. Oh, sorry, Nightbot took it out. I'll have to go look later. But I see it. I see what you put. Nightbot just doesn't like links. Nightbot just immediately goes, Link? Ah! Eating it. I could see it, though. I'll have to, look and see what it was. Score ID? See, I like the black, but I was like, I mean, it's kind of festive. I was like, maybe I should do red. But I'll do black with, like, a sparkle on it. Or then I'll do black with, like, a gold inlay on top of it. Or something like that. But see, we're festive. Before this, they were the color butter. They were the color of butter. I swear to God. I'm trying to get rid of some of the old polishes that I have that I know that I'm not going to wear that frequently for the times where I'm like, I'm not leaving the house. I'm just going to put something on my nails for the hell of it. So that's that. I'm trying to clear out some of my nail polish. I do have a really pretty chocolate brown one, so maybe I'll do brown. I also have a really pretty espresso colored one. That's a really nice one. I just need to redo my nails here in a couple of days. Because I know they're gonna get destroyed before Christmas. For French tips? See, I don't really like the look of French tips. And I feel like... Because it'd probably be about that size, right? Right? It'd probably be about that size. Because I wrap my color around the entirety of my nail. So they don't get destroyed. I really try and make it last as long as possible. But no, if we take all this off, this is all of my nail. Yeah, I wrap the tips and then I wrap all the way down the back. So, well, because then if I break the nail or I bend it, then it's going to have a lot more layers of polish where it's not going to snap. So, try to do like one layer. No, you need to do like, what was this? This was 6 layers, I think? But you got to actually like do it in between. Wrapping tips is always a good idea. Shut up. I try and do multiple layers so that then my nail will bend as opposed to actually break. So, I just wrap all the way around. It kind of looks like, what's the shoes? Was that Louis Vuitton? Where you would have like the other color on the other side? On the other side of the shoe. Have a good time, Jays. Good luck with all your midterms. I just bought, oh my god, I just bought a new oil. Chat, oh my god. Half of you are not gonna care. I just bought a new fancy oil. One of the places that I used to order from recently came back. And they do a big giant jug of vitamin E oil. Oh my god, and it smells like strawberries and syrup and waffles. Oh my god, it's so good. Oh my god, now I just smell like a strawberry shortcake. And I got body butter too? Oh, it's so good. Alright, so I think this should be enough pins, hopefully. But we'll keep doing this for all of them. We'll pin them all down, and then we'll go ahead and sew them all down. I wasn't using oil for the longest time because I don't like not her oil, so I'm very excited that she recently came back. It's just like a little indie people that are just like, I just like making cosmetics. And now it smells so good. Chat, even now I'm sitting here and I just keep smelling and I just smell like strawberries. I'm like, yes. Strawberries. Put vitamin E oil everywhere, smell like a strawberry. So that's been my exciting news this week. Chat, what's been going on with all of you? Are you guys also slowly putting claws on a dragon, or... or fighting in VR, you know? Alright, I don't know if this is gonna go together. Flavored nail polish for nail biters. See, I chew my nails, and I know it's not good for you, because there's a lot of disgusting stuff in the nail polish, but I chew it anyway. You made dino stickers? But no, I don't use gel nail polish ever, because I know that it could be... I never trusted it, and I know it can be kind of bad for your hands after a while, and I know it's better to put it onto the fake tips of nails and stuff. I prefer not to. I always use my real nails. So if I was to take off my nail polish right now, you guys would see my actual nails. So. See, I don't like the smell. I've also done dip nails before, you know, where you have like the shiny glitter and stuff, and it's actually bad for your nails too, because it's impossible to come off. I think I had those on for like 5 or 6 weeks or something, couldn't get it off. This is too simple. Why did you have to rewrite it? If you have an allergy, you have it for forever. Oh, well, I'm allergic to latex. So all of the, because if you ever do your nails, chat, you can actually, if you're really not good at putting it on, you can actually get, it's like a latex thing that you can put all around your nail, and it'll make cleanup easier, because obviously it's just latex, so you would just paint your nails, you know, go through the whole thing. You could brush it on, you could sponge it on, it's gonna go everywhere, and then everywhere that's on your skin, you could just peel the whole thing off, and then it's nice and clean. I'm allergic to that stuff. So I have to be, unfortunately, just really good at putting it only on my nail and nowhere else. From the disposable finger gloves. I was told by a dentist who has a latex allergy is that if you use latex gloves too much, after a while your hands will start to get too irritated with it, and then you can just all of a sudden just gain a latex allergy. Fun fact. Because I was working in food service and they only use latex gloves. So yay! Okay, so there's a specific one for adhesives. I thought that was only for latex too, because I know I'm allergic to that too. It's enough, I've had it! Yeah, they're like, stop putting on gloves. It's in a dino phase. My little nephew is in a Mario and Sonic phase. So I have to do everything Mario and Sonic for him. I did go to the Japanese arcade and I won him one of those big giant Sonics and he was very excited. But I don't think he even cared that it came from me. I think he was just excited to have Sonic. Well, I started working when I was 12 in food service. So I had to start using gloves for a very, very long time, and I think just around the time that I hit like 30, my body just went, this is too much, and then just fucking was like, nope, I'm out of here. You can't do this anymore. Just can't. No more food service. You're done. No more gloves. So all the gloves that are in the house, they all have to be the crummy ones. They feel funny, the non-latex ones, so I wouldn't recommend them. But you can get non-latex gloves, but I can't put it on my fingers. So that's unfortunate. It really sucks. It's much cheaper. It's better than sewing for the military. It kind of is. Also, hi, dongers. Chat, can we all raise our dongers for Captain Dongers? For a 4-hour session? Well, when you're doing the 4 hours, it depends on if it's like you're doing both your feet and your fingernails. I think I've done a 3-hour one. Because then you get like a spa, you get like a foot bath, you get like, they'll scrape everything off the bottoms of your feet and stuff like that. I touched a lot of soldiers' balls, Jesus Christ. I think we did, I don't know if I could say that. I don't think I could say that one. Yeah, if it's like mani-pedi, scraping, because then you gotta put like all the lotion and everything, all the oil and stuff. It's a whole, yeah, I think I did a 2 or 3 hour one, but I don't think I could say the other one. I don't know what the, because I helped somebody with it, so I don't know what the contract was. I don't know, but I got a serger out of it. Chat, do you ever just have somebody hit you up and be like, hey, you sew, right? Can you help me with something? And then be like, I'll trade you for a serger. No, I know you didn't, but it's so funny. How did I put this one back? Alright, you're going away. Sorry, buddy. I just, sometimes people will just hit me up and they're like, hey, I got this contract. I know you sew, right? And I'm like, yeah. I'm like, can you help me? And then they just go, well, here's this thing that I'm going to trade you for because I can't actually pay you for it. And I'm not allowed to ask questions about what it was that I was sewing. That's happened a couple of times. What is my life, chat? What is my life? They were like, just sew this. The $10.55 an hour? I wish I made $10.55 an hour. Well, let's think about it. If I, what was it, 20 hours of work and I got a serger out of it? How much is a serger? Like 300 bucks? What's 20 divided by 300? 15. What was that, $5 an hour? I mean, yeah, that sounds like a government job. I don't know, I wasn't allowed to ask any questions, I just had to sew. It was really easy, and I got to use one of my friends' sergers. So I was like, this is kind of exciting. And she was like, I mean, for this job, I will give you the serger. And I was like, you don't need it? She's like, no, the amount of money that I'm making from this, I'm gonna buy a new serger. And I was like, okay. For those of you that don't know what a serger is, it's not this sewing machine, it's a specialized one that you can get. And it's, you know when you look on the insides of your shirts, and there's like the 3 loopy, kind of sewing stitches going all the way? All the way down like the insides and stuff. Hold on, do I have one here? Yeah, kind of like this, where it's all of this. And it kind of goes over and above. And it's got all this crummy, that's a serger. That's a special kind of machine that has 4 needles that does it for you, which is kind of fancy. So. They never recognized my effort. Well, because then they're like, well, you're reliable. Because I had the same exact thing that happened. They were like, well, you're reliable, and I know you could be left here, and I won't have to train somebody else to do your job. That's exactly why. But yeah, I would have left too. See, I don't know how yours broke. You'll have to send it to me at some point. I'll have to try and fix it. I think most sergers are not too bad to fix. I think you can probably whack it with a wrench a couple of times. No, I'm joking. Do not whack your serger with a wrench. They're very fine, delicate pieces of equipment. You're trying to get multiple needles going at the same way at the same time. You have to be very specific when you're tuning it. Spencer coming right up. No, don't whack the sewing machine either. Don't break your machine. It's a nice machine. It's very pretty. It's just a little singer, and I use it for when I make clothes. Because it also has a little function so that if you're sewing, for example, it's got a little knife attached to it. And when you have the little knife, if you have all your additives, so all of this, as you're sewing it through. So I'll just put this through and then it'll actually trim all that for me. Yeah. Oh, the compressed air ones, like a baby lock. The air threaders. I love those ones. I love the air threaders. They're so pretty. And they're so nice. Then you never have to thread a sewing machine ever again. You just go whoop and it just goes through. I like those ones. So I know exactly what you're talking about. I had one of the ladies that I worked with that had one. And fun fact, if you ever get one of the air threader ones, one of the baby locks, or any of those fancy ones, you can actually take all the pieces from a Brother branded machine and they'll fit in baby locks and you don't have to replace everything. It's great. It's great. There's a massive spool. See, I kind of like having the smaller machines because my roommate had a $5,000 giant full swing arm one. That one was too scary. Can I be honest? That one was really scary. Like, you put your finger through that, you're losing your finger. This thing was... I want to say it's maybe like 3/4 of the size of this bench. And when we had to move into an apartment, that was the first thing that she said was that I need to get rid of this machine because it is not going to fit in an apartment. And oh boy, did it not fit in an apartment. Chat, just get a nice home sewing machine. Even if you're doing like any of this professional or anything like that, those big scary ones are way too scary and really not worth the amount of money that you're putting on there. When you could just honestly, at a certain point, throw out your home machine and buy a new home machine for less than the cost of fixing that thing. Alright, let's see if we can put this on. So this is just, we're putting these things onto the bottoms of the feet. I can't see that. Hold on, chat. I'm sorry, I can't see it. I think it's stuck. It is, it's stuck on the fucking pin. Okay. Okay, it is still stuck on the pin. It's just a pin. Just go over it. It's fine, I promise. Machine, you could do it. There we go. Alright, chat, we got it. See, that's why I was saying, I don't think the second camera's worth it. I think it's just... You're still not seeing anything, you're just seeing a needle going up and down. They were made in Japan. I think most are. Because even this machine has all Japanese characters. Because it's a home machine that's meant for Japanese moms to... You know how you have to, like... put a ribbon, sewing machine that sews by itself. There's a couple of them. They're gonna be not proper for home use because you have to computerize them. And I don't think most people have the ability to actually code them in such a way for home use to actually have it sew automatically. I think it's cheaper instead of paying somebody to code the entire thing to sew for you than it is to just have somebody do it. and not spend the amount of time to code the entire thing to just sew, because then you're still gonna have to feed it anyway. Alright, chat, here we go. See? Again? So now this is gonna be the bottom of the foot, so it's gonna go like this. So this is gonna be essentially this paw pad like this. So if I was the dragon, sorry that I need 3 fingers, then it's gonna look like this. So this is the bottom, this is the palm, I think is what this is. Alright, you're going back in the pile. Chat, 3 more. But sometimes it's cheaper to just have somebody sew and just run it all through than it is to actually code the machine to do it. Because I think if I remember right, I think some of those programs run off of Windows XP, doesn't it? I hate saying it like that. Don't some of them run off of XP? Which is why there's such a big market for trying to get like Windows XP and very old processor parts and stuff, because they can't update it. Because there is no updating it. Am I wrong? Am I talking out of my ass? Can somebody correct me? I thought that's a thing. Because I think that's why there's now a big thing in machining for a lot of those micro PCs that run off of Windows XP and stuff like that. Because then they could just plug it in and then they could put all of their programs back on and have them actually work. Instead of having this big giant thing. Okay, so it was XP. Alright, see? There you go, chat. Chat, I learned something! They don't want to deal with Cortana. No, I think they don't want to deal with the surveillance system that is Cortana and also Copilot. Like, it's a program that still works. You just press the button and it goes. You don't have to update it. You don't have to rerun code. It just exists. I hate saying it like that. I hate Cortana. I also hate Cortana. Hi, Mousy. Welcome back. That's the first thing I disable. Okay, chat. I wasn't paying attention, and apparently last month, my computer updated and put back on the Windows fucking Xbox Game Bar bullshit. So I think my computer should run a lot better now that I don't have the Windows fucking Game Bar running. I love Cortana. What the hell is wrong with you? You know what? To be fair, though, I think Cortana's probably still better than Copilot. They've integrated into Teams? Why? Why? Hold on, I dropped one. Hold on. Fuck! I can't reach it. Got it. Halo Cortana's better than actual. Could you imagine, for just a second, chat, run it on my sewing machine? Absolutely not. Chat, can we think for a second how different the world would be if it was just random game companies that also went, here's this random character that, I think is amazing, and I want to base an entire AI system off of to make people's lives easier. But it was Sega. And instead we have fucking Chun-Li or something stupid instead of Cortana. You're Sonic. Chat, let's think about this for a second. Or let's think it's fucking Capcom. And it's fucking Alucard or some stupid shit. Let's think about that for a second. How did we not end up in that timeline? How did we end up where now it's this love letter to Cortana, but we couldn't get fucking, I don't know, Chun-Li or something? We couldn't have fucking Leon Kennedy that everyone has to deal with. And everyone's like, man, fucking Leon sucks. Why do we have it installed on every computer? fucking this is the energy drink coming out. Where did this come from? Can we think about that for a second? How close were we to some other random video game character? Just being installed on all of our computers that we're like, man, this one sucks. Yes, fucking Wesker. You will give me a first aid spray. Umbrella was gonna have me all set up. I can't believe you broke Umbrella. And he's just bitching about Umbrella. It was stupid. Oh my god. Oh my god, I'm sorry, that really cracked me up. Oh my god, yeah, Steam did it. Oh my god, it's the fucking one of the guys from Team Fortress. Probably it'd probably be the spy. Could you imagine if all of our AI was run all of our AI in Windows was instead run by the spy from Team Fortress? Gentlemen, it's just a picture of him with all the fucking cigarettes in his mouth. Oh man, sorry, that cracked me up. Holy shit. Oh man, that was funny. Chat, why can't we be in that fucking timeline? Oh man. Oh, that's such a stupid thing. Alright, I'm feeling better. Alright, we got 2 more claws. Let's put these together. Before I go over some of the weird tangent. I'm sorry, I've been thinking about this recently. Because I'm just like, man, Cortana sucks, and I have to uninstall it every single time that my computer updates. And then I was like, oh my god, now Windows, Xbox, Game Bar. And then I was like, what other Windows things are there? What other Xbox games? And I was like, man, we could have had Banjo-Kazooie instead of Cortana. And then I went, oh wait, what if it was somebody else? They did it with Miku. A chili hot dog? I'm sorry, I will forever remember that era of just... Apparently people are calling that the Renaissance of Miku now. Is, the fucking time of, the fucking chili cheese hot dogs. Or no, wait, was it bacon wrapped hot dog? What was it? I think it was bacon wrapped hot dog. Where she was really excited, there was just all these stupid commercials. Oh my god, chat, do you remember? Was it Toyota? Can somebody go find all of them on YouTube and link it for somebody so I don't look stupid? Because I know there's gonna be somebody that's like, Q, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I think it's a bacon wrap hot dog, isn't it? Somebody just go find, I think it was Toyota. I think it was Toyota, where they just had American commercials, and it was just fucking Hatsune Miku, and she was just like, oh my god, a bacon wrap hot dog, and they were trying to sell Toyotas, it's just Hatsune Miku. I don't know if that was better, or the fucking Domino's commercial. Hi Ren, hi Raiders, I'm sorry, I'm losing my mind. Hey, welcome to a sewing stream. Hi everybody. Oh my god, I'm gonna lose my mind. Hi! Hey, it's like 1:30 in the morning for a lot of you, so if any of you guys gotta go, I completely understand. But hi, welcome in. I know, look, RTX is on. We've actually got actual graphics here in Sewing Machine Simulator. Isn't this great? I'm sorry I was talking about Hatsune Miku. I wish I was joking. Do you guys know what I'm talking about? Do you guys remember the era where Hatsune Miku was trying to sell you a Toyota? Do you guys know what I'm talking about? It's capable of mind-boggling effects. Yeah, like, oh man, look at these scissors. Well, because there was the... How do I explain this? How did we come to this? Hold on, wait, let me... Hold on, wait, do I have to go this way? I think I have to go this way, hold on. Hold on. Chat, you guys should have all followed Ren yesterday. But now's a good time to. Yeah, it was around the same time as the fucking Domino's commercials, yeah! where she used to dance on the pizza box, except Toyota was like, we want her to sell cars. It was the same era. How stupid was this? Sorry, we were talking about how weird it is that we have Cortana, and then I said, what if it was like Castlevania or Wesker or something? Oh my god, and they just eat pizza because it was funny. No, they had an entire episode where they made a giant pizza. It wasn't just that they eat pizza, it was they had an entire episode where they did nothing pertaining to the plot, but Cece was like, oh my god, and they made an entire giant pizza, and then she fell in the pizza, and then she was just eating pizza. It wasn't just that there was 60% of the anime, there was an entire episode just about a giant pizza. This is why I hate Code Gay Ass. It's so stupid. It's such an awful thing. God, such pretty character designs because I love Clamp so much, but why was there an entire episode about pizza? I don't remember this. He probably blocked it out. Oh my god. Oh my god. Yeah, Bunny's right. I think all of my streams are fever dreams. So hi everybody. Hey, if any of you guys gotta go after Ren's stream, I completely understand. We're just sewing. We're making a giant dragon, so that's the thing that's next to me, that little black and red guy. It's gonna be big. It's gonna be about 2 feet, or approximately 2/3 of a meter. And right now we're attaching all of the claws. So, because we're CC, we love pizza. Oh man, I hope that show never comes back. Yeah, I am making a plushie. I swear we're actually doing something. I swear we are. Chat, did I ever tell you about the time? How do I describe this? How do I describe this? How do I describe this? It's such a... We were talking about earlier how I have such a weird life. And weird shit always happens to me. Chat, did I ever tell you about when I lost consciousness and I thought my friend's statue of Lelouch Lamperouge was running past a sunset? You know how some people always talk about, you know, like when you pass out, you see like all kinds of stuff, or when you're dying, that your life flashes before your eyes? Excuse me, what? Okay, so for context, I'm allergic to a lot of things, and we didn't know that I was allergic to a lot of things for a very long time. I would just go completely beet red, we couldn't figure it out, I would just get random hives. I was at my high school graduation. This... I'm gonna stand up for the statue of a ghost. Okay, Oh, Ghost from Call of Duty. No, I get it. Yeah, that sounds about right. So I had a friend of mine drag on the outfit. If we could figure out how to make clothes for him, it's probably gonna take all week to make this guy. What kind of story did I come back to? Okay, so at my high school graduation, I got in the car afterwards, and I started breaking out pretty severely. And we thought that I was allergic to the polyester thing that I was wearing for my graduation, right? Like, we were all wearing white because we were graduating. That was the whole point of it. So they gave us these cheap-ass polyester gowns, and we thought that I was allergic to polyester. No, as it turns out, I was allergic to dust. We were at the very old State Theater, and people were hitting and smacking the curtains because they thought it was funny, so you got like 150 years worth of dust raining upon everyone. So I get in the car, we don't know this, and I'm covered in hives. And I go to get out of the car, and my mom, on the way home, called the neighbor who was a nurse. Yes, I'm allergic to dust. I'm also allergic to mold. I'm allergic to dust mites. I got a laundry list. It's like this long. And latex, we talked about that. I'm allergic to a lot of food. So we tried to take off my gown because we really thought that I was allergic to that. And I remember getting out of the car, and I remember half taking it off of my arms, and then I don't remember anything else. And I saw... This is gonna sound terrible. A friend of mine had one of the stupid statues of Lelouch. And it was a pointing one, and I hated this thing. And I made fun of it incessantly, because I hated the series. It was so stupid. I thought it was one of the dumbest things. I thought the character designs were amazing, because I love Clamp. But I was like, it doesn't fit the theme. It's not fun. It's really stupid. There's a lot of filler episodes. It doesn't make any sense. It was trying to go based off of the popularity of Death Note at the time. And so my friend would torture me with this, and we were going off to college the next year and was like, I'm bringing Lelouch with us. And I was like, I don't want to have this fucking thing in my goddamn dorm room. I was like, please leave it at home. I hate this series so much. And the whole next year would just take, because there was one where he's pointing, would just pivot him so he was always pointing at me. And I was like, I hate this fucking thing so much. So I was pissed. My mom went to go and help me take off my gown. And I don't remember anything after that. I remember a sunset. You know, like when Lion King is opening up where it's like the black sunset and there's like the orange behind it. I remember that, and then I remember that stupid statue running. Chat, most people when they're having a near-death experience, their life flashes before their eyes, or they remember something good. I remembered this goddamn statue from fucking Code Geass. I don't know why. To this day, this happened back in 2009, and I couldn't tell you. I could not tell you why I decided that the thing that was gonna flash through my mind after I lost consciousness, I lost all the oxygen to my brain, and I went into pure fight or flight, and I took off. And then I passed out in the driveway, and I smashed up my entire face. But, yeah, that's the one with the soup at it. Yes, that Lelouch. Yes, the soup store, that is fucking Lelouch Lamperouge. Not the brown-haired guy, the one with the black hair. The other one. Yeah, that was my death flashback. I probably, in some weird other timeline, probably died during that. And that's my last thing that I saw is Lelouch Lamperouge running. I don't know why. And I hate it. It is the worst part of my life. And I got so mad at my friend afterwards because they came to visit me in the hospital, and I was like, you were throwing out that fucking statue. She's like, why? What's wrong with it? And I had to explain, and she thought it was the funniest thing, and she's like, no, even doubly I'm bringing it with me. Chat, do you ever have a near-death experience about an anime? Thanks, Ron. Chat, everybody drink some water. Oh my god, that's why I was like, how the fuck do I explain this story? How do you explain you had a near-death experience and you thought of Lelouch? This fucking statue, this stupid, cheapo, $30 fucking bootleg shitty statue of Lelouch Lamperouge from Code Geass running in front of a sunset. He's my guardian angel. Shut up. Absolutely not. I never want to see this guy ever again. It's absolutely awful. Oh my god. Alright, I need to drink some water. Hold on, chap. Holy shit. Oh my god. Chat, how do you explain that to someone? Chat, anyone else ever... Anyone else ever have that happen to him? Is it just me? Oh my god. That we don't just go into an afternight, we switch to another universe. That's even worse, because then I switch to this fucking Code Geass universe. I'm gonna turn into this fucking dude that needs therapy that just goes around fucking killing people. That's even worse. That's even worse. Fuck. What a shitty afterlife. Oh my god, that sucks, chat. No, seriously, is anybody else? Is it just me? Am I the only one that's this crazy, chat? Oh my god. I'll keep a Lelouch kill count. Great. Here, I'm just gonna put this here. Because then it won't cover the second camera. Holy shit, hey, remember we were sewing? It's just you, great. Anyone, please. Anyone at all, please make me feel better. Combat not being weighty, give tension to encounters. It just... How to put it? I always compare it to Gundam Seed because that came out at the same exact time. And it's Fever Dream Death Note. Oh my god. Well, that's why I was saying it was based off of the popular that was Death Note that was like, hey, we need some cool stuff to kind of shake up the mecha genre because like Gundam Seed is kind of doing all well, but it's not doing great. And they're like, you know what? Let's just make Code Geass. Let's have Clamp make all of their character designs and make them all pretty. But then we're just gonna have this be like one of the most boring fucking shows ever. And not have any of the fun espionage that comes with a Gundam or any of the cool fights. And it's just all of us sitting in the Gundams and just yelling at each other from inside the Gundams instead of actually fighting. And having it be like a fucking stalemate of a chess match. Hold on. Excuse me. Chat, you ever get so upset about an anime you sneeze? Do you ever get so upset about an anime that you dream about it when you're having a near-death experience? Chad, it's literally one of the worst things I've ever watched. I hated it. It was so bad. It's just 5 minutes of the repositioning. Well, Orion didn't get a season 2 because it wasn't finished. And, it's not Kuriyuki, is it? No, the other one. Was like, hey, we're not gonna make a shitty ending like you guys did for Fullmetal Alchemist, so we're just gonna leave it at season 1. I don't remember much. Good, don't remember any of it. Otherwise, you're gonna have a near-death experience. Chat, here's the problem now, is now I describe this to you guys, and now you guys are just gonna use this as fodder, and just It's just to torture me with it. OG Fullmetal was pretty bad. It was very strange. The movie was also pretty strange. I know why they did it because it kind of pushed home the whole fact that it's supposed to be like an alternative universe and that this is what it was supposed to be based off of. But man, they didn't do a great job doing it. To be fair, I think the ending of the actual series also isn't that great, because it's just kind of like, yeah, we did it. Yeah, we did it. And then they just walk off. Like, it was also not good. So, we're not making a Lelouch. Absolutely not. We've already got the donkey emote. Let's stick with the donkey one. One more thing to torture me. Hey, I'm supposed to be sewing. So, chat, what we're doing is we're attaching the claws on the bottoms of the paws of the foot. Let's see. I think it was satisfying in its own right, because it was the actual one that was supposed to happen. I think Hiromu Arakawa did a good job with it. I think just the way that they animated it was just kind of weird. It was just like, alright, this is all good. Alright, this character's gone. This character's gone. This character's gone. This character's sad, but we're fine. We're all good. Alright, bye everybody. You're just like, what? Okay. Alright, let's see. I think I missed a little? I'm gonna quickly go over this real quick. It's just a little small section, I promise. I think it's just because this pin got in the way. I don't know how it ends. It's not with the commands you pose. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Alright, there we go. I also dislike Fullmetal Alchemist for another particular reason, but that one I can't really talk about. I've kind of alluded to it in a certain way with some of the people that I have had, fucking encounters with and things that are associated with such a thing, especially the American version, that, I'm just like, anything that I could do to not support any of these individuals involved, I will not do. Yeah, make your own ending. Good lord. I would still recommend it. It was such a very good thing. So, alright, chat, there we go. See, so this is how this is gonna be. So this is gonna be the paw pad at the very bottom. So this is the palm. So if I'm the dragon, this is what my hand's gonna look like. Although, wait, here, we need 3 claws. There you go. There you go, chat. Yeah! Chat, I am dragon. Product of the time. Yeah, kind of. Alright, chat, one more. And then next, it looks like we're actually going to be putting some of the legs together. So let's see if we could do that. It was better executed overall, but kind of... Yeah, see, it was very cookie cutter. So I like the weirdness of it. I think the weirdness of the movie, though, just... I like the movie. I love the movie. One of the voice actors was Obama. Yep. You got it. Which... I'm not telling that story either. I'm not telling that story either. That one's even worse. I think I'd rather you guys know about the near-death experience of Lelouch Lamperouge at the time that I had to fucking hide in a walk-in freezer. Who would Obama voice? Hitler. No, I'm joking. I'm joking. I'm joking. Do you guys not remember? Oh my god. It's crazy. Shut up, Belzy. Hi, Belzy. Listen, I had to go with it. It's such a weird movie. It's such a good movie. But man, it is such a weird movie because you're just not expecting it. And there's just randomly Hitler and you're like, what the hell, Full Metal? What the hell is going on? Why are you just like, yeah, you're about to give a speech? And you're like, what the fuck? It was definitely a product of his time. Wait, I remember that now? You don't remember that? You don't remember they just straight up just drew Hitler? It was World War II Germany. Oh my god, remember they were threatening to kill the Roma? Oh my god, do you not remember? Okay, chat. Next anime movie night, we're gonna watch the Fullmetal Alchemist movie. So that we can witness World War II Germany. And be just as confused as I was in, like, what was that, 2006, 2007, and just be like, why did they animate Hitler? Oh, chat. Man, anime was a weird time. I'd rather watch Galaxy Express 999, actually. I'd rather subject all of you guys to that and see who Captain Harlock is. I think that would be more fun. Alright, chat. Here's the last one. So let's put this together. So, I need to look at the instructions, but it seems like next we're making the legs. So this is gonna be a lot of weirdness going together. That it's mainstream. In the unless you went to a convention, you wouldn't get any actual merch anywhere. And so I got one of the pocket watches, but it's the incorrect one because it's bootleg. Me said Adolf Hitler is an FMA fan wiki page. It's feral. Oh my god. Chad, they would have never gotten away with that today. They never would have been like, yeah, let's just have an entire fucking movie where we just show Hitler. Oh man. Okay, so this is done. Let's go ahead and trim all of this. So I always trim all the extra crap because we don't need it. I always go as close as possible without actually cutting into it. But we don't need literally any of this. This is all just extra. Because that's why I draw exactly where it is that I'm gonna sew, just so I know that I don't need any of it. Alright. Chat, what are we doing? Hold on, I gotta pull out the other phone and fight with it. No, I'm making an emergency call? Chat, how do you work an iPhone? Do I have to, like, triple tap it or something? Why is that not working? I hit a button. Delete. Okay, I got it. Okay, pin inner back leg to body. This is one of the more difficult steps of the plush due to the hip gusset. So the gusset is that little triangle that I showed earlier. Besides the following written instructions, see the helpful links. I'm not opening a video. He doesn't have a dedicated page, only a small one shared with other people, thank God. Consider tracing the stitching line. Haha! Consider tracing the stitching line to the gusset of the body. Ensure that the notches are marked. I like to have the inner piece on the bottom beneath the body. What? Hi, Miss Fashion. Did we never have fourth? Wait, did we never have a second star? No, I think Ark did. This morning was a mess. Chat, this morning was an absolute mess. Okay. Pin inner back leg to body. Which one's that? Inner back. Wait, that's inner front. It was saved just for me. Yeah, all these hours later. Yep. He was also in the 2003 anime. I think he was in like I think he was mentioned in the last episode. I don't think he was in it. I think he was in the movie. I think he was mentioned. You'd have to go and look. Alright, here's the body. So chat, this is how big he is. This is the body. He is the length of the sewing machine. Plus the 3/4 length of the tail. Minus the size of the head. Inner back leg? So this is inner BL, so that must be it. And this is inner BL. Now where's the other body? Honorary mentions Adolf Hitler. Jesus Christ. Listen, anime was really weird in the mid-2000s, okay? Working on a Christmas dress? So many years ago, I watched... Oh, what the hell is her name? Angela Clayton. She went to Amish country and she got the most beautiful velveteen... it was pure black, and it had a gold flocking on it. And I will never be able to find it, and I'm very upset. And I just thought that it would be beautiful to turn into a nice little Christmas outfit, and just have that with like a very nice sheen black satin at the top. Have it with no arms. Oh, I think it would have been beautiful. It had a beautiful flocking all over it. I'll never find it, and I'm sad. She showed it off, and it has been my holy grail fabric that I will forever want, just for a Christmas dress that I'll wear one day and then never again. Fun fact. I am still jealous of this day, and I will never be able to find this fucking velveteen for the rest of my goddamn life. I am more horny, but in lower quality ways. Not as good as, oh shit. Not as good as Rosario 2 Vampire. You want a weird one? That one. Alright. So here's the body. It says, I like to have the inner leg piece on the bottom beneath the body. So it's not great. Don't watch it. Sorry, not to burst your bubble. It's not great. Don't watch it. With the right sides together, start by matching the double notch C. Is that C? Where the hell is C? Uh-oh. Matching the double notch C. Where the fuck is C? I have A. Oh, is this C? I think this is C. So are these two notches? Wait, why is there only one notch? Uh-oh. With the bottom of the belly on the body, point C. Oh, Jesus Christ. Pin up towards the point of the triangle, working your way, but stop about... Oh, God. I'm trying to look at the pictures. Match the double notch C? Pointing here? That's not C. I didn't write a C. Did I write a C on here? Wait, did I write a C somewhere? That's a D. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Rosario was amazing. Nappy, I don't know what the hell you're talking about. That's true. Not Vampire Night. I definitely watched Vampire Night as well. Rosario was just... How to put it? Had a good opening song. Can I do that? It had a good opening song. That was about it. Yeah, Vampire Night also had a really good opening. The ending too. Cause that was, oh my god. Is it Kari Wakashima, who was represented by Mana from Gact? Is that right? Right? Because I think it was Mana's oh man, I'm really digging in the depths of my mind. I think it was Mana's record label, I think, that found her and really liked her cello playing and then convinced her to be a pop idol. I wish I was joking. Man. Alright, how are we gonna do this? It has to be this piece. Because I think it goes like this, right? Is that K on the other side? Okay, so I got that. So we figured this out. Where the hell is this going? Chad, it says this is C. I didn't write a C on it. So am I starting from C? It says pin upwards towards the point of the triangle, but stop a ½ inch away. Leg is beneath the body. Hold on. Leg is beneath the body. I think this is supposed to be trimmed. I don't think we need that. I'm trying to look at the picture. Chat, look, there's a picture. I gotta figure this out. Pin upwards towards, but stop a ½ inch away. So I think we're only going up to here. Is that right? Wait, no, this is over here. Wait. Is this over here? I think this is here. I think we're just going from here to here. Is that right? Here to here. Where's C then? Which point is it over here? Match dots at point D. Match the dot at point D. Where's D? Oh man, chat. Oh no. So wait, let's work on this backwards. So I think we're going to trim this, because we don't need any of this. Chat, the first one's gonna look like shit, the second one's gonna be great. I promise. Have a fun nap. I think it's here. Because it says point C. Also, chat, there is still music going, right? Oh, thank God. Why is it low? But there is still music, thank God. We're gonna be here for a while. So I think this goes here. I think we're gonna go from C to here. And then I think we hit... It says match the dot at point D. The body will have a narrow seam allowance. The inner leg will have a normal seam allowance. Pin in place, but it could also be held in place. Do not pin any other part of the body yet. So I think we're just getting this tiny little bit first. I think we're just pinning from here to here first. Alright, let's see if I do this right. Let's see. Can I do it? Care for one of the worst jobs in fiction? What's that? Also, hi, Minecraft. Man, thank God you weren't here for the story earlier, because you would have made fun of me. Alright, let's see if I did this right. So it should be just here to here, right? Right? Does that seem right? Points at dot D. Begin sewing at C to circle D. So I think we're just sewing this. I think this is it. I think I got it. When you reach point D, stop and leave the needle and lift the presser foot. What? With the needle in the fabric, lift it and grab the inner leg and pivot it towards you. Oh, no. Oh, no, chat. Oh, no. What the hell does that mean? To refill the warp drives in 40k, so you do not live. They pump you full of meds so you live long enough just to do your job. That sounds like 40k. That was probably my favorite reaction to everyone seeing that they were doing the new 40k stuff, and they're like, yeah, the Emperor's not a good person. They're like, wait, the Emperor's not a good person? Like, wait, you're just now figuring this out? Alright, let's see. I think I did this right? Question mark? Name a fiction that's good? What were we just talking about? Not Rosario 2 Vampire. Sorry, Nappy. I think this is right. It's a little awkward, but I think this is right. I think this is what I gotta do. And then I think this goes to this. Give me gift sub, please. Thank you, Anonymous. Faction? Oh, faction. Oh, then yeah, no. The Tyranids are good guys? I don't think any of them are. Chat, can we please debate? I argue that the Space Wolves are furries. Leave needle in. Rotate the inner leg towards you using the needle as the pivot point. Lift the presser foot, grab the inner leg, and pivot it towards you. Unpin the area you just sewed. Grab it and move the bulk to the left so you can see the side. Oh god. Sew the single notch side of the body and inner leg. Body and inner leg. So am I just going down the back of the leg now? I think that's what it wants. Okay. Because of your reading comprehension. Would you leave me alone? I thought you said fiction. Sorry. I really such generic soup. Jesus Christ. I wholeheartedly agree with you. They're furries. Well, no, they're people that are choosing to become wolves. They are space furries. They could be human, but then they choose to be wolves instead. No, they're not Vikings. They're furries. Alright, I think we start from here. Alright, so chat, let's see if I do this right. So, we're gonna start from here on this side. We're gonna pivot to this point. Keep the needle down. Take this whole thing, unravel it, pin it, and then go all the way down until we hit here, I think. I think until we hit the bottom claw. Yeah, it wants us to go until we hit the bottom claw. When you're done, the hip gusset should be sewn into the body and the front of the leg should be sewn down to the tip of the claw. There should not be any gaps or wrinkles. This is a result of keeping a narrow seam. Repeat with the other leg. Okay. I think I got it. I think I got it. I think we're just gonna go with it, chat. See, that is furry behavior. I fight with people all the time. They're like, no, they're not furries. No, they choose to be wolves. They don't have to be wolves all the time. There are absolutely members of the Space Wolves that choose to be wolves 24/7. Those people are furries. Chat, they're furries. Chat, 100%, they are furries. Alright, so we're gonna start here. We're gonna go until point D over here in this inner bit, and then we're gonna unpin everything. So... No, I just like pissing everybody off by being like, space furries are wolves. Or wolves are just space furries. People get mad at me. They are furries. Luna, sorry, Bunny, would you also agree that the space wolves of 40K are just furries? They're really closeted furries. The only time that I've ever played an actual, like, proper tabletop game of 40K, we played on Tabletop Sim, and I thought it would be funny. So now we're gonna pick this up. We're going to pivot this towards us. I'm going to unpin this so we have some more manipulation. So let me pull all this out. I played as the Space Wolves, and I originally wanted to be only wolves, and I was told that no, I do actually need a commander, one single human. So I had one single human who was in charge of all of these wolves. And I had them, instead of actually doing anything, I thought it would be really funny to have them act like actual wolves, and so I took my action turns to have them, like, shit and piss and throw up all over the field as if they were actual, like, actual dogs. And, I thought it was really funny. And then, like, I had one that just, like, threw up. And then I had another dog come over and eat the other one's puke. I thought it was really fucking funny. It was such a dumb joke. And my friend was like, you're not gonna take this serious, are you? And I was like, what are you talking about? I was like, they're just wolves, right? Yeah, he just threw up, and then he went and the other one went over and ate the other one's throw up, and that was his action phase. Was he went over to the other wolf's throw up and ate it, and then he threw up, and then I had another one pissing over in the corner, and meanwhile there's just the one human who's trying to, like, actually fight, and he's trying to convince the other wolves to fight, and he's just like, he's trying to treat it as like a role play, but actually following 40K rules. And I think I pissed off who I was playing with. I thought it was really funny. And then I wanted to actually do that as an actual army. And I think we calculated, I think it would cost me like $5,000 to buy all those wolves. Yeah, they were starting to mark their territory. They're just pissing and shitting everywhere. I thought it was really funny. Just treat them like actual dogs. I was like, they're living out their furry dreams. Leave them be. It's so stupid. Chat, don't play 40K with me. Chat, do not play 40K with me. That's the stupidest thing I've ever done in my life. Alright. I am going to... I'm sorry, that other camera is going to be useless. I'm going to pull this towards me. Because I need to keep this in the machine, and I need to pin this all the way up so that I can make sure, I know this seems really stupid, that the needle's not going to pop out of this point. So I'm hoping that I'm following these instructions correctly. I don't want to open the video. I could open the video, but I don't want to. I think I'm following what Shifty is saying to do. Chat, I think I could be smart. I think I could figure this out. I think I could do this. We're just sewing up this entire back of the leg over here. From this point. Oh boy. Hold on. As a non-40k, that makes me want to play 40k with you. It's just gonna be me playing wolves and just have them pissing and shitting everywhere. My friend was like, I felt really bad because by the end it was just him just gunning down a whole bunch of just wolves because he was playing as, oh my god. I think he was playing Imperial Guard. So he had all these great tanks and shit, and meanwhile I just got all these wolves standing there and he's like, it was like shooting fish in a barrel and I felt really bad. It's like, that was the whole point of it. I thought it was really fun. I was like, do something a little different. Take it not seriously. So I didn't take it seriously. I just had a bunch of wolves just acting like dogs and just standing on a battlefield. Chat, don't play with me. Don't play 40k with me. Alright. I think I got this. I might be able to stick one more pin here. Man, this is gonna be really rough to sew. I don't know how the hell I'm gonna do this. I wonder if I could put a notch here a little bit more. So I can get a little bit better manipulation on this one piece. Not like One Piece the anime. Because I think I should be able to get these together. How the hell are you supposed to sew this? Hold on, do I have to manipulate this way? What? How do you... Hi, Proton. Chat, how the fuck does this work? How do you... Do I open this? What? Am I crazy? God damn it, I can't open the fucking iPhone! Arrgh! How do you open it? Okay, got it. Shift fabric to exposed single notch side. Rotate the inner leg towards you. Unpin the area you just sewed. Grab it and move the bulk of it to the left so you can see the side with the single notch. The inner leg should remain in place, pointing towards you. Align the single notch. How do I get it to sew without sewing all the rest of it on? Chat, it's time for a break. Everybody stand up, stretch, unshrimp. Well, I read this. I can't figure this out, chat. Ow. I'm trying to get the middle. I'm trying to get the middle picture. How the fuck? Wait, single notch. Okay, so that's correct. So I'm just sewing over this? Wait, put the bulk towards here. But then how do I physically sew that? Do I just shove all of this under? But then it's gonna sew through that piece. Oh god. No, not another donkey. We're making the 2-foot-long dragon. He's about 2/3 of a meter. I don't get this. I'm gonna sew the pieces together. No, we're not making any more donkeys. We've made like 3 of them. I have one more if we end up fundraising my chair, and then I think that'll be it. How the hell do you sew this together? Where do I commission you? My commissions are closed because I still have a whole bunch of things I gotta do. Align the single notch. The body will be, but it'll taper back. Pin along the remaining edge down to the claws. I aligned the single edge. So wait, do I just shove this back underneath? You know what? I'm pulling the needle. I'm pulling the needle. This is not gonna work. This is not gonna work. F. No, I have too many things that I gotta do. I still gotta finish a whole VTuber doll and everything. And, finally get that off my to-do list. I think I've just been very... How to put it? Alright, we're just gonna do this instead. I understand what it was trying to do, but I'm just gonna do it where I'm gonna start from that notch anyway, but with all of this being off to the side. So it's still gonna do the same thing. It may just be a little bulky, but I'll fill your slots, thanks. I think my biggest problem has been recently is that I've been having a lot of people reaching out to me, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. All right, we're just gonna do it like this, chat. Now you guys should be able to see. How's that? Wait, no. Now my phone's in the way. Hold on. There we go. See, this is why I was like, this camera angle is not gonna give you anything. No, I think my problem is that I've been having a lot of people reaching out to me. And, that's fine and dandy. But when those people reach out to me, they don't think about how much they're asking for in comparison to everybody else. Because everyone else goes, here's 1 plush. And then I have other people that are like, hey, can you just make 7? Hey, can you make 6? Can you make 5? How about 10? And I'm like, that's not how this works. Now I can't open up to anyone else because of that. So I think I'm gonna start setting a single limit to every single person that I speak to from now on and be like, I'm making you 1 thing and 1 thing only, and that's it. I'm no longer doing this. Hey. I see you do this. How about making 9 of them? Can you make 20? Because I think after a while, I think the problem is that I overestimate how long it's gonna take. Alright, I think we got it. I think I did this as best as I could. Oh. Alright, it doesn't look half bad. It probably could have been better. I somehow got some of the other fabric stuck in here, but I think I could just trim that. Oh. Chad, I think I did that. Okay, no, alright, so I could just do it my way a little bit. Like, I see what Shifty was meaning. I think my machine isn't able to do that, because, the presser foot that Shifty is using is totally different from mine. Mine bunches a whole bunch of the fabric, so I'm not gonna be able to follow it completely. I have had some people who have reached out to me who are like, hey, can I have you make 20 or 50 of these and then I sell them to my community? And I'm like, I don't think you're understanding just how much work that's going to be and how long that's going to take me. Like, I'm not... I do not have the ability to kind of do absolutely nothing else but make 50 of these for you. I have had people reach out to me for that. And I'm like, that's not appropriate for a home sewer. You're looking for something that, like, a manufacturer would do, and they're gonna charge you a lot. So, I think I'm gonna be putting a limit from now on. Just to kind of avoid that. And I get the point in asking, but man, is that overwhelming to be like, that's a lot. Like, think about what you're asking, please. Don't just open up with, hey, I want to sell these to my community. Can you make me 50? No. That's not what someone can do at home. I'm sorry. That's a lot of supplies, and that's a lot of time, and that's a lot of effort. That's much better suited for an entire team who kind of has the capabilities to do all of that. I do not. They're like, but it's only 50. Yeah, but think about how much you'd be charging and how much you'd be spending and how much time I'll be spending. All right. I think I got it, chat. I think... Oh! clean it up a little bit. Oh, there we go. Can I get a donkey for everyone? Absolutely not. Especially because I cannot sell that much with all these patterns. A lot of these patterns are for personal use or just for like a couple of these, not for like a big major thing like that. Like you have to pay somebody to actually make the patterns for you then. All right, there we go. All right. It doesn't look bad. I probably could have done that better. You could definitely see where I just trimmed that little piece that got stuck in there. But I mean, this is just for me. Chat, there we go. We got one leg. Now we gotta do the same thing on the other side. Although, chat, Saribot said everybody has to get up. So chat, everybody get up. Let's stretch really quick. I will leave you guys here for a minute. Here, you guys can look at the nice leg that I worked on. There you go. Chat, look at that beautiful leg. I need more hours in a day. I need more hours in a week or a month. Because then they're like, yeah, can you get this done in like a month? No. So chat, everybody get up, stretch. I'm covered in minky. I am covered in fur. It is kind of horrendous. So chat, everybody else get up, go fill your waters, go take a quick stretch. I'll be back here in like 2 minutes. You guys just enjoy the music and I'll be right back. Chat, look at that leg. I did a leg. I can also shake off a little bit. Chat, I'm back. I have an important thing. Oh, are you gonna purr? Chat, I have a cat. Chat, there is a cat. This is very important. Hi, buddy! Hi! Oh, you're so cute! You can't look out the window, buddy. Chat, he's gonna try and look out the window. He is not allowed to look out the window. He's gonna be very mad. Are you mad? Yeah, are you mad? Come here! Come here, cat. No? You wanna jump down? Hi! Hi, good cat! No, come here. People want to see you. Come back. Come here, buddy. Don't make me chase you. Come here. Come here. Hi. He took me straight over to the bird because he wants to play bird. Well, you just gotta say hi, buddy. Okay. There you go. You can say hi over there. It was just gray cat. Oh Oh man, no, he does not care. He wants to play bird. Hi eggs, hi acrylic. That's all he wants. We were talking about this earlier. He came and jumped up earlier. There's ooh, I wonder if I could bring his bird over here. Come here, buddy. Come here. So I bought these cheapo birds from the dollar store. They're these little plastic things with feathers. This is all it is. And he's been very excited about it. Do you want to come get the bird? Is that your birdie? Is that a birdie? Oh, he's looking. Come here, come get it. Come here. Come here. Where's your bird? Where's the bird? He has the biggest eyes right now. Come here, come get the bird. You gonna attack the bird? Where's he going? He's waiting. Is it over here? Did you get your bird? Come here. Now where's the bird? Hold on. Is your bird? Is that your board? Show off that punkaboo you made. You made it. Is it your birdie? Jenny's so happy for this dollar bird. He's so happy for this single dollar bird. I paid $1 for this bird and this is the best thing in the world. Get your bird. Get him. He just likes it because of the feather. Where is it? Chat, all this for this bird. See the bird? He's just poking at it every so often. It is a new catch tree because of this stupid bird. He's too cute. Look at him. He's perfect. He is the most perfect little guy in the world. Yeah, $200 cat tree, plays with the box. Plays with a Q-tip. Sally used to play with hair ties. We'd buy her so much stuff. The second there was a hair tie, everything was off. You were throwing that hair tie for her. Hey, bud! Birdie, birdie! Where is he? How's he so tall? So he's on an ottoman. I have one for my legs, because I can't sit here for too long without my legs being up. Are you leaving? Are you all done? You want me to throw the bird? You ready? Wah! There we go. Now he's happy. Now he's gonna go kill it, chat. Hold on. He's gonna go kill the bird. Yep, he's got it. Now I have an ottoman right here, so he's laying on top of it. Because I can't keep my legs on the ground for that long. I'm actually 3'6". No, the workbench is as low as it can go. And I think it goes to like 4 feet tall or something like that. So it's really small. And he's actually a very big cat. Like, I don't know if you could tell. He's a big thing. She's 6. No, I'm, Hi, Hi, buddy. Oh, now he's sad. He wants to play bird more. No, buddy, I'll play with you later. I'm sorry. He was all cute. He was warm. He now lays in front of the heater. That's the main one in the living room. And so he steals all the warmth, so whenever I go over there, I like to pick him up and move him so that the room will actually get a little bit of warmth for a little bit instead of him stealing it all. So he's really warm when you pick him up, which is great, but then everywhere else is cold. Because he's just sitting right in front of the heater. This piece of shit. Alright, chat, back to work. No, not 6 inches. I am 5 foot tall. You leave me alone. Chat, 2.5 of these dragons are my height. I wish I was joking. 2.5 of these... 2.5 of these dragons are my height. 4 foot tall. Alright, so we got one leg done. Quite happy about that. It could have been better, but I think it's pretty nice. It's at least together. That's better than I probably could have done without watching the video. Let's see. Some of the stuff left over from this when I was actually embroidering it, so I should probably clear that. But yeah, no, the punkaboo that you sent is over on the other table because the cat likes sniffing it. So if I put it over here, my drawing tablet is actually stored in here, and he likes trying to jump on it. So I gotta keep it away from there. It's a whole thing. Alright, that should be fine. Like, there's some of it kind of sticking out weirdly, but, I mean, I could trim it. Hold on. There, see, now you won't tell. Now there's a little bit of a hole. Whoops. Chat, nobody's gonna be looking at this. This goes to me. He is a classic cat. Like, something that shouldn't be here. Yep, let me try and jump on it. Whatever's here, I'm jumping on it. I mean, that looks like a pretty good leg. Okay. So chat, let's see if we could try and do that with the other side. And make it look not as shit. Let's see how that goes. So, this is all good. I could throw this back over here. Where's the other one? Here's one. Where's... inner back leg? Is that correct? Was it inner back leg? Wait, I just threw that. Yes, inner back leg. Okay. Chad, this is why when you're cutting out your pattern pieces, you write what the hell it is. So we're gonna try doing the same exact thing. So once again, I'm going to trim all the way up here. So it'll be a little bit easier to kind of manipulate this in the machine, hopefully. So we are going to pin from here down to here, hopefully. Here it is over here. From here to here. So we're going to do this bottom bit first, then pin to here. This is where our sewing needle is going to stop again. I'm going to see if I could try and pivot it this time, see if I could do that a little bit better now that I've actually trimmed this. I wonder if I should trim it here as well. Maybe that'll give me a little bit more manipulation, but I'm not sure. Am I doing the right side? C to D? I think I'm an idiot. Yes, that is correct. Alright, good. I did it right. I'm just gonna trim this off really quick. Also, chat, we'll go for like another hour and a half. Hopefully I actually make some progress instead of going off on random tangents. I'm so sorry. It's because I had an energy drink today because I didn't sleep well. I think that's what's going on. So we're going to do the same thing. So we're going to put a needle here at this point C to this point C. And then we're going to go all the way up to D. So let's see if we could do this. Put this whole thing together. I don't think we need to stop the pinning. I think I'll just put that point at D. I think it's just to give us a little bit of extra manipulation when we go to pivot this, maybe. But unfortunately, I think I just had too much fabric and I wasn't going to be able to actually keep it going like you're supposed to. So I definitely think that's user error, and I think that's definitely down to my machine not being able to take that much bulk. So Chad, if you have a better sewing machine, you'll probably be able to do it the correct way that Shifty is saying to do it. So, let's see. So if I pin this, so we're gonna go up this little point. We're gonna stop here. So let's see if I can do this again. Because it wants it to go like this. Chat, maybe I'll do it this time? Let's see. Maybe. Okay. Up to here. All of this seems right. I'll go back a little bit. Alright, so sewing all the way up to here. Okay. So we're here at point D. We're gonna do the same thing. I'm going to pull all these pins again. I think this one might actually work the correct way. I think. I think it was literally just me. Ow. Wait. Hold on, there's a pin that's stuck. Hold on. Chat, this is what the long nails are for. Is then I could just shove the pin through. So now I'm going to take this. I'm going to try pulling it so that I'll be able to sew going this way. Let's see if I could do this. So let's try pinning to here at these notches like you're supposed to. I think I might not be able to do it this way either. I think that might not work. Yeah, I don't think that's gonna work. Because once again, we're having the same problem where my machine is just gonna sew through all the pieces that you don't want to sew through. So, unfortunately, I'm just gonna have to pull it again. It's a smart idea. It is gonna help with reducing a lot of the bulk. It's just, it's not gonna work well on mine. So let me trim this so that hopefully I'll be able to get more of this through. It's just extra fabric we don't need. It's not anything that's important. So keeping that there, then we're gonna take this whole piece and we're gonna shove this through. Okay, this one actually might look better than the other one. Oh, chat, this one might actually look better than the other one. Oh, chat, I might have actually done this better. Oh, chat, I'm gonna be so proud of myself. Ah! Finally! It'll look alright. So, this little bit right here, this little fuzzy thing, this is actually an extra piece that was left over from this side. Mine was sticking through. That's what I kept trimming on the other attempt. So I think hopefully I got it better this time, that it might actually do it correctly. And I won't have a big piece of raw edge just kind of sticking through the joint. We obviously don't want that. So that one is 100% a me thing. That one was definitely my error. That is not the fault of the pattern. So we're gonna put this claw together again. I like going to the two extremes so that when I pull this through, I know that most of this should kind of follow with the other side. Because I always like pinning along the sewing edge. Just because I know that those are going to match up and that's where I should be sewing. That does mean that I go through a lot more pins than most people would, but it makes sure that everything is going to line up correctly. Because for other people, obviously, they're going to have, like, seam allowance and stuff like that. I don't kind of get that luxury. I just kind of sew. So as long as my sewing lines match up on either side, I know that it's going to fit together pretty alright. So we'll put this, put one over here. I think we need one more on the claw, but this should be alright. I don't think a lot of this will move. And one down here. Yay, chat, we'll have two sides of a dragon kind of together. I don't know what the next step is, so we'll have to take a look at it. But I should be able to now put this back And it should meet up with the other side, hopefully. Kind of push this back a little bit so you guys can see. Except it's too bulky, so my machine doesn't like it, so let's kind of help it push it through a little bit. If it wasn't so bulky and my machine was better, I think I'd be able to actually do it correctly. I could probably swap out the feet. Actually, I should be using a walking foot, because then that'll actually keep the very slippery fabric together more properly. But it's a little loud and clunky. This one is not as loud. So I just have to be very careful with pinning. So a walking foot's a special one that you can do. So there's little tiny, they're called feed dogs at the bottom here, and that's what pushes the fabric underneath. You can get a specialized walking foot, and what that does is that adds a second set of the little feed dogs, and then it'll make it so that it's getting pushed both from the top and the bottom. So all these slippery fabrics, they'll actually like match up and stay together. For some other fabrics, it's not really needed, like cottons and things like that, but for this one, because it moves, it's flexible, you can pull it, all of that sort of stuff, you kind of need some help. But mine's really loud, even though I've oiled it. I don't know why it's so loud, but not much I could do about it. But because I'm pinning so much, I think it should be alright. I only missed a little. The walking foot probably would have helped with that. Alright, how'd we do? Oh, that is infinitely better. Why didn't I trim it on the other one? Alright, so we'll have one good leg, one bad leg. It's fine. For some reason, this just showing through. This is extra fabric that we don't need. There's like extra stitching. So let me see about pulling that. Because that's going to show through, especially once we go to start stuffing him. And we kind of don't want that. It's just like an extra line from when I was doing the embroidery. It's supposed to be lines so that you can kind of match up the pattern pieces. But I think when I put the pattern pieces on the machine, I think it was off. So, whoops. So let's go ahead and let's pull this out. Alright, so now that's gone. And there we go. Hey! So now we have 2 hind legs. At least I think we do correctly. I dropped a pin. I'll go and grab it later. Chat, remind me not to step on that pin later, please, whenever I go to end. Oh, the cat's going upstairs. Oh, is it gonna be warm now? Chat, he's going upstairs to go take a nap. Oh, thank God. Chat, my living room might actually be warm because he's not stealing all the heat. My stupid cat is stealing all the warmth in the house. I cannot believe this. Man. Alright, there we go. Okay, so now we have 2 legs. I mean, I think it looks pretty alright. I probably could have done a hell of a lot better, but I think for something that just I'm keeping, I think I'm alright with that. But look! Look, chat! So this is how this is gonna go. So we're gonna have this leg. So this is the inner bit. So this is gonna be the outer bit. And then this is the top. So we're gonna have this nice... It's kind of like a cutie mark almost. But, yeah, it should go like this. Yay! Alright, what's next on the list? We are... I don't know how to work an iPhone. Okay. Sew inner front legs to gusset. The fuck is that? Again, this is the hardest part of the plush, so check out... Okay, so at least we did the hard part. With right sides together, pin and sew the inner front legs. In front. So this must be it. That doesn't have anything on it. In front. Okay. To gusset. Which one's gusset? F and G. What is F and G? Is that you? F and G. Alright, thank God I wrote gusset on it. Yay! For those of you guys that have not been here during a sewing stream, I've never done one of these before. It's usually easier if it's a pattern that I've done before, but we've never done this one, so that's why I made it such a thing. And if this was one of our subathon goals where I said, I'll just figure out a fucking pattern, let's go. And you guys were like, hell yeah. So, okay, so we have F and G, but I'm not sewing C. We are sewing only F and G. So this is where the legs are going to attach to. So I should probably trim this a little bit so I can have better manipulation. I think this is going to be a different leg. And then this is going to remain open. So this is where we're going to stuff from later. So, leg dart. So that's the next part. All right. Chat, we're getting it. Chat, this is going to be the best looking dragon ever. I was thinking about that too, because I was making the whom meeting thing. And I was like, I wonder if I should make them all bats or if I should make them other things. But then I was like, you guys are not the dragon. The dragon is a fun thing. The pygmy plush was a fun thing. I was like, I should do a variation with those. And I went, you know what? That's too much. That's too much for me. So chat, it's just all of you guys as bats. So here's F and G. So this is going to go here. And then this piece is going to go over here. You can also tell, I wrote everything backwards. I was cutting everything out like this, and so I went to write an F, and instead I wrote a backwards F. So I had to rewrite my F. Oops. Oopsie. That's my fault. Oops. Chat, you guys are gonna be dealing with loopy Q all week. I'm so sorry. So, you go here to here. So let's go ahead and put... I'm just gonna put the two ends first. And then maybe put one in the middle, depending on if we need it. But hopefully these should be... Yeah, these are not opposing curves. We're fine. So an opposing curve would be if you have like a C shape. And then you have a backwards C. We've done that a couple of times when making the bats. It's a little harder to put those together, but these ones are just a curve on the same curve. So they're perfectly mirrored. So this one goes here, and then this one goes here. So when I go to sew it, it should be correct on both sides. So I don't have to do anything funky. If you're doing an opposing curve where they don't match up quite right, then what you have to do is you kind of have to trim it, you have to kind of ease it a little bit, you kind of have to make sure that the fabric just kind of works with each other. This is easier because it's just the same side on both sides when you flip it. There we go. So see, it'll just be easier just to sew this way. So let me see if I can put one in the middle right here. You know what? Let's put two because this is kind of a big space. And I've got a little bit of extra fabric. So it might wrinkle a little bit as I'm sewing. Because I kind of fucked this one up. There should have been a little bit more space over here. So it's going to kind of pucker and make all these little valleys and stuff a little bit. But as long as I have this in different spots as I go to do it, it should even out. There we go. So see, this side is completely smooth, this side is not. But now it's evenly spaced. So this one has a little bit of a hill, this one has a little bit of a hill. As long as this one doesn't have a giant hill and then these ones are smooth, we're alright. So that's one side. Let's put the other side. And then we'll just sew both of them. Sorry, there's a big piece of fuzz in my hair. I don't know if you guys could tell, I am covered. So this stuff is great. It's very soft. It's very plush. Unfortunately, especially as you cut into it, and because we keep trimming everything, it lets off little pieces of fuzz. It is the bane of my existence. This is why I don't do a lot of fur projects as well. Because the second you cut into fur, everything's going to be covered in fur. So I tend not to do any projects with fur whenever possible. most people who do commissions have an asshole fur tax, is what they call it. And it's, I don't want to deal with the fur. Here's an extra 20 bucks that's tacked onto your commission. It's also because it's more annoying to cut. Because if you cut through the fur at the top, like the actual, it's called the nap, so like this sort of stuff where it's fuzzy. If you cut through it, it actually ruins it. So you have to be more careful when cutting it. You have it literally everywhere. It's in the air. You gotta clean it. You gotta have a specialized, like, industrial shop vac a lot of the times. That's why the fursuits always cost so much. And then once you cut through the wrong little bit of that fur, it's ruined. You gotta rip the whole thing apart. So it's gonna take me double as much time that it would be for a normal fabric to add this fur. So that's what that extra $10 is usually for. I think I add like an extra 20 for mine because I try and only buy however much fur I need. And then I rip mine. It's actually easier. You put a little notch at the top of your fabric and then you just rip the whole thing. So it doesn't cut the actual fur fibers, but then you've got to make sure that your cut is actually completely on point. Otherwise, there's been a couple of times where I've actually cut into the thing that I was supposed to be making. I've just ripped it and it follows a grain line all the way straight down. Sometimes when they send it to you though, it's incorrect. And so I've just ripped it and it'll just be completely ruined because they screwed up at the factory cutting it. And I don't know that, so then I gotta go buy more of it, and I'm like, damn it, every time. Alright, so let's go ahead and put, so this is gonna be the belly fabric, eventually. So this should be where the head is. This should be where the tail starts. So, we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna attach, these are the inner legs, as you can see, they're both flipped. So all of that other stuff that we just put, this is all gonna get attached to here. So we're gonna essentially make legs as we keep going. So, let's go ahead and put this here. I'm gonna sew it this way because this is actually gonna be easier to manipulate going around. This is a little tiny piece on the bottom. Can you still see? Yeah, you can still vaguely see. I'm gonna be honest, I don't think the second camera's adding anything. No, no donkeys. Just dragon. And I don't think I'm gonna make another donkey unless we get the chair done. But then, like, that one kind of makes sense, because then it's like the chat donkey, you know? There we go. Oh, no, I didn't. Damn it. Of course I fucking did. Well... What is that, like halfway up? Alright, well... Alright, chat, let's make a bobbin. Damn it. I recently found out again. Because on all home sewing machines, you're able to actually wind your bobbin for the most part. The embroidery machines, you can as well. However, I went to go and do it because for my embroidery machine, it's a lot more annoying to do it because you can only use a certain thread with it. It's a very thin one. It's actually, well, that goes. It's this stuff. It's very thin. It's just a bobbin thread, but it's so much thinner than a regular thread. It's just like a couple of pieces of cotton. And, for some reason, it's really difficult to get it even. So if I put it through my embroidery machine, it actually has caused knots and it'll actually just eat all of it. I don't know why. For all the donkeys, absolutely not. So I ran out of bobbin thread while I was doing all of this, so I came over here to this one, and I have found out again that, I should not fill any bobbins on the other machine and only on this one. So I had to unravel everything that I did, try and salvage as much of it as possible, and then throw out the rest. It was not great. Alright, let's see. So if I put that there... There's also the fact that even if I were to make a bunch of these, I think the shipping cost a lot of people would be scared off by and just would not get. Alright, let's see if I can get this back in. Come here. Oh my god, come here. Sorry, my machine's not fancy. I don't have a fancy air threader or anything like that. There we go. Alright, back to... Damn it! I got like halfway, and then it ran out. Alright, I guess we have to go back over here to this pen. Alright, chat, we're going back where we were. I'm so mad. I knew I was gonna run out, I just didn't realize I was gonna run out in the middle of a stitch. So, well, not that. I should not be watching anyway. I don't think it's that. I think it's the fact that shipping is just very expensive right now, especially from the US. Alright, there we go. I was also worried about that for, I was sending some stuff overseas. And I was like, man, I hope they don't charge me after the fact, or they charge other people. They have been. They've been charging a lot of people customs. I don't know why. Okay. I'll trim this afterwards, but let's at least get rid of all of the thread. I kind of was thinking maybe I should have done a beige or something, but I kind of like the yellow. Because it's going to match all of the orange-ish yellow that we're putting for all the scales, so it's okay if all of this sewing sews through. Alright, that's all good. There we go. Yay! Chat, it's all sewn. Yay! There we go. Fancy. Okay, so here's one leg. Let's get the other leg. I'm gonna trim this anyway. Tariffs are a thing, but for all of these were actually gifts, so I don't know why they're still charging tariffs on actual gifts, even though I'm marking it as gifts, but I think it's because it's a certain limit? I don't know. Haven't figured that out yet. Okay. So now this one's gonna be the really weird bumply one, so let's see how this one goes. We're gonna do the same exact thing. And put this one all the way up. Oh, Aku is streaming. One of these days we're gonna figure out a proper way to actually raid Aku over there on YouTube. Okay. I'm gonna fix this just a little bit. Just so I make sure that we're actually sewing in the proper spot. Something is stuck and I don't know what. And then we'll go back a little bit. Shoot, we missed a little bit. Is that bad? Did you guys see that? Is that bad? Should I redo it? Should I redo that, chat? I don't think that's bad per se. I think it just moved a little. How bad does it look from the other side? You can't really tell. I think it should be fine. Sorry, chat. Didn't mean to hit you with scissors. I'm gonna have to keep my desk like this all week, too. Because it's not gonna make any sense to pull this apart every day. So this is gonna be very treacherous. I'm not gonna be able to do anything else all week on my computer. Okay. Which is fine, because after this I have to go shovel snow anyway. Alright, that looks alright. I think that should be fine. And there we go. So this is going to be the belly, and so these are the two inner legs, is what this is. So, what's next? I fucking hate iPhones. How do you all deal with these things? Alright, so outer front leg dart. That's you. That's you? So sew these little darts. This is what I was thinking earlier, was I thought we had to do these, but no, we don't. Fold the dart in the outer front leg, outer front leg in half along the cut line. Sew the dart together, tapering off. Repeat with the other arm. Pin that to the front leg of the body. So I'll need the body again, but let's do this part first. All right, so this is gone. We no longer need you. I don't know why the instructions are a little bit haphazard, but I'm sure there's probably a reason. Clear some of the cruddle. So we are going to start here. We're going to take this little triangle and we're going to sew over it. And what that's going to do is that's going to give us a little bit more of a concave. Right? Is there a convex? Is it concave or convex, chat? It's going to give us a more 3D look. So, like, if I open this up, it's going to look a little bit more like this. So that when we go to stuff it, it's going to look more like this. It gives us some more pieces for us to work with, essentially. I think... because I'm going through the embroidery, I might have to have another pin here. Because it keeps slipping. Okay. So we're going to follow this line all the way down on both sides. We're going to do the same thing on the other side. It's just an extra additive, kind of almost decorative, but also kind of like actual construction piece this way. So we're taking something kind of 2D, which is this fabric, and kind of turning it 3D by doing this. And then we're going to sew this whole bit to the body. This is what we're going to do next. So that then we'll have another leg attached to another piece. I would tell you how much longer we have, but unfortunately the instructions are like 128 pages. I think I missed. Okay, I kind of missed. We're going to move over a little bit. Did I miss? No, I kind of got it. And there we go. So see, now it actually has a little bit of a circular shape to it, quality. Hold on, there we go. So see, it kind of goes like in the circle sort of thing. It kind of gives it more structure than if it was just flat. So we're actually going to have a little bit of a hind leg to it. Yay! So I'm going to put that over there. Let's go ahead and do the other one. You can also do this with clothes as well, these darts and stuff. So if you actually take a look at some fancy like blouses and shirts and stuff, that's how you're able to get things to be kind of form-fitting. So if you're ever making clothes or anything like that, flip it inside out. And then especially at the shoulders, see about adding in a couple of darts. So it'd be just taking the entire bunch of fabric, all the extra stuff, pulling it together, and then just sewing it down in a triangle. Because your body is not flat. It has a lot of curves and things, and that's the best way to kind of accentuate those curves. So it is a very useful tool, not only just in like making stuffed animals, but also just making clothes and stuff too. It's a very, very useful skill. I'm lazy and I make them put it on inside out, and then I go to their back and I grab it and pull shoulders, and then I just go all the way straight down and I just pin it. And I'm like, alright, see you in a minute. And then I sew all the way down and they put it on. They're like, wow, it actually fits. I am lazy. I know there's easier ways to probably do it. By actually taking and like marking and actually using like a hip ruler or something like that. I'm lazy. I'm lazy and I think it works just as well. Okay, so cleaning this up. Yay! Okay, so now both of these should be good. And then I need to go and put these on the body pieces. I don't know which side goes to which, so we'll have to see. Alright. So here's 2 legs. Where's that body piece? Here's one. So we're gonna be putting, I think it's G to F. Yes, G to F. Yes, G to F. So we're gonna follow this curvature all the way around and stick this here. Although I think this is backwards. It should be like this, because I think that's the front. Yeah. So it'll look like this. So we're putting this front leg onto the body, facing this way. So it's gonna face the rest of these legs going like this. Is this right? Why do I feel like this is the back? Outer front leg, back leg. No, maybe this is right. No, this should be the... This should be the tri-point. What the hell is that? The heel? Would that be a heel? Chat, what is that on a quadruped? Triped? The quadrupeds? Right? Wouldn't that be the back? You know, where it divots? Never mind. Never mind. I'm not gonna be able to explain it. Never mind. I think I'm an idiot. Okay. This should be correct, because that is G to F. Okay. So we are going to... Are we pinning this entire thing? Let me see. There. If I just spam it, I'll get it eventually. With the right sides together, pin it from notch F to G, aligning the single notch on the body with the dart seam. Begin by pinning F, then G, then the single notch, and then pin the remainder, easing the fit. So, repeat with the other one. Okay. Chat, we'll have an entire side of a dragon here in a second. That's gonna be most important. I totally didn't just put pins in my mouth. I don't know who does that, chat. Totally not me. Alright, so I'm gonna trim all that off because we don't need any of that. And then this is going to go right sides together so that we can actually pin this. I'm gonna do G first, which goes at this notch here. I'm gonna flip it. We're gonna do F next on the other side, which same thing, right sides together. Which goes here. Okay. And then we got the middle right here, so that's this other notch, which is gonna match up with this line that we just sewed. And then we're gonna gently ease this all the way around, although I might have to trim that a little. There we go. Alright, no more pins in my mouth, chat. Chat, do as I say, not as I do. Do not put pins in your mouth. Which this notch goes over here. Yeah, I might actually have to trim some more of this because I think this is 2 opposing curves, yeah. So this is what I was talking about. It's really hard to get this together because this curve is going this way, but the other one's going the opposite way. So, unfortunately, I'm gonna have to trim this so that we can kind of ease this fit a little better. So what that does is it actually makes it more mobile, so I can actually, like, move the fabric a little bit easier and see the other side. So that's why we do that. Okay, so now this curve should work a little bit better going up here. And I'm gonna pull this all the way through, over to here. See, I kind of fucked up a little bit. This is what I was talking about. You can kind of see. My sewing line is over the things that I had the machine stitch out. So I'm hoping it'll look alright. Because I kind of fucked that up. So we'll have to see how bad it looks. Maybe I'll try and ease this up a little bit more. But alright, we're going to add some more pins here and there. Give a little bit more space. So this is probably going to end up having a couple little puckers, like little hills in here, because this is not going to follow completely 100% one-to-one. It's not going to be very smooth. So we're going to have to be very, very careful going around and sewing this. However, trimming through there does make it a lot easier putting these pins in, so that was a smart idea. Thanks, me. Yeah! I think that's why this is marked as like a kind of intermediate pattern. Is sometimes you just kind of need that sewing knowledge. Which isn't necessarily a bad thing. I just find that it makes things a little easier by doing it. So even though it says... It doesn't say that you can or cannot do it. I'm going to do it anyway. Alright, this piece I kind of trimmed through a little bit too close to this edge, so I'm just going to go ahead and move this a little bit. And then let's put in this last pin here, so that this will all be evenly spaced. Did I just pull another pin? Did I just lose a pin? Did I just lose one, chat? I think I lost one. Alright, so we'll pull this over... Put this here. Alright, there we go. So chat, this should be the leg. So if I were to flip this, this is how this will look. So this will be the entire side of the dragon. So this is the back leg, this is the front leg. Yay! Progress! Yay! We're going a lot faster than I thought we would. There's also not as many pieces as I thought. But I think it'll probably take us all week. Maybe if we're lucky, maybe by Thursday. But I think we'll probably need Friday anyway. Alright, let's move all of this. Because we don't need any of this. And I am going to... start sewing from this way. I might have to pull this closer to me. I'm sorry, chat. I can't really see it. Because there is a lot of fabric here. And I've got to kind of pull it. So we don't sew through the wrong thing. Okay. Uh-oh. It made a scary noise. Don't make scary noises. Although I think there's a thread that's stuck. I don't know why it's been getting these extra threads stuck in the actual foot. Come on. Alright, trimmed it. That should hopefully stop that scary noise. I know you guys can't really hear it, but I can hear it. It's kind of freaky. Because I'm hoping that means that my machine isn't getting stuck or breaking or something like that. Okay. And then I'm going to pull all of this over here, because this is kind of bulky. We don't really want this bulk getting stuck. Why is this stuck like that? Okay. We're just gonna go very slow. Uh-oh. And we're just gonna sew over this entire thing. If I was really worried about the fit, I probably could have done this by hand. So I would make sure that everything matched up, but I don't think we need to. Okay. So now, if I pull all these pins... I just lost a pin. Great. Where'd you go? I heard it. Oh, wait, is that it? Aha, got it. So if I pull all of these... and then we flip this and take a look... Alright, it's not great, but it's not bad either. There's a little bit of an extra thread there that I'm gonna have to pull, but I mean, it works. It's together. It'll probably hopefully look better once it's all stuffed. That's like that. Hey. Not bad. Not great, but not bad. Hi again, Cap'n. Cap'n, it's like 3 in the morning. Go to bed. Yep, that's good. That's good. It's just this one side that's a little funky. I don't know why there's like a tiny notch here, but should be okay. We'll clear all of this. trim all of this off. Hopefully not get any of it in my drawer. Let's close that. Okay, so that's one side. Let's try and get the other side, too. This is all just extra. There we go. Alright, nice and cleaned up. I already trimmed that because that was all screwy. And there we go. Yay, we got one leg. We got one entire side done. Let's, while I'm here and I see all of this, let's go ahead and pull all these extra threads from when I embroidered. See, you can kind of see it here. This was all extra. It was just for placement, and I kind of ignored it. I think if I was to do this pattern again, I would probably cut really big pieces, embroider, and then go and cut out everything around it. So unfortunately, that'll mean I'll probably waste more fabric, but then I won't have this problem where I'm not actually lined up with the actual fabric like you're supposed to be. Because I think my sewing machine, my fancy embroidery one, I don't think matches with the guidelines that she put. Because you can get, it's a little piece of like cellophane essentially, and it has a grid on it. So what this was that, you know, you had to put the grid onto the fabric, and then you're able to match up the grid with what would actually be sewn. I think my embroidery machine is actually still busted, despite the fact that I keep taking it in to get repaired, and the guy keeps telling me there's nothing wrong with it. And I'm like, dude, there is something wrong with it. It is having some problems when sewing. But I digress. So what ends up happening is because it's still busted, I think when I try to line things up, I think it doesn't match very well. So it'd probably be easier to, instead of cutting out the pieces then embroider on top, is just to embroider first and then cut out around the embroidery. I think my machine just can't handle it the other way. I don't think there's any way that I can line it up properly and have it actually match what it's supposed to. Alright, there we go. One leg. Chat, one leg. Okay. Where's the other leg? Other leg? No, body. Okay. We're on the right track. We're on the right track. So once again, we're doing F and G. So we're gonna do the same exact thing. See, I did the same thing where my sewing line is on top of where the embroidery is. So, do I have any? I kind of have a couple of pieces sticking out, but I think it should be okay. Because this orange-yellow kind of makes sense as if it scales. That's why I kind of did like a yellow as my sewing thing, so if it pokes through and you see it, I don't have to switch out to beige to match like the actual fabric, because it'll just kind of look like this. Where it just looks like, oh, that was meant to be on purpose. So, alright, let's attach this leg here. So we're going to do the same thing. So this is G on this side, so you're going to go over here. I am, however, going to do the same thing, so we're just going to trim into here. Just so it's easier attaching the curves. But let's do that now before that I pin. Now that we kind of know that we need to do that. This is just going to give me some extra wiggle room, so that I can make these two curves match up. So it'll kind of go like this. Because this curve on the leg kind of goes like this. Which is a little bit harder to do when the fabric is sitting like this. So by doing this, I can actually kind of move the fabric a little easier. So let's attach this. Here's G. Why does this not feel right? Why does this not feel like the other one? Did I cut these wrong? Did I cut two of the same? No, these are flipped. What? These are flipped. How did I... Are the bodies flipped? No, the bodies are flipped. Why does this not feel right? Is F the inner? Or did I mark it wrong? Did I mark these wrong? Wait, F is over here. And this is F. Why does this not feel right? Oh, because it doesn't... Hey, I had it upside down. Good job, me. Hey, I had it upside down. Let's try this again. So this is going this way. So this is F over here. Hey, if you ever feel like something's wrong, just flip the pattern piece. Alright, this is better. So now we're gonna go over here. Chat, I'm an idiot. So here's F. Over here on the other side, we're gonna match up G. Same exact thing. We're gonna go on the two most extreme corners. Then we can meet up in the middle, and then we can meet everything in between, and then that should match up. Where is G? G's over here. Damn it, G, come here. So pinning this here. Now we're gonna pin at the middle, so that's what this big notch is right here. And that's gonna meet up here. Oh my god, come on. Come on. Alright, so now that's pinned, so now we're gonna go in between here. I'm gonna add just, I think, 2 over here. Especially because some of my pins are falling on the floor, so I'm gonna have to pull some more pins. This goes right here. This goes right about here. Okay. We're gonna do the same thing over here. Stick these 2 pins in. Kind of even them out a little bit. Just so that everything is about the same distance away. Ow. And this goes here. I only grazed myself a little, it's fine. There we go. So now this should go together, and then we'll have both sides. Yay! Why is there still extra string over here? This is really annoying. I'm gonna have to cut that. This is really pissing me off. Why does this embroidery keep leaving extra shit everywhere? You were probably supposed to trim all of that, but I did not. I just kind of let the pieces go. Because it doesn't even match up, because I fucked up. Alright, here we go. So chat, let's go ahead and sew this down. Actually, this is perfect, because I'm starting to lose some sunlight anyway. And I don't want to turn on the overhead light. So, alright, so chat, this to here. Let's see if we can kind of get this. Alright. Chat, this is gonna be the most perfect dragon ever. Let's start from this side. Come on. Ow. Was it here? Yeah, it was here. Right in the middle. Come on. Once again, this one particular thread keeps getting stuck, and I do not know why. Uh-oh. Did I get that? Oh, I got that trapped. Hold on, I think we gotta flip this over. Because there's so many of these extra pieces over here, I think it's... Yeah, it missed. Okay, well that's not very helpful. So I guess we're gonna have to sew this the other way, so I can kind of see what it is that's happening over here. Because the other side we didn't trim through, but this side we did. And so what's happening is all those little pieces that we trimmed are getting stuck under the needle, and it's getting sewn into the seam, and we obviously don't want that. So. So we are going to go from this way, so that I can make sure that nothing is getting sewn in through here as we go all the way around this outer bit. And then I can kind of reposition as we need to, like there. And same thing here. We're going to pick this up. I'm going to move this. Just so that it's not too bulky. Nothing weird is getting sewn in there. And hopefully if I pin this correct, nothing on the bottom should move. Okay, now we actually sewed through this top bit like we were supposed to the first time. Hi, Mika. There we go. Alright, I think we got another leg. Hey, we got another leg! Chat, we did it! We got 4 legs attached to this body! Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no, I missed. Oh, no, I really missed. Oh, no. I think I gotta rip all this out. Oh, no. So we sewed through the correct side, but it wasn't matching up on the other side. God damn it. Well, it happens. It happens, chat. So I guess I'm gonna pull all these stitches. Chat, I hope you guys are having a good Tuesday. How are we all doing? We're gonna be here for a bit. Oops. I gotta pull all of this. And unfortunately, my stitches are really tiny. So I wonder if I can... I'm gonna say, see if I could pull a couple and then just pull it. And maybe it'll rip it all. But I'm also afraid it's gonna rip the fabric, so I might have to just go slow. Alright, well that one kind of ripped a little bit. There we go. So let me see if I can pull the stitches through here, and then we pull. Pull the stitches through here. Pull. There we go. So I guess when I pinned, it missed on the other side, and it wasn't even. So what happened was it sewed over the embroidery, so we lost half of it. And it looks kind of bad. So thankfully we caught it early enough. So I'm just gonna rip all this. So I guess we're gonna repin this. Yeah, see, we sewed through and we're missing half of it. So this would be the side you wouldn't see, and then you would only see like those inner scales. Whoops. Oopsie. Oopsie. At least we caught it before I started trimming it all. That would have been bad. It's okay. It's one step forward, one step back. We could do this again. It's not ruined. It's salvageable in some way. I am gonna have to rip these threads though, because as you can see, they're just kind of stuck. So let's see. Can I pull you through? It's okay. This one's an easy fix. It's just rip it apart. Chad, I've been starting to watch The Great British Sewing Bee. And it's been a ton of fun. And it reminds me back during my cosplay days where I would just be like, yeah, I'm gonna make an entire cosplay in 24 hours. Why the hell not? It kind of reads like that for me. Especially while I was sick and stuck on the couch, I was watching it because I was like, man, I cannot watch more Hell's Kitchen. I was so over reality shows because we don't pay for cable at all. So we're pretty much stuck with whatever's on YouTube or whatever is free on Roku. Because we have a couple of Roku TVs. And the one in the living room's a Roku one. So I was like, what's on Roku? And then I was like, Hell's Kitchen, more Hell's Kitchen, some of the Great British Break Off, but none of the newer ones. And I was like, oh, Great British Sewing Bee, let's try it out. Because I was watching the pottery one. That one was kind of fun. I used to do a lot of pottery in high school. I kind of miss it, but I also kind of don't. I don't like I don't like putting things in the kiln, because my stuff would always have a tendency to explode, even if I followed exact instructions. And I would even have my teacher come out and would help me remove some of the clay out of these big pieces that I was making. And we'd rip a whole bunch of it apart just so it wouldn't be as thick, so it wouldn't explode, and it would still explode. And I would just look at her and I'm like, I thought we did enough. And she's like, sometimes the pottery gods just say no. So I was very upset about that. Okay, so we're gonna try this again. We're gonna try and have this sew in the actual spot on the leg instead of halfway down the leg. So let's repin this again. How unfortunate, but... Okay. Let's reposition. We can do this. We're gonna do the same thing. I'm just going to... Yeah, plushies don't explode, thankfully. Pottery will, though. However, I think if I throw this at the wall enough times, I think it will explode. I did make... for my nephew and Evie, and I threw it a couple of times and it was fine, but apparently the back seam popped. So next time I go over, I have to take a sewing kit and fix it, but I haven't seen it, so I don't know if it got thrown away. I'm hoping it didn't, because that was a very expensive thing that I made, and it took a long time, and it's got a lot of fur. I'm like, I'm not remaking this damn thing. Okay, so let's try this again. So here's F. So let's try pinning through this side. And maybe this will keep it together. So here's F. I fucking... Okay, that didn't work out as well as I'd hoped. Let's try this again. Maybe if I move this... Honestly, if I fuck this up again, I'm just gonna end stream and I'm just gonna do this offline. I'm just gonna hand sew it, honestly. That's at the point that I'm at. Okay. That goes there. Now we need G, which should go all the way over here. Yep, there we go. We're pinning through this way. So here's the back of G. So this is the back of the leg. Here's the top bit, which should even out to this seam line right here. That dart that we made earlier, that little triangle. So this should go right here. So I'm going to try pushing this all the way up, just so we don't have this same issue. All the way up, damn it. Because our seam line that we're sewing along should be all the way at this top bit. So, same thing. This one go all the way up, so we don't have to do this again. See, it's still kind of doing the same thing, where it's just kind of sitting very awkwardly. Instead of, you know what, I'm just going to repin this piece. Maybe that's the problem. Let's repin F. Let's pick it up a little bit. Okay. Alright, hopefully this will work. Hopefully this is not going to move again. If it's moving again, I'm just going to hand sew it. It's just weird because it's just two curves that don't want to meet. So now, picking all of this up, let's do the same thing. I'm going to push this all the way up. And this goes here. And then same thing, push this all the way up. And then hopefully this should sew right about here. Okay. I think we're good. It doesn't seem like it should sew through on the other side, so let's see. Hopefully this doesn't move. We're gonna try this again. We're gonna start with, I think, G. We're gonna move all the way down. Hold on, I just gotta make sure that this lines up. Alright. Alright, chat. Let's hope that the second time is the charm. Please, for the love of God. I'll do a knot really quick. Excuse me. I don't know where that came from. I don't think this is low enough. I think this might... I think I might have to pull this one too. I think we're pulling it. I think I'm ripping out all of this too. You know what? Can I... Oh, yeah. Why is this doing this? It did it again. Well... Chad, I guess I am hand sewing this. Damn it. Well... Could be worse. Alright, well... That's okay. That's a, fun little thing for me. I don't know why it's slipping so bad. I don't think the walking foot would help. I think it's just the fabric itself, because it goes up until this point. Like, this little section is fine. But then once it hits here, it just slips. So here's the line that got sewn. Here's the line that's supposed to be sewn. So I don't know why it's doing that. And then even going through here, as you can see, it got even lower. So I guess that's just not going to work. I think I'm just going to have to pull all of this and do it by hand. Yay. So chat, I guess I'm going to be hand sewing this. I will not subject you to that. That is not fun. That is a lot of me just kind of shouting and you guys not seeing anything because I'm just mad at something. So let me pull all of this because I'm going to have to repin this anyway. Let's pull all of this. Come on. Come on. Come on. I wonder if it's the way that I'm sewing it. I wonder if it's just not liking the fact that I have this little piece facing up as opposed to down. It's a whole thing. Sewing machines are finicky. They kind of decide what they're going to do that day and what they're going to work with. And this one is definitely on its last legs. I kind of sew a lot, so I unfortunately go through a lot of sewing machines. My last one, I loaned to a friend for a day, and she ripped the sewing project because it was stuck because she was sewing tulle, and she ripped the entire bar that's inside, the internal mechanism that goes up and down. Yeah. So I kind of go through sewing machines quite quickly because of things like that. So, alright, well... At least I undid it. I'm just gonna do this manually by hand. So all I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna hand sew all the way up here. So I can make sure that this actually attaches to this attaches to this point, and that point goes to that point. So I may actually do like a couple of tack stitches where I just go in the one way and I just do like a couple of tacks, then I pull it, and then I go to another point and I kind of tack it a couple of times, pull it. Just so I know that it'll actually match up. But chat, I think I will do that off stream. So chat, we're gonna come back to this tomorrow. You want an old one? The old one would probably be more reliable, but unfortunately I have nowhere to put the old one. I have a couple. I have nowhere to put it. Actually I wonder if I can do this now. I don't know if you guys can see. When I say, when I say that I have no space, I legitimately have no space. That's the wall. That's the wall right there. It's literally just the entirety of this window, and then the other wall. When I say I have legitimately no space, I really do not. I have literally a window's width, and that's it. I can't fit anything else. I can't get rid of the desk, but everything lives on this desk. The The desk, I wouldn't even be able to fit another one here. Because I've got embroidery machine there. I've got serger here. I've got sewing bits here. I've got machine here. And then I've actually got a fourth machine in the closet too. That's what this is. That's what this wall is. It's actually a gigantic closet. It's about 3/4 of the room. Don't know why they did it. Also, the heating is in the closet. The return vent, it's in the closet. I wish I was joking. There is no heat anywhere else in this room except for the closet. So you can't put an actual door on the closet. Otherwise, you have no heat in this room. This is the stupidest room I've ever been in my life. We were talking about maybe at some point, maybe just ripping out the entire closet, but then I won't have any storage whatsoever. But then I'd be able to actually move my entire sewing desk and not just be up against this giant fucking wall right here. So, I don't know. That's a future project. I don't feel like ripping out walls right now. So, chat, I guess we will come back to this tomorrow. We're gonna be moving on from this bit. How much more do we have left? Can I even see that? So out of page 105, we're on page 35. However, I think the actual sewing instructions, I think, go through page 86. So, chat, we're getting there. Chat, this will be the final push. Chat, look how cute he's gonna look. Chat, look how cute. Chat, look at that big giant thing. Chat, this thing's gonna be great. This is gonna be so worth it. Slowly but surely. Understuff, the area is circled. Oh, we have to understuff? Okay. So, chat, we will come back to this tomorrow. We'll start at the normal time. And, we'll keep making the body. So, it looks like we're going to finish attaching all of the legs. Then, we're going to make the wings. After the wings, we're gonna sew the tail together and then attach that. And then we'll work on the head. So chat, rest of the body, hopefully tomorrow, and then maybe on Thursday will be the head and all the face and all of that sort of stuff. And attaching the horns. And then we'll be able to get to stuffing. It's gonna take a little bit, but... Oh, add poly pellets to the plush. I'm actually out of those. I don't know if I'm gonna add any. I used about 1 pound total. I don't know if I have that much. I've been using a lot of them. I'll figure it out, chat. I'll go to my scale and I'll see how much I have. But chat, we're making progress. So hopefully more progress tomorrow. And I'll get to hand sewing this before I have to go out and go shovel the snow because I'm buried again. And we'll go from there. So chat, thank you everybody for being here. I really appreciate it. If you guys are left over from Ren or Simon's raids, please make sure to drop a follow if you like what we're doing. We don't sew all the time. We sew about once a month. And we do simulation stuff otherwise. So we're also in the middle of like a Stardew playthrough. We're also in the middle of like a big Morrowind playthrough. And we got a whole bunch of really fun events coming up. So this is one of them. This was from our subathon. We have a whole bunch of stuff from the Spooktacular Streamathon, a couple more things from the subathon, and some stuff from last year that I'm still catching up with. So we got a lot of fun stuff planned. It's a ton of fun. So we'll be sewing all the rest of this week. If we end up getting done early, great. But if not, then we're just sewing. So I heard the cat, so I'm going to go out there and see where the cat is. And chat, thank you everybody for being here. This was a ton of fun. This was great. And thank you for all the subs. Thank you for all the gift subs. It's hard for me to see this here. Thank you for the throne stuff. I appreciate it. I'm gonna go send some thank yous after this. So hopefully we can get some more stuffing. Because I have a feeling I will not have enough for this guy. So maybe if that's the case, maybe we'll come back to it a different time and stuff him on stream at some point. But chat, thank you. I really appreciate it. So I'm gonna go and find somebody to raid. I will not know who we're raiding until I actually go to my computer. So, chat. Hopefully the raid person is really cool. Here's your raid command. Here's your sub-raid command. So whichever one it is that you guys need, go ahead and copy whichever one it is. And chat, I will see you guys tomorrow. So thank you. You guys are the best. We'll come back to more sewing. I gotta leave this here. Can I sneak out of all of this mess without ruining anything? That is the true question. That's the true question. Oh no, there's so many cords. There's so many things hooked up. Chat, I will see you guys tomorrow. Thanks for being here, and have a happy Tuesday. Bye! Bye! Alright, I think we're good. Hold on, you're not gonna hear me very well yet. Hold on, hold on. That might have been the cat. Okay, hold on. Hold on. Yeah, I was supposed to be writing thine. It didn't work out very well. Hi, everybody. Hello. Can you hear me better? Hello, welcome to my... I don't think the sewing machine's on. Hold on. That would probably be smart. Oh, now you can't see anything. Hold on, my water bottle. Hold on. Hold on, that one was me. Hold on. Oh, yeah, that looks alright. Hi, everyone. Oh. Hold on. I'm also dying. Hello. There was like... Oh, I never picked up those pins yesterday. Hold on. Hold on. Got him. Hi, chat. No, I think I'm getting a flare-up because, the weather's changing again. It's now warm enough where all of the snow's melting, apparently. So I think that's causing everything to flare up. So my chest hurts. So I was gonna see about maybe contacting the doctor and be like, yo, do I actually need to go get these x-rays? I have to actually go get these x-rays. I have to. Hi, chat. Hello. Welcome in. Hi. I made it somehow. Chat, welcome back to sewing. It's been a fun time. It's also weird because I can hear an echo because I don't have my headset on. So once again, if anything happens to the music, please let me know. However, if you have me get up just to troll me, I'm timing you out for the rest of the week, so don't do that. Just actually tell me. So hi! I left everything exactly as it was yesterday. So I didn't do any of the hand sewing that I was supposed to. So... Listen, I had to go shovel yesterday. I had to go shovel, I had to go make dinner, I had to go make some cookies, And then I realized that I was laying on the couch and I was like, I have to hand sew. And then I went, I have to upload that video. And then I went, it's gonna be unlisted anyway. Nobody's gonna watch it. It's okay. It can wait a day. So hi, chat. I got very tired last night. No, Cap'n did not have to do it. Cap'n did not take a plane over here to come and do it for me. It was cheaper and more cost-effective for me just to do it myself. The cookies were alright. I think that the pre-mix that I used was either bad or it's just completely wrong because it told me it wanted softened butter. So I let butter sit out for approximately 24 hours. And, apparently that wasn't enough for the butter to actually be softened enough for it to actually congeal. And it said stir, so I started stirring it, and after about 10 minutes I was like, this isn't working. So I got my hands in there and I was like, maybe my hands are warm enough that it'll melt the butter inside and soften it a little bit more. It didn't. So there was just big gobs of butter just in the middle of this cookie. So, I don't think they're very good. I also only had salted butter, and it didn't specify what kind of butter. It just says butter and or spread. And I was like, okay, well, I have salted butter, so let's use the salted butter. So I got very salty and very buttery cookies. So I would not recommend. I would just actually make cookies, because you dump it all out and all of the chocolate chips come out with it, and so when you're trying to stir it and you're trying to actually mash the butter together, it's not actually incorporating, because then you just have these gigantic chocolate chips that are just stuck when you're trying to smush the butter. I would not recommend it. No, it was actual butter. So, the fact that it took 24 hours, yeah, apparently it was that salty. I don't know if this Betty Crocker mix had salt in it, which probably added to the salt factor, so it might be part of that, but I was like, forget it, these cookies suck. But I was like, I'll eat them anyway. They suck, but I probably won't use them again. I would not recommend. I would not recommend. I don't get it. But it was actual butter. It was actually salted butter. It was actually the good stuff. We sprung for it, so it was like it was all the leftovers from Thanksgiving. So I know it was good butter because it made everything taste good. So you know what? Cookies are done. And that was most important. Now we get to eat those. They are easy to make. I just didn't want to go through the whole hullabaloo. That was all. I was just like, I just want to throw a whole stick of butter and an egg into some mix and be done with it. I just wanted some quick cookies. And I'm like, man. She's a CSR for Betty Crocker. Ask her why these cookies suck to mix. Listen, I sat it out for 24 hours. I was like, there's no way that this is not going to be softened. So I threw it in there because I was like, I'm not going to have to put it in the microwave for 10 to 15 seconds like it says. It's already soft. It's been sitting there for 24 hours. Nah. So that's probably my fault. I probably should have just bit the bullet, threw it in the microwave. Hope for the best. I don't think you could use the creaming method of softened butter with already having the chocolate chunks in there, so maybe that's what it is. I did cause myself more issues. I've been so busy, I was like, I'm not gonna make actual cookies, I'm not gonna have the time to, and then I spent twice as much time just sitting there stirring this and being like, why is this not working? Why is this not working? You know what? That's fine. Roommate can eat the rest. I ate a bunch of them. Now they're all his problem. It's fine. But hi, chat. Welcome back to sewing. It's good to see you all. Hello. If you guys didn't see, we now have a second camera. I think, does it work? It does. I think it sucks. So we're trying it out for this week. And, let's see sugar cookie. I think the sugar cookie one will be fine because you're not fighting the chocolate chips to actually incorporate the butter. I think that's the problem. I think the Aldi one, right? Because man, I wanted the Snickerdoodle one. That's what I wanted. There was only the chocolate chip cookie, and I was like, fine. I'm bringing about consequences. Come on. So welcome back. Welcome to day 2. We now have 2 cameras. Count them. This is number 2. Hi. This is number 1. Hi. So now you guys can see above and you guys can see from the side. You really can't see that much over here either. Pura was talking about maybe trying to make a mount, but I don't know where the hell we would put it because there's still not enough space. But we're trying it out, chat. We're trying it out very slowly. So if you missed it yesterday, we did a couple of things. We attached all of the pieces to the side, at least for a couple of these. So this is what we're making. We're making this giant dragon. Now this guy's gonna be big. He is, he's gonna be about 2 feet long, which is approximately 2/3 meter. So, he's gonna be a big guy. So this is just the body. So we've got the back leg, and we got the front leg. Yay! So that's all set. However, we tried to put the other leg on yesterday, and, you can see it's slightly attached. I tried running it through the machine twice and it kept slipping, so unfortunately we have to hand sew it. I think that's my error. I don't think that's the error of the pattern. But I did link the pattern. It is pinned, so if you too would like to make one, I don't think it will be that difficult to hand sew. So, chat would highly recommend. Hi, Reeker. So, I've never done this pattern before, so I'm learning just as much as you guys are. So you guys can kind of see my process. That's why we were kind of doing this. And you guys were like, you should make a big giant plush. So I said, all right, sure. So, here we are. I need to hand sew. This is gonna be fun. So hi chat, welcome to day 2. I'm hoping that we should have a lot of stuff done. Because I think we determined it's like, what, 80 pages? Hold on. I never turned off the iPhone. Oh, it's at 82%! Oh! See, everyone was telling me that if I get this thing, FaceTime app required. Why do I need app? What? I'm not using FaceTime. What turned on FaceTime? I'm on SOS. Why would I turn on FaceTime? Hello? So anyway, chat, we're currently on page 35. Out of, it says 105, but I think we determined it's like 80 something. Out of 85. Okay. So chat, we only have to go to 85, but this is what we're making. Yeah. Called Weighted Wildlife that uses a similar one but fills them with beads. So I like the beads, and this one actually incorporates some beads, but I'm actually running out of beads, so I don't think I'm going to use the beads. Is that the one that does the really cool, oh man, what the hell is it? It's not a hyena, it's another wild dog. One of those ones. Do you know what I'm talking about? Oh, the glass beads. Yeah, I like the glass beads. I think they're really nice and soft when you put them inside. My only problem is I make a lot of these things for kids, or I give them to kids, and I can't afford to, like, I feel better giving them the plastic over the glass, because I feel like it's okay if they swallow the plastic ones, not okay if they swallow the glass ones. Yeah, painted dog, thank you. Yeah, see, OST knows what I'm talking about. Yeah, they do a lot of really cool ones. I know exactly who you're talking about. I love the weird plush community. I hate to say it like that, but we make some really weird shit. Warren Nert, my only fear is if the glass ones... Hi, Vess. I don't think we had 5th today. Did we have 5th today? My only problem... Oh, yeah, for adults. My only problem is that I say that my stuff is for adults, and then half the time it gets given to kids anyway. My issue with the glass ones is I'm never quite sure if those are gonna break inside, especially when given to a child. And then to have those kind of sticking and poking out, let alone falling out and getting swallowed, even though I always say, do not give this to a child. There is someone inevitably that is going to give it to a child who is going to go, oh, this looks cool, and then puts it in their mouth. And I mean, I wasn't a child when I was putting stuff in my mouth like that, so I mean... It's also for me, too, because I could totally see all those glass beads and me just being like, I'm putting these in my mouth. Maybe that's a better thing to say. Maybe that's a better thing to say, chat. Chat, I'm going to put those in my mouth. I already know. If you give me glass that's small, I have really bad pica. No, I was that kind of kid, but I'm still that kind of adult. I never grew out of it. The plastic ones don't have this is gonna sound really weird. You know what? I told you guys about my near-death experience yesterday, so it's fine. The plastic ones are not as fun because I get them between my canines and I squish them, and then they just scratch the inside of my mouth. They're not as fun. I get the little tiny plastic pellets, and I mean, these things are, like, tiny. If you guys go back through the clips and you see where I, like, you know, poured them all over my desk, I put a couple of those in my mouth, and I was, like, chewing on it, and then I get it in between my two canines, because I've got really long canines, So I put them in between, and then I just crunch it, and then it just rips up my lips, and I'm like, this isn't fun anymore, so then I spit it out. The glass ones, I don't have that. The glass ones, I'm just going to play with those for forever. So no, I cannot have glass ones in my vicinity, or I will probably 99% of the time just throw it into my mouth. We talked about this before. I just absentmindedly do it, so I have to hide certain things from myself. I one time accidentally put a kneaded eraser in my mouth, so I had to put that away. Man, that one sucks. Do not... No, the bittering agent, I will chew through it. The kneaded eraser was awful because the second that I put it in my mouth and it touched my tongue, it turned into, you know, like kinetic sand, where it just kind of, you get the whole mound of it and then it just, bleh, and it just turns like actual sand. Now imagine that, but that's an eraser that's in your mouth all over your tongue. I didn't even think about it. I just went, oh, there's a thing in my hand. I feel like chewing on something. And I just put it in my... Yeah, don't leave me alone. Don't. I had to put the kneaded eraser away because I just got a new one recently for drawing. And I'm like, I cannot have this out. Otherwise, I'm going to accidentally put this in my mouth, too. The child's strength. Oh, man, back to sewing. Man, how does this look? Chat, so we're trying to put on this front leg over here. Man, I think I'm just an idiot. Where's the needle? Chat, I can't talk to you guys anymore. You guys are gonna learn too much about me, and you guys are just gonna make fun of me. Inside this critter to tell you to spit some down. I think a few times, more than I should probably admit to. I also chew on clothes. I chew on hair. I used to really badly chew on, you know, like the front tassels for the hoodie for, yeah, the front tassels for, like, your hood of the hoodie. Jewelry, necklaces. Necklaces were a bad one. Accuse a cat. Okay, yesterday I had a fight with the cat because I lit a candle and I left the lighter out because the tip of it was really hot because it took a while for it to actually catch, and I was like, this is stupid. I was like, I cannot put this away right now. So what does he do? He goes over there and starts chewing on the hot metal. So me and the cat were not having a good time. He was not happy with me yelling at him. I'm like, buddy, no, do not burn your gums. Please do not break your teeth. Do not do these things. That is not a thing for the cat. Maybe I am actually a cat. Maybe you guys are right. Maybe I'm actually a cat. Man, that's embarrassing. So anyway, chat. So we have to hand sew this. Arc chew picks? It depends on if it's like too plasticky. If it's too plasticky, I won't chew it. You know, like those fidget chew things. I can't chew those because it's too hard of a plastic. My favorite part is when people hand me a water bottle, the very first thing that I do is I immediately unscrew it and put the cap in my mouth and start chewing it. So I'm not allowed to have water bottles normally because I just sit there and chew on the cap. And there's certain brands that I like better than others because they're like much thinner. Obviously the Dasani ones are kind of god-awful and they'll rip up your gums, so I wouldn't recommend that, but like the super thin white ones, those ones are the best ones. So I'll particularly, if I'm traveling or something like that, I try and get the ones that are thicker so that I won't chew on them, but then if somebody hands me one of the thin ones, it's the first thing I do is I start chewing on the cap. And then I'll drink the whole water bottle, and then I spit this. It looks like a shell by the end of it, because it kind of curls on itself. It's all flat, and then it turns into a shell, and then I put it into the... I do have pica. I absolutely do. Lux is right. I absolutely do. And you get that bit of plastic in the handle? Oh, yeah, I'll chew that. You know the glue dots that people put, you know, when you get sent, like, the cards in the mail, and it's got, like, you know, like one of those promotional cards that's stuck on there, and it's got the little dot on the back, that little sticky bit that's a glue dot. I chew on those. Ice, sometimes, but not necessarily. It could also just be you like the sensation of it, or you need iron. So, it's a favorite glue. I ate the paste in kindergarten, okay? This is not that far off. This is really not that far off. So, chat, what we're working on now is we've got this leg over here. So, I tried sewing this twice yesterday, and both times we missed. I don't know why. Both times, so you can actually see, this is where I draw the sewing line, is up here. For some reason, it was ending up over here, so I think we're just gonna have to sit here and hand sewing. So, it's stimming. Is it stimming? I thought it was literally just pica. Either which way, I do it, and it's awful, and don't do it. You'll break your teeth. Do not do it. If you do not do it, do not start doing it. Do not randomly chew things that you're not supposed to. Hi, Shira. Don't do it, chat. Okay, so at least if I'm hand sewing it, I've got a little bit of control with where it is that the needle's going. So it's kind of nice this way as well. So I know that my sewing lines are gonna match up. And I re-pinned it too, so I know it's not the problem of the pinning, it just didn't work. Also, thank you. Chat, everybody drink water. Except now my thread won't go through. Why? Why? What are you doing? Why? Why is it doing this? There's also a bird outside that won't shut up. I can hear it. What is it? Oh, I got a knot? Are you serious? I just started. I did one stitch. How do I have a knot already? Can I just pull it through? I don't think I can. All right, well, that's ruined. We're gonna ignore that. I'm gonna go over here and I'm gonna try and put a better knot in it. So, man, Chat, we just started. How did that happen? How did that happen? How? How do I want to do this? What's gonna be the best bet? Let's try pulling that. Let's see if I can kind of tie this down a little bit. It's gonna look like a mess, but just trust me, chat. Just trust me. It's a tiny microscopic knot, and it's not gonna pull through, and it's not worth it to even try and pull through, so I'm just gonna tie it down a couple of times. It's gonna look like a mess, but that's okay. We're fine. Also, let me drink that water. I had to put the water bottle on the floor because I kept putting it in the way yesterday. And then I realized as I went to go and drink, there was a big piece of Minky in it, so I had to rinse the whole thing out. So now I gotta keep it capped. Chat, sewing is hazardous. Would absolutely not recommend. Do not keep water bottles uncapped or anything around here. Also, don't chew on the caps of water bottles. Trust me. Don't do it. I've been wondering this too. Why do more people show up for sewing streams? I think it's I'm more feral and I think I tell more weird stories while we're sewing. I think that's part of it. At least that's my going theory. Oh, see, chat, you can't even tell I screwed up. You can absolutely tell. You can absolutely tell there's a mess there. It's fine. You can tell. You can absolutely tell. Sorry, I'm trying to get this through. You're not gonna be able to see it. Oh my god. I started a good time for once? What do you mean? Oh, well, yeah, that too. It's not 7 o'clock in the morning for me. That's also part of it. Because I was thinking about that recently, because I know everyone was complaining. And I know, even Bunny came in yesterday and was like, man, I can't wait for us to watch more anime. Except nobody showed up. So I'm like, did nobody want to watch it? Or I'm like, was it just because it was a weird day? Or because I rescheduled it 3 times? Or should I just not? Oh, that's what I was gonna rant about yesterday! Oh, I remember! Hi, Fart. Hey, you still gotta send me your sheet, too. I didn't forget. It's still on my to-do list. I still have that. But no, that's what I was gonna rant about yesterday. That's what it was. I remembered, chat. I remembered my rant, but I don't think we're gonna rant today. Chat, I think this is a non-ranting day. I'm a lot less angry than yesterday. Ow. Okay, so we are going to try and match up. So there is a tiny little line here of sewing. We're gonna try and match that up here to this middle bit right here that I drew. And that's gonna, for now, great. We're gonna try and match that up because that'll give us our spacing that we need in between here. Because as we saw with the other one, it kind of is going to pucker a little bit. It's not going to be completely smooth as we go around. So we want to try and hit that point as much as possible. So I might have to try. And this bottom piece is not really lining up a little bit. So I'm actually going to pull this a little bit more. And I'm going to hand pucker it a little bit. So it's going to cause this little bit of a valley here. You can kind of see. But we want it to kind of match up. Because the whole point of pinning it like that was for it to have those valleys and dips and everything. Just so that it would eventually line up. So. Due to the bad internet. See, and like... How to put that? Because, like, I know Astro, our lovely mom, has been showing anime, but I don't know if I can do that for some of those. You know? Like, I would just do it through Twitch, so we're kind of beholden to the fact that we kind of need to use Discord for it, because I don't trust. I don't. I'd rather get my Discord taken down versus my Twitch taken down, I guess. Like, that's kind of a fine line. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe that's a thing we'll revisit at some point. I do also think that it was definitely because I had to reschedule it 3 times, but I don't think anybody ever picks when Grandpa dies, so I don't think that's something that anybody ever kind of plans and is like, hey, I need you to stick around, you know, on this day and not. So, oops. Alright, let's see. Alright, I think I got this kind of lined up. It kind of puckered a little bit on the other side, but I think it should be okay. It's looking much better than the previous attempt, so let's see. When it's closed? Oh. Well, because then Saturdays are kind of weird too, because I'll either have a lot of people that are able to show up or not a lot of people that are able to show up. And I think it's because there are some bigger streamers that are streaming on Saturdays, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. But I think 9 times out of 10, I think you guys are going to be like, yeah, I'm going to go and watch streamer A who is doing this big event and it's got like 40 VTubers there. And I know like half of them. And it's kind of fun and exciting, or, you know, stuff like that. Alright, ow, 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 ow. Man, do you ever stab yourself with the back of a needle instead of the front of the needle? Man, me either, chat. Man, never done that. Alright, slowly but surely, chat. I'm getting all the way around. It's kind of annoying to have to hand do this, but at the same time, I think it's gonna look better. And I do realize this is literally just for me. I didn't promise this to anybody. Although I still have to find a place where this thing is gonna live. This thing's gonna be gigantic. And I'm also running out of stuffing, so I think if we get by the end of it and I realize that I don't have enough stuffing to actually stuff this guy, I think I just won't stuff him. At least until I get more. I do appreciate Pyrrha yesterday contributing, but chat, there's no obligation to. So I gotta work with what I got. And my paying projects, of which I have one of them left. One is gonna have first dibs. Am I off? Is this the problem? Where's this gonna end up? Did I screw up somewhere? Maybe that's the issue. Did I draw this wrong? So I reached the end, but it doesn't match up. So here's my end point here. Here's where it's supposed to end, but I reached the end here. What? All right, we're just gonna travel down a little bit more past this line. See where we end up. Maybe that's the issue. All right, it's just gonna barely hit this point, I think. We're just gonna kind of finagle it and hope for the best. Because I don't know what attaches here, so hopefully this doesn't ruin it later. Doesn't need a head anyway. I think we should be able to at least get the body done today. And maybe start the head. I don't have to do any of the fancy sewing. We're just throwing it together at least, fortunately. There we go. The nice part about this pattern actually is that the whole thing will be put together and then you stuff it afterwards. So we don't have to, it'll just be like a shell. So at least I'll be able to show off, look guys, we did it. He's gonna be very flat. That's all. All right, we can actually trim this now because there's been this huge piece right here that's been annoying me. We don't need this or that or that or that or that. And there we go. All right, much better. Chat, we finally have this leg. It still looks a little funky. That's because of me. That was me trying to put this through the embroidery machine to do all these fancy scales. I misaligned it, so it's gonna kind of look a little close. It should be a little farther down, like probably closer to here, but I think it looks all right. All right, chat, so we have two sides. We have two sides, those are done. I think next is to attach. So here's the belly. Yay. Now, this is the inner front leg, so this is going to attach to this side. Now, you may be wondering where's the back leg. We sewed the front to the back for the back leg, so this piece here would normally be attached back here. Would that be this side? Yeah, this side. So that should be over here. So this entire giant piece that you see here... Wait, did I just pick up that needle? No, thankfully. Hold on. Here, penguin. So this entire thing is now going to get sewn in. Does it matter which side? Let me see. Chat, we're doing this again. I don't know how to work a fucking iPhone. Okay, pin and sew gusset to body. With right sides together, pin the gusset to the body. I do sew in segments. Pin from the front leg elbow at H all the way down to I. Begin at elbow H. Do not pin the bottom part of the front leg. The foot will be sewn in here. Okay. We have feet? Chat, we have feet? Oh, we do have feet. Okay. So that's K. And B. I think? Is that right? Hold on. So from H at the elbow, where's H? Okay, H at the elbow, all the way down to I on the back leg. Where do we see I? Okay, I found H. Where's I? Okay, over here. So we're gonna be sewing from here to here. So this entire piece, this is gonna be the inside of the belly, and this is gonna be the two elbow joints. Okay, I could do that. And then align notch C, finish at point I. So we're going H, G, C, and I. And then when you reach the seam, pivot and sew down the belly. Wait, what? Oh, it just wants me to align it, then sew it. Okay. Make your way all the way down. Trim seam allowance, especially in the elbow. And then pin from the top of the neck J to tip of the arm at E. Okay, let's do this in segments. So we're going to pin and sew from here all the way to here. So now I got to find those on here. So here's an H to... Where's I? Where's I? Do I have this right? No. H to there to G to C. But then where do I sew I? Where's I? Where do I sew I? Where? Is that on the other side here? W, K, B. Where's I? What? What? Hold on. I'm gonna figure this out. Where's I? Hold on. Let me go to the pattern. Where's I? Where did I cut that out from? Tail gusset, tail, foot, top gusset. So that has VLMN. Where's I? Oh my god. I thought that was a 1. It's an I. Hi, bunny. I found it. So there's a little tiny piece here. You see where I drew this little line? I thought it was just a line. This is point I. I thought it was a 1. Yeah, this is C. This is I. And this is G. I'm... Chad, I'm an idiot. Damn it. Alright, I thought that was a 1. It's an I. Damn it. Alright, well... At least we figured it out. I'm not gonna redraw it. Okay, let's pin this side together. Put all this together. Where the hell were we? Okay, here. Chad, it's fine. We figured it out. I didn't destroy the entire project by being an idiot. We figured it out. We're alright. Alright, so, starting at H. So I'm going to put a pin at each one of these points where they're supposed to line up first. So here's the elbow at H. So this is the front bit. And then there should be, yeah, point G right here. So point G. Oh, Chad, I put on some of that body butter I was talking about yesterday, and I smell like strawberries again, and I'm very excited. Now I want a strawberry. So here's G. All the way down over here at this point, we have C, which attaches to this point. So this is a tri-point, so this is C on both sides. So I'm just going to go ahead and pin through this first side. The other side's a little bit of a mess. I'll add extra pins going around this corner, just so that as we're sewing it through the machine, hopefully it won't get messed up. And then I have extra fabric here that I don't need, so I'm gonna get rid of this. Get out of here. Anyway, I just lost that pin. Didn't I just have a pin in my hand? Got it. So now this point goes all the way up to I. So that's how this goes. So there's a funky little divot that goes all the way here. Does this go all the way down? I don't think so. I think it goes down a little bit. I think I added the opening a little. Because it's kind of extra fabric and we don't need all of that. So let's attach this here. Alright, there we go. So, we've got this whole thing going through. So let's go ahead and add a couple of pieces in between. What is that attached to? Nothing. Chat, I had to run the vacuum last night because there was just so much crap everywhere I walked through the house and I was shedding everywhere. I was so covered. It's so much fur. There was just so much furry minky everywhere. It was god-awful. Okay, I'm definitely gonna have to pin a lot through here, through this little bit. And then I don't know if we do the exact other side, so I'm just gonna follow these instructions completely and just do this one side first. Because I think we might have to attach and go all the way around first. So do the entire left side before doing the right side so we can actually manipulate the fabric a little bit better. Sometimes it's better to do that instead of, oh, follow this completely. Where'd those little scissors go? Here we go. I don't know why I'm using these ones. I don't like these ones as much. I like the pink ones better, but these ones were closer. I use those ones for cross stitch because it'll get through the floss a little easier. Okay, this goes here. Oh my god, chat, if you guys didn't see when I was streaming with Pura for the Zeldathon for Extra Life, I made a joke to Atria that I recently did a little cross-stitch thing, and they're little mushrooms, and I put them on my wall, right? And my roommate came in, and of course he knows all of you guys, and he goes, "Why do you have Atria's family pictures on your wall?" So I took a picture and sent it over. I made the joke. Atria's like, "What the fuck are you talking about?" So I just sent a picture of my wall where I just have a bunch of cross-stitch mushrooms. It was such a stupid joke. And I was like, it's not even worthwhile to even explain because it's such a dumb joke, but it's still a funny joke. I was really upset about that. I was like, man, I gotta explain this. Alright. So, this should be going down. I wonder if it would be easier to do it the other way. No, because this is kind of puckering. No, we'll go this way. Alright. So, let's see if we can put this in through the machine. Very carefully, because I think this is gonna move. Sorry, I'm gonna move this a little bit. Actually, can I just do this? Is that better? Is that... Oh. Are we good? Yeah? Okay, alright. So, let's see. If I move this a little bit, I might be able to see it a little bit better. And now you guys should still be able to see. Alright, chat, we figured it out. My problem was yesterday was I couldn't actually see anything that I was doing because it was so far back so that you guys could see it. So maybe, hopefully, this will work. Okay. So we're gonna do this a little bit backwards. I'm gonna start at I and work my way forward. But I need to be able to actually pull all of this little pieces out of the way. That's up here, all these legs and everything. So we're gonna try doing this. It shouldn't really matter which way we're coming from, but if I screw it up on this side, then we'll know for the other side. And how to fix it. Okay. Alright, so that's the elbow crook. So here we are in the middle of the belly. Kind of rearrange this because there's so many bulky pieces because we've got like 3 or 4 pieces all meeting up and joining at different sections. I've got to be very careful with it. Otherwise, certain pieces are going to get stuck to one another and then we're going to end up sewing things together that we shouldn't be. And obviously we don't want that, like especially here because now we're going from this belly piece up through the front leg. So I gotta make sure that that's actually together and the belly isn't stuck in there. Come on. Alright, I think we got it. Let's see. Maybe. I might have missed a little bit. Maybe. 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 Let's check on the other side. It seems like it's fine. Ow. That was a pin. I think I got it? There's some extra thread here, but I think that should be alright. Alright, I think we got the belly attached on one side. I'll clean it up later. So we'll leave this for now, but, oh no! See, this is what I was worried about. It caught a little bit. Where is this? What caught? Ooh, a lot of it caught. No. That's gonna look really bad. So, it kind of caught some of the fabric in there. This is what I was worried about. So now we gotta pull all of this. Damn it. So it caught pieces of it that aren't supposed to be in the seam, and it pulled it forward, and then it creates this dip. So that when you look at it from the other side, it creates like a fold, an extra fold that you don't want. And the only way to fix it is to remove all of this. So we'll have to re-sew. I think just this section, though. So at least that's a good thing. That's a pin. In fact, I don't even think I'll need to pin this. Oh, did it do it here too? Are you serious? Did it? Is it bad? Can you see it? Oh yeah, you can. Yeah, you can see that. All right, we're moving this up a little bit. Never mind, this is a lot bigger than I thought. We're gonna have to repin this. Fuck. We'll try again, and again, if it gets too bad and it keeps getting stuck again, then I guess we'll have to, hand sew this piece as well. Also, Sura, that reminds me, if you're still here, when are you doing your bat stream? If you're even still doing it. Oh man, I really missed. Oh boy, I really missed. Okay, yeah, we're redoing all of this. Cause, maybe you shouldn't. Man, sewing sucks. Don't do it. Don't sew. This is awful. Alright, let's try and repin all of this again. This should be at least already joined to meet up everywhere that it needs to. So we don't necessarily have to reconfigure where this is going. We just have to make sure that everything's actually going to sew together properly. So I'm going to try pinning it from the opposite side as opposed to the front side. Maybe see if we can, I want to do the same thing where it's the annoying pieces that are on top as opposed to the belly piece. Because that should be slippery enough to make it through. I think it was just the fact that I had the pins holding it the other way. And I think that caused that to bunch really weirdly, and I think I just happened to sew over it. So, trying from this opposite way, let's see how we do. Okay, so we just have to do this little bit here. So as you can see, some of the thread is still there. But again, we're gonna do it from up here because we have all this bunching here too. So, let's see if that can go there. And we'll do the same thing. It doesn't look like it's bunching now, so hopefully we're okay. I'm gonna put an extra little bit of a backwards knot there. So I went a little bit back from where I pulled, because there's still stitching there. So if I run it over, it should hypothetically hold it down in place so that it shouldn't unravel, is what I'm hoping for. But I'll check it anyway. At least it was just that little section and not the entire piece. Okay, that is much better. It's a little bit of a mess because of all the thread, but that's okay. We got it all the way through. That didn't bunch. That didn't bunch. That looks so much infinitely better. That looks so much better. So now this is all attached. This goes all the way up. Now it wants us to do through J, I think it was. because it wants the neck. So let's take a look at the instructions again and see how that's going. So eventually we're going to put the other side attached to the belly as well. Trim seam allowance in the elbow. Especially by point G. Where's G? Where's G? Are you G? That's G. Okay. I'm gonna trim all this later anyway, but it's telling me specifically to do this, so I'm like, this must be very important. Which makes sense, because there's a lot of extra fabric here that is not needed. I kind of flipped this one over here, too. Although that's point G, so we've already sewn through that, so that's not really an issue. So let's just trim through the fabric up top, so there's just going to be a little bit of extra fabric just sewn into the seam, but that's alright. You know what? I might need the pink ones. All of my scissors have a different purpose. The cross-stitch ones are able to sew through or cut through a lot more. But when I need something more precise, that's what the pink ones are for, because they're really thin. And they have more of a point at the tip. So I can kind of sneak this through a little bit. There we go. It hurts my hands after a while. Because I need to put more force on them because they're so tiny. So I can't use them all the time. But yeah, there we go. Alright. G's looking pretty good. So that whole point. So see, this is what I was saying. We have approximately 4 pieces of fabric that are all meeting at the same point. So that's actually why this point is up here. And this point's over here. So I wasn't able to get a perfect cross section. That's always my favorite part, is when you have 4 joined pieces. Here we have 3 joined pieces. This one actually worked a little bit better. So there's a join here, and a join here. So it's a little bulkier having to do it like that, but it looks really good if you do it right. I did not. Pin from the top of the neck at point J to the front of the claw to point E. Align top of neck and gusset at point J. Front arm seams at point F. Oh god. So wait, what'd I say? J F E? J F E? J F E. J F E. Do I have a second J? I don't think I do. So where's the front? So here's the front. So here's J. Here's F. Here's E. But now how do I attach this? What am I attaching it to? Is it this? I think it's this. So J attaches to other J? What? No, that doesn't seem right. What? So what's the other J? Is it the other side of the body? Are you a J? Chat, where's the other J? Oh, is this a J? Oh my god, I put the J backwards. Oh, chat! Chat, I was writing all this upside down, so I wrote the J backwards, so... Is it... like... this? I think it's like this. I think it's this J to this J. Yeah! Chat, I figured it out. One day I should actually play Sewing Machine Simulator. Everyone keeps saying that, but it's just a cookie clicker, so I don't know if that would actually be fun. You know what? I think that's what my rant should be about. Sometimes you guys don't actually know what'll actually be fun. And that's not necessarily a bad thing. Yeah, apparently it's just a clicker game. It's not an actual game, it's just a clicker game. F. So where's F? Here's F. So here's F. Because, like, sometimes you guys are like, oh, here's the stream suggestion, and then I play the stream suggestion, and then everyone disappears, and they were like, yeah, that wasn't fun, and I'm like, I'm sorry. Don't you dare use my words against me. Hey, remember Synthetic? No, it was fun, and I did actually play more of it off stream. Nobody enjoyed Alright, let's try A to A, because there's also a point here, so I don't know why I wouldn't have joined A to A as well, just so I have that together. Okay, so this is going to be the front leg and neck. Not neck the person, but let's see if I can kind of forward this a little bit, because it's kind of bunching. So I don't know why that's a little off, but let's see. Because sometimes you guys just only want to watch Rimworld and nothing else. But then I go, oh, we should do a sewing stream. And then there's like a couple of very forward people that are like, absolutely not, we're not doing sewing streams. I think those are dumb. And then I have a sewing stream, and then that's the most amount of people that I've had in about a month. So I'm like, I don't know anymore. Sometimes you guys don't know what you want. Or sometimes you guys are like, yeah, I'll show up for this random, what was it? Plasma just sent in the suggestions, because I look at those all the time, was a Chinese dating game, and I was like, I don't think anybody's gonna watch this. I do have a very weird and interesting community. That is a good way to describe it. Or I go, oh guys, this will be great, everyone's gonna enjoy watching this, and then we're playing Stardew, and nobody wants to watch Stardew, so then it's just me just playing Stardew by myself. But I'm like, no, we're gonna finish it, we're gonna finish perfection. But then I do Daggerfall, and then it's like 2 people that are like, absolutely, we have to play Daggerfall. I only want you to play Daggerfall. And then nobody shows up when I'm playing Daggerfall. Or someone goes, you should play The Sims. So then we play The Sims. And nobody shows up for The Sims. I'm like, guys. And I'm like, one day, everyone will be happy. Or when everyone was like, no, you have to finish Dave the Diver. And I was like, okay, we'll finish Dave the Diver. And then by the last part, nobody was watching anymore. And I'm like, ooh, more fish. I was having fun. That was fine. I was like, everyone wanted me to finish Dave the Diver. Nobody's here to watch me finish Dave the Diver. I'm like, okay. Alright, let's see. Happy in this economy? Yeah. Alright, let's see. So I think I got all of this now completely, and then it says do the other side, and I think that's just the front bit. So this is the belly going all the way down, this white bit. So we're attaching the side to the top of the belly and down the front leg. And then eventually we're gonna have to close up this front leg, and we're gonna have to close up this back leg. But we want this open so that it's easier to manipulate for now. So for now, this is staying completely open. For now, we're just doing this bit. So, oh my god, my nose is running. Man, this sucks. I better not be getting sick again. So, let's try and go from this tip over here, because I want to try and go with where my needles are. Just so everything will kind of stay in place. Man, there's crap everywhere. I need a bigger desk. I need a bigger desk. This sucks. And then yesterday everyone was like, you should get a smaller desk. No, you don't get it. Is it still cold? Yeah, it's... I think it went up to 38 Fahrenheit, so that means that everything is, I think that means that everything is gonna start to slowly defrost, but I don't think it's gonna completely disappear. And then it's supposed to rain, so maybe that'll probably turn into ice, if anything. So yay. So I don't think it's the fact that it's cold, I think it's the fact that the weather keeps changing. Alright, I think this needle is stuck, so let's pull that. Alright, so we're gonna go down this claw. We're gonna slowly go over this point where 4 fabrics are meeting, so it's gonna be a little touch and go. Got all the way up the arm. And now there's a little bit of a tiny divot at F. It's making like a little bit of a tiny elbow here. And I think the pain is because it's exposed to air. At least for me, air is painful. Okay. And then it wanted me to pick up the needle and pivot this. I hope I did this right. Because then this whole thing should be going down, right? From here on. How about you get rid of air? Honestly, yeah. If I'm outside too long, the bitter cold has been hurting my lungs. So I'm hoping that that's also a hey, your lungs are actually healing. But I'm not sure yet. Did I miss? No, we're good. Hold on. Almost done. So up through the neck. Did I just hear the cat? Or maybe that was a car. I don't know what that was. Oh, did I do it? Chat, I think I did it. Oh my god, I think I hit that pivot point. Oh, chat. Oh, chat. Oh, I did it. Okay, so there's a tiny pivot point right here. And then it goes straight up. And I hit it on both sides. Oh, chat, I'm miraculous. I know how to sew. Oh, chat, I did it. Chat, I did it. Oh my god. I didn't think that I was actually gonna hit that. Alright, so we did all the way through this bottom claw. All the way up. So you can see, this is how it's actually going to sit. So this arm is gonna pop out. So this is how this is gonna sit all the way up. So this is gonna be your neck piece. So this is why it's... Would this be convex? Or no, it's concave, right? Yeah, it's gonna be concave, jutting out. So this will be the neck. So it'll look kind of like a chest. Okay. Now it says do the other side. Is that both or is that just the top? Repeat process with other body half. And then sew back leg from I to K. Trim seam allowance. At this point, the gusset should be sewn to both sides of the body and the top should remain open. Okay. Alright, so yeah, we're gonna repeat this entire process on the entire other side until we get the back leg done. Are you gonna sew 3 people ass to the other mouth? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. That's already been done. South Park already did it. Can't do it. So now we have to put the other side of the body to do this exact same thing. So now working backwards, I need the other body piece first. We're gonna sew the belly here to here. Okay, alright. So it was, what was it? I through G? I through H. Okay. So taking a look at this, now this side's gonna go here, and then eventually we're gonna sew up the back. So this entire back side is gonna attach to here. So we have 3 pieces for the entire body is what we're doing. This is gonna look so good once it's done. I buried all of my pins. Let's not do that. So starting in the same exact way. So we're gonna do H. I'm going to do this where I'm going to pin from this other side, so hopefully it doesn't move again. But if we have the same problem where pieces are getting stuck inside one another, I'll just rip out that little piece and then we'll resew it again. Just like we did on the other side. So here's point G. Chad, it's like a puzzle. It's like a Professor Layton puzzle. It's the best way to describe sewing. So here's G. That was a little rough. Like I said, this is like 4 pieces of fabric all coming together to one point. So sometimes it's going to be a little hard to kind of sew. And now my nose is itchy. Hi, Hawk. Then we need point C, which is back here. You have those scissors? Which one? The big fabric scissors or the pink ones? The pink ones are from Dollar Tree. You can actually sew your fingers to your fabric. No, no, no. Who would do that? I've never done that in my life. No, why would I do that? No, of course not. Alright, we have I back here. We're gonna do the same thing. I'm gonna push it to that little piece. We're going to this funky little divot. As you can see, there's like a funky thing here. So eventually, once both sides are done, we're actually going to sew this little bit down. I may end up having this hand sewn because I don't know how that's going to work. The fabric ones? Oh, these ones came in a set. That's because they're Singer branded. So if it was before Joann's went out of business. Uh-oh. Nope. 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 Yep. Nope. Hold on. Is it gone? Alright, we're not sneezing. If you got them from Joann's, they had those ones. But I had them in a pack, I think of like 3 of them. So that's where my tiny little cross-stitch ones came from, too. Alright, let's see if I can finagle this back here again. I don't know why this one... I think it's because it's 2 opposing curves. I think that might be the problem. Or I drew up this one a little bit farther than I probably should have. But this piece, for some reason, there's a lot of extra bulk. So I definitely want to pin this whole thing. Okay. And then same thing over here. There's a lot of extra bulk here. You go here. Okay. And then we're gonna go in the middle over here. I also think I stabbed myself with a pin recently, because now I'm getting like a pain in my finger. Or it might be because Bunny was talking about pain, but I'm not sure. It feels like something's stabbing me, so it might be one of the pins, but I don't know which ones. Then this goes here. And this goes over here. And that goes there. There we go. Alright, I think that should be alright. I'm gonna put a couple extra over here, because this is where I had that problem of the fabric moving and getting sewn into the seam where it didn't need to be. So I'm gonna put a couple extra. Even though it really doesn't need it, I don't want to have to rip everything out again. Chad, I think we might actually finish the body today. This is gonna be very exciting. Yeah, it's only 11:30. What? Chad, we've only been live for like an hour and a half, barely. And look, this is looking real good. I'm so excited. Okay, so we're gonna do this again. I'm gonna start at H back here, at the crook of this little elbow. I think I managed that. Can't really see it. Right there. Still being productive, I know. Tin full of sewing stuff. Oh, I've got a whole bunch of stuff like that too. Like I got a whole bunch of these. It's gonna seem really weird. It's an Ofla handy for cutting threads and opening seams. It's just a little tiny box cutter. I was like, what the hell is this? I think it's supposed to replace my little pink scissors, but I was like, wouldn't you rip open your finger with that? Or this is a thimble. How weird is this? But it's probably easier because then you could actually like push through the needle. And I guess it makes sense, especially for me, because my fingernails are too long, so the thimble would just be covering just my fingernail. I also got, where was it? It's, oh. This tiny miniature little, like, cutting thing? I don't know what it's for. And I also got a seam gauge from Coates and Clark. This was just all in a bag at the thrift store. I was like, what in the world? I was like, sure, I'll take these weird things. And they had a tomato in there with a whole bunch of pins and needles in there, and I just took out all the pins and needles because there was a whole bunch rusted and stuck in there. It was very weird. Hey, Penguin Pincushion, though, has been around for over, like... How old am I? For 20 years. Okay? He is fine. He likes his life. He appreciates having a job. He's fine. Penguin is doing his thing. I did buy a bunch of random tools because I thought it was cool. Because I was like... Oh, maybe this would be good for me drawing seams and stuff if I end up, having to do more clothing and stuff. Because I don't fit in anything completely 100%. I have to kind of add some pieces, take away some little bits and things like that. You know, like, no one is ever, like, completely 100%, like, off the shelf a size anything. So I tend to kind of draw my own lines based off of what it is that I wear. So yeah. So I could take a shirt and then I could put that little seam thing and then I could add a little seam allowance the whole way. One of these days I'm gonna get back to making clothes again for myself. That's not today, but at some point. Alright, so over here we're now at the belly piece. Had an onion-shaped pincushion? Oh, a joke about the tomato. Yeah, that would make sense. See, I never had one of the tomato ones. I made my very first pincushion from some extra fabric, but I just put stuffing in it. I didn't realize that most people would put the sand to actually, like, micro, you know, polish and sharpen your stuff. So I had no idea. So then when I got the penguin, I was like, oh, this is kind of cool. And now I have a little tiny one that fits in my drawer for specifically hand sewing needles, and then just periodically I just put them in the penguin. Alright, I think I got it. Okay, so now we're up through I. Let's see. Did I miss anywhere? See, that was the problem. Oh, that looks beautiful. Look, chat. Not a single seam out of place. Oh, it's perfect on both sides. Chat, I know how to sew. Okay. So after that was to go back up through the neck. Oh, wait, I have to trim over at G first. Hold on. So trimming here, getting all of this extra reduced bulk, because we don't need any of this. Like a whole ass piece here. Trim you. Trim you. And trim this other side. There we go. The only reason I'm able to sew a straight line is because I literally draw where it is that I'm supposed to sew. Otherwise, it's not going to be straight. I have to have a guide of some sort. I cannot not have a guide. I just can't. Okay. You should drink any water anyway. Thanks, Mousy. Chad, I had a dream about me and Mousy last night that... It's gonna sound really weird. It was like a very bizarre... How to put it? It was kind of like a Diablo-esque kind of dungeon crawler, I guess. Would probably be a good way to put it. It was like an old house, but it opened up to this weird crypt thing. And so we were opening different crypts. We had to open them in like a certain fashion because it was actually a puzzle thing. And this big scary lich-looking skeleton thing came out. And Mousy was standing there for some reason with Critter. And they were trying to figure out what the puzzle was. And I was like half helping. And then the lich popped out. And it freaked the hell out of me. And so I left. I ran back out through the front. And I was going down this long hallway. But there was like one of those creepy like Kokeshi dolls from Japan that was running the entire thing, who got mad at me and was like, you're gonna have to go back through again because I can't believe you didn't finish the entire thing. And I was like, man, I'm gonna have to do this daily. I was like, why are we doing dailies? This sucks. And for some reason, everything was textured as if it was Daggerfall. It was very weird. It was very bizarre. And I literally woke up from it and I went, I have to tell Mousy about this. And then I went back to bed. I don't know what's been wrong with me. I don't know why I've been having such weird dreams. Also, everybody drink water because Mousy says so. It was a weird, bizarre time. Would not recommend. Dreamed I was coding Java. Maybe we're just dreaming about jobs. Maybe that's my problem, is I'm playing too many games. Okay, so front to neck over here. And so we're gonna do the same thing. So we're gonna put this neck going up through here. We're gonna go all the way down and go back through this bottom bit. And then eventually we're gonna close up, I think it's this leg. I don't think it's the back leg, but we'll have to look. Hey, I learned Java, okay? It ain't great, but man, I learned Java. I also learned ActionScript. Tell me you wasted your time in college without telling me you wasted your time in college. I wonder how that teacher's doing. Wonder if he's pissed off. He's like, man, I love ActionScript. Oh, man. Okay, so same exact thing. There's this point F that we're trying to go to. Oh, this is the one I hand sewed. I think. So this one's gonna be a little bit funky trying to put this F together. So this one, like, barely meets up, so I'm gonna have to be very careful sewing through here, because remember, part of that leg that I hand sewed on, the outer leg, is not gonna match up completely. Should just be a Frog Detective player, just do essays about it, a bunch of podcasts about the game. Yeah, nothing else, yeah. See, you say that, but I think only, like, a couple people showed up to watch Frog Detective. I'd have to go and look. I'd have to go and look. Alright, let's see. So if I do claw here, and I go here. Chat, I was also looking through all my pictures. I found a picture of the fucking Lelouch statue. And I wanted to show you guys, but then I went, I'm gonna have to sit over here and I'm not gonna be able to do it. I'm not gonna be able to show you guys. So chat, someone's gonna have to remind me next time I'm at my actual computer instead of sitting over here and sewing, because I can't turn around and go across the room and go switch to it and explain. I found a picture of this goddamn statue and I'm very pissed off about it. I should also send a message to my old roommate and be like, hey yo, can you send me a picture of Lelouch right now? For no particular reason. They made fun of me so much for that too. Because I told them in the hospital, I was like, man, why'd I dream about that fucking piece of shit? They laughed at me. Alright. So here's the neck going all the way up through here. Oh, damn it, no! Sorry, I flung every pin that I own. It's not every pin that I own, but all the pins that I had out. That's a little bit of a hyperbole. It's my inner desire is fucking Ledouche Lampe Rouge. No, it absolutely is not. I hate Code Geass so much. Alright, nope, that's stuck. No, we don't want that. Alright. So, the front leg is completely pinned. Let's do the neck. Then we should be able to put this through the sewing machine. Then that should be both sides completely done. No, there is not a kyuukulive. Absolutely not. I'm also trying to get away from all of the emotes that we have that are direct references to something else because of, like, copyright issues. So, Charmander's gonna be leaving. I think the Rimworld one might be leaving, but I'm not sure yet. The Cookie for sure. What's a Lelouch? Lelouch from Code Geass. Yeah, so Charmander will be leaving. So chat, enjoy your Charmanders now. Yeah, Pokemon emotes leaving. I got beat by Keanu Reeves. Alright, that one's better. Man, I would have lose to Keanu Reeves in fucking Most Extreme Elimination Challenge to Takeshi's Castle. I do kind of miss the crappy dub ones, and I wish they would come out with more. But I love this as my Charmander. To be fair though, he's been around for a long time, and he was kind of just added in because I didn't have enough emotes. So he wasn't even supposed to be there in the first place. And then not a lot of people were using him because I ended up having to move him as a tier 3 because I ran out of space. The history of this poor Charmander. The history of this poor little guy. I don't... This poor Charmander. Today, though, I'm gonna be working on another emote for us. So, that'll be fun. So, chat, I'm working on making some more emotes that are exclusively ours as opposed to, like, the better TTV ones and stuff like that. So, I promise they're getting replaced with, like, better ones. Mousy, I think, was here for most of it yesterday. Which I think is the worst part. Okay, so we got this part of the front leg. I do want to check, though. Is it just we're doing that little bit and we're not closing up the other side? Repeat process. Pin the inner leg. Sew from I to K. Sew the triangular bit. Do not sew below J, as well as sew the foot into it. Oh, I have to attach the feet into it. Oh, okay, this is why we check. Oh, this is why we check, chat. And then we're gonna sew the claws together. Ah, and then the body should be done after that. The body should be done after that, and then we're going to the wings. Okay. Got it. Chat, we have figured it out. Okay. So, we're gonna do this. We're gonna do the 2 points in the backs of the legs. And then we're gonna sew in the palms of the feet. So it's gonna be their palms. So that's what these are. So these are gonna get sewn in, and then the feet are gonna get attached to here. Oh, it's 3! Oh my god! Oh my god, Shifty's so smart. I get it. It's 3. So this whole thing's gonna open up, and this is gonna go to this. Oh. Chat, the people in the plush community are so fucking smart. Shifty's amazing. Naz is really good. If you've never seen Naz, a Australian who does pretty magnificent things and is actually working on a really cool pigeon one right now. BZ Art does a lot of really good ones. That's the bat pattern one that we use. Who else? Choli Knight did the donkey one. Who else is really cool? Pinku Art does some really good ones and started doing some airbrushing. Shifty is also the one, if you've ever seen, The Mage's Fast Light. Was Lamp Rouge? Wait, really? Wait, really? What's the isekai? Wait, I'm confused. Which isekai is this? That they just went Lamp Rouge. Although I guess it's kind of like a typical French name, isn't it? Kind of is, isn't it? But Shifty does some really cool sublimination. So if you've ever seen like the really cute dittos that are like Christmas cookies or little pumpkin things, or had a ho-ho one, all kinds of cute stuff like that, like just really cute dittos. You can get those as pins, actually. So that's who made this pattern. So, chat, if you want some really cute dittos, go check out Shifty stuff. The reincarnation of the strongest exorcist in another world. What the fuck? I need to get back into watching some weird ones. Because I've just been re-watching old ones. And also Critter was excited and now he's like, I want to watch the rest of Utena. And I'm like, I'm so sorry. So, we have to go through all of that. So I don't think we'll be watching season 2. So I'm sorry, Bunny, but I don't think so. We had 3 people show up this past weekend, so. I don't count Critter, because Critter and I lived together, and I was like, hey, you want to watch Utena? And he was like, sure. Alright, I can't get through here. Let's see. Seeing Lelouch. Great. Great. I have been enjoying a whole bunch of really weird isekai ones, just cuz. There's been some really bizarre ones, especially in like the manhwa. Okay, I can't get over this. Is there a pin stuck? What is going on? I pulled out a pin. What's going on? What's stuck? Can it just not make it over? What's the problem? There's nothing there. What? Come on. It's making an angry noise. Why are you making an angry noise? Just get over the hump. It's fine. Here, what if we go back and forth over it? Nope. Still doesn't like that either. Okay, can I pull you over? Is that alright? Alright, there we go. Got it. Vows to become unbeatable in his new life. His spell goes awry. Rather than being reborn in Japan, his soul ends up into a pre-modern Europe. Seikai Lamp Rouge. What? That doesn't deter him from his plans. What? Okay. I still need to watch Welcome to Japan, Elf-san, and I'm very excited for that one. Because it was such a good little manga. So I'm very excited. Did I hit that point? Because we gotta, once we hit here, we have to pivot and then go straight up. I think it's right here. Yeah, I think I got it. It's on Crunchy. I don't have Crunchyroll, so. Ran into a magic cat who teleports him into Dragon Quest. Jesus Christ. That's me. That's why I'm making my dragon. I was also half tempted, and, this is gonna sound horrible, is to, how do I put this? I know a lot of people with kids that I was just gonna be like, hey, here's a Christmas present, and then just give them this dragon. He's a bit of a jerk, but it makes sense. Yeah, well, yeah, that's better than just being a bland, Kirito type of character, I suppose. Sad about the lack of bad dragon jokes? We had like 3 of them yesterday. What are you talking about? Oh, chat, did I do it again? Did I get it? Okay, I'm a little off on the one side. And I completely missed on the other side. You know what? Close enough. Is it a French name? I think it's a French-ish sounding name. And so I think Japan just goes, that sounds good. I don't think it's an actual French name. I think it sounds French without actually being French. Ow! Ow! Ah! Ow! Okay, that hurt. Chad, don't do that. That was stupid. Ow. You know, it's like those fake sounding names, like fucking Elric. When we were talking about Fullmetal Alchemist yesterday. Like, it sounds vaguely Germanic, but it's not. Yeah, like von Stiefel-Heinenberg and stupid shit like that. Or, you know, Himmel's kind of a normal-ish one. But they can't have, like, actual-ish names, because they might get sued, so they're like, something vaguely sounds something like it, so they just kind of throw things together. It's a fridge for red lamp. Yeah, I mean, when I think of fucking LaDouche, I think red lamp. Oh, maybe it was supposed to be a reference to his red eyes. Still stupid. Still stupid, and I hate the series. Alright, let's go through. Let's clean all of this up before we move on to the next part, because it's just that little corner bit. Because there's a lot of extra fabric over here. We don't need any of this. This is what the big scissors are for, because there's a lot of it. Clear that out. I think of MXC. Oh, I do remember LaDouche. Oh, he was one of the announcers, wasn't he? No, I just call him LaDouche. But it shouldn't be used as a last name? Oh. I did ignore the bad dragon jokes yesterday, because we had like 3 of them all in a row. And I was like, I'm not going to entertain any of these. I've kind of found if I kind of ignore some of the jokes, you guys get a little sad about it, but then we don't have only those jokes. I mean, look at how long the your mom jokes lasted. And I mean, the donkey joke is still going on. Sometimes you just need a break, chat. Alright, trying to get in here, trying to clean this up. Because this is actually going to help reduce some of the bulk as we add in all those little pieces too. You know what other joke lasted too long? Are we starting this again, Mousy? Oh man, chat, what's that? Oh no, when Mousie's streaming tomorrow, you guys are all going to go and just give your mom jokes in chat, right? Oh man, what an awful thing. And the worst part is Taki isn't going to time them out, because Taki's gonna be saying the same exact jokes. Whereas over here, Eb will get mad after a while and will start timing people out. Taki won't. Taki will lean into it. Oh man, what about your mom donkey jokes? Oh man, what a good crossover. Oh man, chat, I guess everyone has to go to Mousie's stream. Oh no, what an awful thing. Chad, I think it's been long enough now where I could kind of talk about it. I did also kind of have like a point of annoyance last night. And this is not to be mean to any of our streamer friends, because it's exclusively a lot of our streamer friends who I go to their chats and then they shout me out, which isn't necessarily a bad thing, except it plays clips from the channel, and half the time they make absolutely no sense, and then I'm kind of forced to sit there and kind of cringe about it, even though I go and remove these. Some of them just don't make any sense and they just aren't good. Oh, I just trimmed through that, damn it. And then because I was looking at the line and I didn't realize that I missed on this side. Damn it. Hold on. Where I'm like, man, why do people have to play my clips? And I went and I asked a couple of people and I reached out to some people and I was like, hey, beholder of Q is going insane and is probably just reading too much into this. Should I go and delete all of my clips on Twitch just so I never have to deal with this again? And all of them were like, I mean, you could clear them up a little bit more, but I don't think you have to delete all of them. So chat, I did not delete all of my clips yesterday. Even though I wanted to. Because I have them play, and I think that's one of my biggest annoyances, and I think that's why I'll never add it. Like, at first I was like, oh, that's really cute. And I was like, oh, that's really fun. And then it's like, oh, every time you go into their chat, they shout you out. And it's like, oh, that's really sweet of you. But then it's playing, hey, welcome to RimWorld where we eat people. And I'm like, it's probably not appropriate. Chat, why are you so bad at making clips? No, it's like the clips to us make sense. No, we're not clipping me sneezing again. Or it shows up with Eb's clip from last year of the freaking Morse code from the ducks. I go through and every Sunday I clear out my clips of all of the ones that you guys make that I'm just like, why did you make that clip? Or I think sometimes you guys just press a button. Like one time, Bunny may have gone through and taken a 40-second clip of just my opening song. Yeah, it's just me fumbling around. Like, they're just so weird sometimes. Like, why was that clipped? And it's like, oh, that must have been an accident. Like, there's nothing going on. It's just me sitting there, and it's just us talking, and I'm like, no, Minecraft, we're not doing that. And then the clip ends. I'm like, what the hell was that clip? You did! You did! I had to delete it a long time ago. You just, for some reason, took a clip, and it was just 40 seconds of just my opening. I wasn't even live. I had just gone live. It was just my opening music. It was just my starting soon, and you took a clip of it. Because mobile sucks. I think you probably hit the button on mobile, and it just went, clip? It's like shit like that, where I'm like, what the fuck? Who did this? Why do this? Then I'm like, it must be Twitch. There's no way. It's so stupid sometimes. And then that's the shit that plays, or the shit that just doesn't make any sense, where it's like, ah, yes, here's Q just sitting here, and I go, no, we're not talking about donkeys, and that's the end of the clip. Like, and then I go to somebody's stream, and they're like, what's the context for that? And then I gotta sit there and I gotta explain it. And I'm like, that's not what these are for. So I was like, man, I'm getting annoyed with this. So I was like, hey, should I delete all my clips? And every one of them were like, no, don't delete all your clips. You're just crazy cute. And I'm like, okay. So chat, I did not delete all my clips. And it just changes the actual timestamp. Does it? I could still remember it once. You know what? Yeah, that sounds like Twitch. Cause then sometimes it'll also be like I know I'll go through and I'll edit them and I'll make it so it's actually just a 5-second clip, but then it keeps the 40-second variation, so then I have to go and delete that one separate. Chat, the Twitch clip system sucks, I guess is what I'm trying to get at. So, it wanted me to sew in this little divot here. So there's this tiny little triangle here. So we're putting this in and nothing else, apparently. Yeah, because this has to be open. And then this whole thing is going to be sewn up the back. This is where the tail's going to be. Okay. So, I think instead of pinning and sewing this, I'm just going to hand sew this, because it's just like this little tiny thing. If I can get my needle. So, we're just going to do this. So chat, go clear your Twitch clips. Also, consider not having other people's clips post on your channel, because then I have to be like, listen, I don't actually hate people. We don't actually eat people. We don't actually drain all their blood. We don't actually just enslave them. This is just a thing that's in RimWorld. We don't do this as a normal thing. Man, what a thing to have to explain, right? What a thing to explain. Man, what a weird time. This is why I keep joking, and I'm like, chat, can I just redo my entire career? Like, can I just redo my career and not play RimWorld? Because sometimes it raises a lot of questions with people. And they're just like, what the fuck do you do? And I have to explain, and I'm like, yeah, I just do stuff on the internet, and I don't want to really explain. We do normally play RimWorld, but normally RimWorld is not just eating everyone and being cannibalistic vampires who hates everyone. That's not all the time. That's just, we did that as a joke, and it kind of became a thing. I'm still thinking about us potentially, taking out maybe... somehow happens in every game. I know, and then everyone makes references to it, and then I have to be like, no, guys, we're not eating people. But no, I am still thinking about us potentially knocking off 2 of our RimWorld playthroughs. I'm kind of leaning towards the Anomaly and the Odyssey ones, and just taking those out, just so we could focus on just the trees and just the vampires ones for now, and maybe like completely cancel those. I don't know if maybe we'll do like a last big hurrah in them, kind of take ourselves out maybe, because I think those ones people are more invested in and having more fun with, because not a lot of people have been showing up for Odyssey, and I'm not having as much fun with it, and I don't think anybody even remembers that we had an Anomaly playthrough. And plus, whenever multiplayer gets updated, I've already had several people that have reached out to me. They're like, I want to do a multiplayer RimWorld with you. So I'm like, and I'm going to be adding 3 more playthroughs. So chat, what are your guys' thoughts? While a lot of you guys are around. Sorry, it's normally because a lot of you guys are lurking. So I know that if there's like at least 1 or 2 of you guys talking, I know at least 1 or 2 of you guys will actually answer. I'm not pulling you guys out of lurking or anything like that. Because you guys can also pop this into the Discord and stream suggestions too, so. Like if they get curious about it being discussed eating people, then it's good. See, I feel like sometimes it's a little bit too unhinged, I guess, and it's a little too random, and it's hard to describe. I feel like it's better if it's a clip that's like, no Q, please. The time I stream is around 11 p.m. for you. Oh, Jesus Christ, that ain't happening. Just like I can't really do very often the 7 a.m.s with Cap'n. I think it's a little easier if it's like, for example, the one in Water Park Sim, where Acrylic clipped the car that was really funky. That was, that for some reason the wheels were, the wheels were not turning, but the car itself was turning. And it was just rotating around, and it was a stupid little Easter egg that they left in that was like a problem. It was a glitch, and so they left it in as an Easter egg. That's a little bit easier to say, hey, this is from Water Park Sim, it was an Easter egg and they left it in and I accidentally found it. That's a little bit easier to explain really quick while in someone else's chat than if I go into, I don't know, Mousie's chat, because Mousie plays one of my clips. And it's, here's how much I hate this goddamn donkey. I hope this donkey dies. I hope I never have to see it again. I hate this particular animal. And I hope we get to eat it, and I hope we get to drain all of its blood. Except we just had a raiding thing that came in, and so we took off all of their clothes, and we had to hand wash all of them. And then we, like, that doesn't make as much sense, does it? Because then I have to be like, no, I don't actually hate animals. I just hate this little one in particular because chat keeps insisting that I have to keep it to the point where we have had to make stuffed animals of it. We've had to do needle felts of it. I made a cake in the shape of a donkey. Proton sent me a little toy of it. Like that's a little bit more long-winded. I think if I can explain it in a sentence, great. If I can't explain it in a sentence and it needs a lot more context, I don't think it's appropriate to play it. I don't think it's appropriate, I guess. Does that make sense? Ease of explanation, maybe? Is that a better way to put it? Maybe that's what I'm getting at. Yeah. It's now a favorite nemesis. Because then it's like hard to describe and it's like, why donkey? Is it multiple games? No, it's just this one game. I mean, or the time that I went and I just fucking executed the donkey in the ground under Minecraft and then Taki was yelling at me and then buried me in the ground. Like, how do you explain that? That I just hate this creature so much that I just wanted it dead. And I'm like, damn it. It's not a good clip either. So I removed that. Or like the clip that Cap'n took, where I was really stupidly when someone came in and they were like, hey, have you played Food Truck Sim? And I went, which one's that? And the person in chat goes, the one where you run a food truck. Like, that's a funny one. That one doesn't need context. That one's just, Q's an idiot. I'll clip every time you laugh. I will be pissed, and I will have to fucking delete every single one of them. I will delete every one of them. Every single clip will get taken out. I will take out every one of them one by one every time that you do it. I don't care. I delete all of my clips anyway on Sundays. Any ones that just are accidents, or they make no sense, or they're not appropriate to keep on the channel. Like, Luna's done a couple of funny ones, and out of context they sound funny, but at the same time, if it plays on somebody's Twitch stream, it's not gonna be appropriate. Like, stuff like that. I appreciate them. I do watch every one of them, chat. I watch every one of them. I download all of them. I turn them into shorts. I keep them in a big list. Gets people curious as to why it happens. Sometimes they just get really confused. Sometimes. It's different when it's like people that we know, but then I go to like random streams that I've never talked to before. That's why it's so... shows how genuine it is. I feel like if we have in-jokes, I feel like those are ours. And I feel like those coming across on somebody else's stream is a little weird, I guess. It kind of goes back to when we had some members of our community that were going into some other close friend communities and just spamming about how I eat people with no context. I guess that's kind of where that's coming from. Maybe I should preface that. Because we had that be an issue for a while where they were actually reaching out to me and being like, is everything okay? Why are they coming in and doing this? This is kind of not appropriate. Like, what am I supposed to say to this? Except then you're putting it on full front and center, being like, here's Q eating people in RimWorld, I guess. Does that make sense? We're stop being communists. We're not communists, we're the community. We can't be communists. We can't co-opt communism. Alright, chat. So these are both together. So these are just two little pieces so that when we go to attach the tail, this is already together. So this is why it says open on it. It says open. I swear it says the word open. I swear it does. So we're gonna keep this little bit here, and this is where the tail's gonna go. Can we at least tear down capitalism? I mean, I'm okay with that, but we can't be called communists. That might actually get some people in our community in trouble, depending on where it is that they live. So I think that's why I'm trying to not lean into that one. It's funny, but I can't really lean into that in good faith in case that gets somebody in trouble. Told her about the leg eating joke. See, it doesn't make sense. Or now I have like members of my family that'll sometimes come by and is like, I want to watch your sewing stream, and I have to be like, okay, so my people are a little weird. They'll talk about eating legs. That's normal. Just let them go. Don't ask any questions. I do like that we're very okay with new people and explaining it to them, so I am good with that. Chat, we're a very kind community in comparison to some that I have seen previously. I think that's why I like over-explaining everything. Especially when I know there's a lot of new people, or for jokes like this, where I'm like, okay, this is where this came from, this is what this is for, this is why they like it. It's a little harder to do that when you're in someone else's chat and you're just typing, and sometimes I don't get around to actually explaining it, or I was only typing one thing because I was doing something, and then that clip starts playing, and then I'm like, damn it, now I gotta sit here for a second, I gotta explain myself that we're not weird. We're not weird, I hate this donkey. You're basically choosing to spend a moment. Yeah, for me, I say something, and it's not a bad thing to kind of highlight other friends and stuff. So, yeah. It's... 'Cause you're right. It's their thing with having it just randomly pick clips. I do absolutely agree with Mousy that I wish it was only the featured ones, but I have removed all other clips except for featured, and it still just pulls random ones, so. Getting hungry, I don't know why. It's because we're talking about eating people. No! Because I even go through and only my featured ones are the only ones that are still on my channel. If it's not a featured clip, it's no longer on there. So I think I just have to be more proactive with removing some clips. So, thanks for no, I think it's just SO. I think you guys have access to that. I don't remember if I actually ever fixed that. Can somebody try that? Just do shout out, I don't know, Cap'n. You can't view any? You can't? Wait, what? I wonder why. Alright, so that's done. That's done. Hi, Otter. You know, where Otter comes in and starts talking about other random stuff. No, I'm not calling Otter. Twitch stopped its service? What? What? Oh my god, wait, that makes a little bit more sense then. Wait. Really? Okay, no, so we did finish it. Okay. Do you have any clips still up? I think you do. You'd have to go through and look. You'd have to go through and look at each of them individually. Alright, so the body is done. So chat, this is what I was talking about. So both sides are done. This is all good. No, we're not doing ransom. We're not doing ransom. We're not taking people out. So we have a dragon. So as you can see, so this is going to be the front belly. Yay. Here's both sides. All of the legs are attached. So now... We're not kidnapping anyone. Anyway. See, chat, this is what I'm saying. If we clip this, now we're going to have to explain. Listen, it's just because Otter comes in... And Otter likes saying very off-the-wall things sometimes. Just because Otter's only here for a couple of minutes out of the day during Otter's lunch break. Because it's really funny to think about an otter just going around and kidnapping people. Anyway, we got feet. So, there's different feet. So these are all the palms. So if I was to put this here, it would be like this whole piece. My chat is completely feral. You know what? I'm just gonna use that from now on. My chat's feral. Just trust me. So, we've got these feet now. Now, it's gonna be a little funky to kind of sew. I don't know if I'm gonna end up hand sewing this, maybe. But this is the front one. This is a back one. As you can see, they're actually two different sizes. So this one's actually wider, this one's a little bit smaller. So we need to try and figure out which one goes to which. I'm also missing a foot? How am I missing a foot? Okay, so this is a front one. Oh, it's on the floor! God damn it. Hold on. Hold on. Got it. Okay, we got all 4 feet. So all of these feet are currently open because we're putting all of these in. Does it have a particular way that it's doing it, or can we just throw them all in and hope for the best? Chat, how do you work a fucking iPhone? Sew feet to legs. Trim seam allowance, that's correct. At this point, the gusset should be sewn to both sides of the body, and the top of the body and legs should remain open. Got that. With the right sides together, pin the feet to the front and the back legs. Make sure you're matching front with the front and back with the back. It can be easier to sew one side at a time. Sewing the claws will be covered on the next page, so it just wants you to do the entire leg first. Consider sewing one side at a time. That might be easier. I might actually be able to put this through. We're not giving butt flippers, what? This is not an aquatic dragon. And then it's sew the claws together. Trim. Okay. So, let's see if we could do this. So, I have the front legs here, right? Okay, inner front leg. Okay, so here's the front. So, let's do the fronts first. That might make life a little bit easier. Because I think there's more space. From flipping houses into flipping butts. What? No! No, we're still flipping houses with Mousy. I'm actually very excited to go back to that, because I think next week, should be the Christmas update. So maybe we could do a Christmas house or not. Thanks so much for everything. I'm so glad. Chad, I'm glad you guys actually enjoy being here. Can I be honest? I complain about a lot of things. Oh, shit. Sorry, I didn't mean to... Did I just go, oh man, you guys are the best, and then hit the mic? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to hit you guys. Never mind. I'm leaving. I'm out. You guys are on your own. Find a somewhat more entertaining streamer than whatever the hell I am. Never mind. I'm out. Deuces. Kid disappearing meme. That's me right now. No, it does make things a lot easier because then it's just not just me just sitting here talking by myself for hours. I'm still okay with doing that, but it does make things easier. I will be the first one to admit that that is a lot easier. Alright. I'm gonna try and pin the back and the front. We apparently flip butts now. It's just you! It's just you, Otter. I don't get it. You just come in, you just say the most outrageous things sometimes, and chat just goes, yeah, let's do it. Bunny too. Bunny just comes in, talks about eating legs, and everyone's like, yeah, I think we could eat some legs. Why the hell not? No, there's no blood sacrifices. Hi, Minecraft. Or Minecraft comes in, and Minecraft said some stupid shit, and then chat goes, oh, that's the best thing ever. We're gonna copy Minecraft. It's not physical violence. It actually did hurt my fan hitting the mic, I won't lie. I did what was it? Yesterday? No, 2 days ago. I just straight up just ran into the door jamb. And I cracked this knuckle all the way up, so that's also kind of why I'm wearing the gloves, because there's a huge scrape all the way over here. So I cracked this whole knuckle all the way up and scraped the entire side of my hand. My brain doesn't work, and I can look at something and I can go, there is an object there, and I will just straight up run into it. Sorry, Automod is killing that. Automod took it. I see what you wrote, Minecraft. But no, Automod says no. It just disappeared from me twice. So I don't want to hit allow or deny either. I normally would, but it just popped up, disappeared, re-popped up, disappeared, and now it's back. And I don't know if I hit allow or deny if it's gonna fuck up Twitch. So I'm sorry. Mobile Twitch sucks. That's not, you're not in trouble or anything. I'm afraid to click it. I'm afraid to click anything. We're just gonna let that exist there. Don't kick that. It's just, yeah, we do it anyway. My brain has never properly... My brain just doesn't work properly. We'll just put it like that. Because if I say too much and a doctor finds out, I'm gonna get a note on my chart, and I can't have that. I can't. I was told I cannot have that note on my chart. So, alright, let's see if I could do this. So, we're gonna try and attach up to the claws. Now, we're not gonna put the claws on yet. We're actually gonna do that separate, because as you can see, the line for that actually goes all the way through the original stitching line, so we're gonna keep that for now. It's like Windows 95. More like Windows 1. I don't know what you're talking about. You were giving me way too much of a compliment there by saying 95. 95 actually worked. She doesn't trust us. I wish it was just that. It's just a window. Oh man. Alright, let's see if I could do this. I'm not trusting this. If it goes really bad, I'm gonna switch to hand sewing all the rest. But I'm trusting Shifty. She is much smarter than I am when it comes to construction. I've actually used her trick with the patterning from the paper towels for many years now. That's exactly who I got that from. She posted about that and then used to talk about that in the sewing group, actually. So thank you, Shifty, you're the best. So let's see if this works. So I believe. Let's see. Oh. Chat, Shifty's brilliant. I was around when Windows XP was around. I want Windows 7 back. I want Vista back. I know that's a very polarizing topic and everyone yells at me and says, "What the fuck do you mean you want Vista back?" I miss Vista. Can we go back to Vista? Windows Aero was fucking amazing, and having Rain Meter actually worked was great. Yes, Vista. I also want XP back. What the fuck do you mean Vista? I loved Vista! The hell's Vista? If you don't know what Vista is, trust me, you don't want to know what Vista is. It was in between 7 and 10. And everyone hated it. Everyone hated it, but I loved it. Windows Aero actually worked properly with it. And my laptop actually ran better with that. And I was able to get Rain Meter to work properly. Better on Vista than I was anything else. I have not used Rain Meter since because I cannot get it to properly actually root into the system like it should and actually put everything in properly. You've also got to remember, I'm the type of person that I like getting like an Android phone so I can root it and kind of destroy it. Vista was very easy to do that with. Yeah, Vista was never as bad as 11. Just use 7 as the better Vista. I miss Vista a lot. When was it around? Man. Was I in high school, chat? My bank app detects it? Oh, I guess I'm fucking glad that mine does not. I root mine all the time. Actually, now that I think about it, now that I have this second phone, maybe I could just put all of my important stuff on the other phone and then root this one and kind of destroy it. Maybe I'll do that. Maybe I'll kind of kind of destroy this phone. I kind of have a tendency to destroy phones, so I'm trying to make this one last so I don't have to buy another one. So I haven't rooted this version of Android, so I'm kind of curious to. I don't think I have in probably like 2 phones. I destroyed my Pixels. I had a Pixel 4 at one point, and I destroyed that fucker. I had an S4 as well. I you root an Android so you can root the Android. No, you can just root it. You don't even need to buy anything. You can just fucking rip it apart and do that. I was trying to root and set up an old Fire tablet. It's at the bottom of the lake, it is. Bye, Otter. Have fun at work. 2007 were the best. I loved Millennium. Nobody had Millennium, and Windows 98 Plus was the best. It didn't really do anything, but it had some cool extra additive features. 98 Plus was really cool, and it came with some really cool pre-installed games. Would recommend 98 Plus. ME was great because a lot of the games around that time worked properly in ME because you could run more modern games, but you could also run older games on it too. And it accepted all of them. Once you started hitting 2007, then you had to start running compatibility and bullshit. It did break a lot of stuff hardware-wise, but it was great software-wise. You gotta remember, I don't deal with hardware, I deal with software. I helped build my computer, but I am terrible at the hardware side of it. I am the best at the software side of it. You tell me you got a problem with your computer, don't worry, I'll fix it. And then the 90-year-old woman will give me a comforter for it. Like, I could fix that. You tell me your RAM's busted, I'll be like, But no, ME was great out of the box because you were able to play a lot of the games that once you hit 7 wouldn't run anymore, and then you had to do compatibility and it was bullshit. So if I had my choice, I would build a new old stock computer and just put all of these old games on there and just run them like that. Now come visit me. Alright, I'll be there in a second. You have to pay me in a gigantic fucking down $2,000 comforter, though. See, I never had CE. Thank God. Millennium was great. Just for playing The Sims 1 and The Sims 2 and Caesar 3 and all the Lego Harry Potter games, and it played Caesar 4. And I got Pharaoh and Cleopatra to work on it, and I got a whole bunch of totally legal games to work on it too. It was great. Like, what was it? The Flight of the Red Baron? Is that what that game was? What was it? What was the Red Baron game where you went around and you were like in an airplane? And Simcopter worked on it. Sim Safari worked on it. Sim Ant worked on it. Oh, it was great. Yeah, but I can't run commandos now because it makes my— oh, I missed. I wonder if I could fix that. Because it makes my fucking aspect ratio 800 by 600. Everything. I can't run commandos. I'm still trying. Pyrrha sent me a capture card, so I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna see if my very lovely roommate would let me borrow his computer, hook up the capture card to it, and then just drag his computer up here and then just play off of that. Alright, I gotta fix this a little bit. So it kind of made a little bit of a notch here, and we don't really want that. So let me see if I can kind of throw this through again after I pull this a little bit. Let's see if we can kind of ease this from the other way. 98 SE. See, I only liked 98 Plus. We had a disc for 98 Plus. It just somebody wrote on there in Sharpie 98 Plus. So I don't know where we got it from, but man, it was great. Back before you had to connect to everything. All right, I think I fixed it. It seems like everything is actually attached. Let me try and stick. Yeah, it feels like it's attached. Chat, I think we did it. Okay, so here's the foot palm. Here's the two sides. And so all of this should crunch, and it should just turn into 3 claws here. So let me see if I can kind of clean this up a little. And it's stabilized pretty well. See, we never had a lot of stabilization issues. However, I did absolutely, in 98, unfortunately, uninstall the sound card somehow, trying to get the quest for the... That's what it was, the quest for the Red Baron game to work. I don't know how I did it. All these years later, I don't... Shut up, Minecraft. You're too young. I don't know how I managed that, but I uninstalled the entire sound card, and so we never had sound on the Windows 98 Plus again. My dad went and bought a sound blaster, and it still didn't work, so he threw it in the Millennium, because he was like, I'm not gonna waste it. I never admitted to it, I blamed my brother. Oh man, I don't know how I did it, but there was never... We would get Windows sounds because those played off of the actual motherboard, so I know it wasn't a problem with the speakers. It was just I uninstalled the sound card. My poor brother, he got into a lot of trouble with that. I think he legitimately thought that he did it. He did not. I did it. I was trying to get the fucking thing to work, and I couldn't get it to work, and it was like, oh, if you try doing, you know, trying to decelerate your hardware, maybe you'd be able to do that, and somehow I uninstalled the sound card. Listen, we were awful to each other. He deserved it. I tried running the graphics accelerator, I tried uninstalling and reinstalling it, I tried running it through daemon tools, I tried everything possible, I tried putting it onto a separate CD, I tried... No, it wasn't stuck in a washing machine at least. It wasn't that bad of an instruction thing, like Dick stuck in fan or anything like that. It just wouldn't work, and I think it's because it was 98. I think it just didn't like it. I think it was more meant for a more modern system, so probably like a 2000 at that point, so... Use the modem, couldn't find the modem, couldn't reinstall the modem. At that point, you're just downloading a modem install onto a floppy disk and hoping for the best. But then the floppy disk only had so much space, then you had to pull out a zip drive. Then you had to hope that it would have enough space because the zip drive read-write was god-awful, and it took fucking forever. And then at one point, the 98 ended up going into my room. So I owned that, and then I was trying to... I used it for writing, because at one point I wanted to be a writer. So I was using it for word processing, because we didn't have it connected to the internet, so I couldn't download anything, and it only had... We upgraded it, chat. Are you ready for this? The hard drive was 512 megabytes. Chat, we upgraded it. My dad and I ripped it apart and we put 512 megabytes onto it. We pulled everything apart so we could upgrade the hard drive for 512 megabytes. I was so excited. That was a lot. He found it in the trash. Because I think somebody had gone up to a gigabyte. But then we also realized, because you were like, oh, maybe we could upgrade it further. No, that was the highest it could read. That thing could never be upgraded again. It would not read past that. It could not read a gigabyte. Oh, boy. The RAM's gonna be a mess. Honestly, is there that much of a difference between DDR4 and DDR5? If your motherboard can run both, I think just get 4 at this point. And hope for the best. I think that's what I'm gonna end up doing. because unfortunately I am going to have to upgrade my motherboard here pretty soon, so I want to try and find one, maybe secondhand, that'll run both 4 and 5, and then just use my existing RAM because it's all 4. I had a BIOS update? Yeah, we were not going to be able to get that BIOS to update. I could already call that one. It was easier just to, half the time, just reinstall Windows and clear the entire thing than it was to get rid of all... We also... Listen, nobody knew, okay? Nobody knew back then, okay? We used to get, like, Bonzi Buddy and everything. You know, one of the worst trackers known to history. We didn't know. I was the only computer literate one in the family, and then my mom got mad at me because the very first day that we brought home the brand new 98, we did so much to it, it took forever for it to shut down, and I had to explain to her, Windows is stuck shutting down, we just have to press the button. And she yelled at me and she said, we can't do that, you have to actually press end. And I said, no, Mom, it's stuck. I said, just press the button on the tower, it's okay. It'll restart fine. No, she called 6 people that all had computers or kind of knew about computers to check and make sure, because she didn't trust me enough. She didn't trust me. You remember when the Big Bang happened? Shut up, Minecraft. Listen. We liked Bonzi Buddy, okay? He was very useful. Q was there, shut up. Alright, so I'm sewing through the claws over here. Very, very slowly. I'm also pulling it through this top bit because there's actually a seam that goes into the beige section, the vanilla custard section. So I'm trying to get that through there a little bit just so we have the exact configuration of the claws. Now it's not gonna kind of match on both sides, and then this one I kind of missed a little bit. It's true. Oh my god. Okay, let's see. Can I fix this a little bit? So this claw is just gonna be a little off kilter from the rest. For some reason, I think it's just the way that I drew it on here and I cut it out. There's not as much space, so it's kind of slipping off of this side of the fabric. So it's not actually gonna be attached, so let's see. What's your opinion on Pipe Fox? No opinion, I think. Alright, I think I got it. Yeah, alright. Chat, let's clean this up. And then we want to go all the way up here. Although I might do this with the tiny scissors. Because otherwise I'm going to go through there. Chat, we got some claws. Chat, we have claws. You wanted to buy it? I mean, I always say to always buy plushies whenever possible. I just don't order from certain companies. I shouldn't say it like that because it sounds more ominous. There's some companies out there that are making a lot of products as of late, and some of them are pretty low quality, and I've gotten a couple of them, and they kind of just use the same patterns for all of them, so I'm of the mindset that if I didn't like this particular one, that I'm not gonna like any of them. Because they're all gonna kind of have the same quality and feel to it that I don't like. Is that helpful? Is that helpful, chat? It's not anything against them, it's just they use the same exact pattern for everything and they don't change any of them. I'm getting one from AliExpress. See, the AliExpress ones can kind of be okay. They're just, I never trust what's in them. I'm very particular with that after having some weird issues with people stuffing them with just random crap. But, I mean, go for it. Alright, chat, let's see. Did I do it? If I flip this the correct way... Hold on. Hold on, chat. If I flip this the correct way... Wait, we have 1, 2... Chat... Chat. Chat, I think we did it. We have successfully gotten 1 foot. If I could poke out this other claw. Don't do this with scissors. I just know that, I just know that there's not enough, spots for this to actually sneak through. Otherwise it will bust through your seam. Chad! We have a foot! It's a little crummy looking. That is definitely my fault. I think it looks alright. Yeah, that seam isn't matching up, but I think that's alright. Oh, Chad, look! We have claws! No, we're not eating this leg. Chad, look, we got claws! We got tiny claws! Alright, now we just gotta do 3 more. Oh my god. Chad, we got claws! We gotta do 3 more. Oh no. Oh no, we have to do 3 more. Oh no. It's a long process, but it does look very good at the end. So I guess let's do the other front foot. So we're gonna do the same thing. We're gonna sew up both sides and then go around the claws. It's just a long, tedious process is the problem. But we know now that it works. So chat, trust Shifty. Shifty knows what they're doing. I do not. And I am covered in so much thread and little pieces of minky, and my hair's in my face, and there's minky in my hair. I should have put my hair up. Okay. Chat, we gotta do this side. So we're gonna do the same thing. I wonder, I don't think it would be easier to... No, I don't think it'd be easier to go all the way up through the claw. I think we'll just keep following it this way and stop here. So, I think it also probably helps with positioning. But no, I'm wondering, why did... Oh! Oh, I see. Oh, I see where that point's not meeting now. Oh. Did I do that on all of them? Yeah, okay, so I did that on all of them. Oh, this one doesn't look bad. Okay, this one worked. Chat, that one worked. I'm made of thread and scrap is what I'm made of. Okay. So that was me. So at least we figured that one out. So this one is also going to be messed up because this join is not completely 100%. But that's alright. I think I just got some on my nose. Alright, so let's do this side first. So we're going to do the same thing. We're going to go from the custard side to the other custard side. I do kind of like this vanilla custard color. I wish I would have done a different white for the belly, though. Or maybe made it where the entire thing is white instead of vanilla custard, and then use the stars on the belly, but can't really go back now. There is really something in my nose. I can't get it. Oh, I think I got it. No, that was a different piece. Damn it, I dropped a pin. Oh, I dropped a couple pins. It's because I'm picking up the wrong pins. It's fine. I'll find them later in the bottom of my feet. Alright, and then let's go up here. As you can see, I kind of cut this a little weird. I was actually running out of space. So some of my seam allowance is actually gone. So I'm actually going to sew this probably up here. Just to make things a little easier so I can actually see where I'm attaching to. As opposed to on the other side that has plenty of space. So let's see if we can hopefully get this. So we're gonna do this side first. And now, fortunately, now that I kind of know what I'm doing, all of the other ones should go a little faster. And also I think the back feet are smaller. So let's see. Alright, so here's that awkward spot where it's really thin. So I'm kind of bypassing my line and kind of moving it in a little bit more just so I can make sure that I actually sew. Chat, we'll have the entire body done. Now, we can't sew up the back yet. The reason being is that we have to make the wings first. And we're going to actually attach those into the seam so it'll look a little better. Alright, I think this might curl on the other side, so we'll have to look. Come on, get over that little hump. Okay. I sewed a little bit into the claw, but it should be okay. I'm stuck. There we go. Is it bad? Oh no, I bypassed it. Alright, we're fine. Okay, so this side's good. Let's flip to the other side. Put that together. Now I think there's a Minky on my other side. God damn it. Chat, don't work with this stuff. It's awful. You are going to inhale it. I've told you guys that story before, right? Now I could say it, when I used to work at Joann's, and the girl that I was working with, she told her husband that she wouldn't have to get embalmed and it'll be cheaper for her to get buried because of all of the crap that they put all over the fabric and how much we were inhaling. After I quit there, my health did get actually a little better, ironically enough. Wash your damn fabric. That shit is disgusting. Oh. I also had a boss who I told her there was an entire bolt of fur that was damaged on the boat coming over. And she looked at it and she goes, well, they probably just put it directly on the floor, or it might have melted because it might have been a little too close to the engine. She's like, just put it out anyway. I was like, but this is actually absolutely damaged everywhere. She's like, it's very expensive. She's like, just put it on the floor anyway. Okay. It was not great. Yeah, I might be allergic to a lot of the additives that they have to put on the fabric. Just for, the color steadfast and, you know, all of the conditioners and stuff. I think I might be allergic to a lot of it. And I think it's not as noticeable if it's only like a little bit, but I think having an entire wall behind you and then cutting like hundreds and hundreds of yards every day probably is not good. Alright, so starting up here at the top, although it looks like it's stuck. Why are you stuck? I'm gonna do the same thing, kind of push it forward a little bit. Nope, it's still stuck. Is it the needle? Might be that. Hold on. Let's see. Now will you go through? No. Okay. Another way to combat this is to get a walking foot so that both sides are getting pushed, but I'm lazy and I don't feel like putting on my walking foot. So the fabric doesn't stick to the rollers. Oh, great. I had a roommate, actually, I gotta be careful saying that, whose dad used to own a couple of the fabric factories, so that's how I kind of knew a lot of this. Because she was not from the US. And I also had another roommate whose dad worked in, like, the entertainment industry in a couple of these particular countries, and I was like, oh, that's kind of cool. She's like, yeah, I met this person. I was like, holy shit. Small world. Alright, let's see. Did I miss anywhere? That one might be a little suspect. I don't know if I actually got that one. This one kind of clipped. Hold on, let's see. Let's see, chat. I think I might have gotten it. You have one clip. Which clip is this? Something went wrong. We can't find that clip. Which clip is this? You're gonna have to tell me which clip this is. I do write down all of the clips that I get and which ones I download and the links to them and who downloaded it, what stream it was downloaded from, so that if I ever have to give credit to you guys or I have to start doing that, I have the ability to already do that. Because I was doing that for a while. Me filling the pen and then spilling everything. You know what? Yeah. Yeah, that's a good clip. I'm actually running out of those beads, too. So I don't think I'm going to be able to put them in here. Even though it says to. I think I only have like a half a pound. And it's estimating about a pound to put in here. So I don't think I'll have enough. Alright, let me see. Can I put my finger through here and will it come out? Because if I do, that means I need to re-sew it. Okay, there's my nail. Alright, so I do have to re-sew this a little bit. Because that means that stuffing's gonna fall out of there. Somebody's honking. Can I instead maybe hand sew this a little bit? Maybe that'll be helpful. Just this little bit right here. The microwave beads to buy? Actually, yeah, I have a supplier for it on AliExpress. So, the microwavable plushies are a little tricky. Because, one, everything has to be 100% cotton. For obvious reasons. The thread that you use has to be cotton. The fabric has to be cotton. You can't use safety eyes, obviously. The beads have to be a special earthen type of bead. It can't be plastic. The thread that you use has to be 100% cotton. You can't use any of the fancy metallics or anything, in terms of, like, threads and stuff like that. Because, I mean, it's gonna melt. That's why I typically don't do them. Because Minky, for example, is plastic. Most of my thread is plastic. All of my embroidery stuff is plastic. It can be very dangerous and it can put off fumes. It probably wouldn't do it off of just one plushie, but it has to be like 100% cotton because I wouldn't trust it. Because that could probably destroy your microwave. But yes, they are a thing. You can absolutely get them. I just also don't like the scents. I can't stand the scents that they put onto those beads. A lot of them will actually cause me to, like, have some terrible allergy attacks, and I don't know why. I need my microplastics. Jesus. Because I bought one of BZ Art's bats, but I can't buy her bats normally because she puts scents on all of them. Yeah, you can make just a pouch out of cotton, but again, it has to be cotton, actual fabric, and then a cotton thing, and then you just have it where it's a little flap in the back, and then you just stick it in there every time. Hi, Mike. But yeah, you could do that too. But yeah, it has to be like a certain kind of bead that'll actually like absorb heat. But yeah, I have someone sent me a couple of years ago, like one of the providers that they use from the plush group that I used to be in. She could be full of lead. Oh my god, just have a whole bunch of fiber supplements, apparently. It's got plenty of lead in it. That's why I had to stop taking them. So I know how to do it. I know where to get them. I cannot trust my current stash, and I would have to probably replace most of my stuff with actually 100% cotton everything. I think all of my threads are plastic. Or a cotton-plastic kind of mix. So I can't trust it. I will destroy a microwave. I hate to say it, not worth it just to make one little plush to have to replace my microwave because the fucking stuffed animal melted in it. I would not. That's very toxic. Don't do that, chat. Do not just randomly microwave a plush. They are 99% of the time made with some sort of a synthetic fabric because it is cheaper. This is my PSA. If you do not know what it is made out of, do not put it into your microwave, damn it. Some people will microwave the plushes because there's scent beads in them. And so you can microwave it and it'll release the scent. It'll also be very warm, and then they've also got the weighted beads in them so that it's very good for like calming. Yeah, watch the monkey melt in the microwave. Ugh. Just sloughing off, stuck to the glass thing. But especially if you're like hurt or you're just very sad, we had a couple of those for the place that I was working at to give to the kids. Because then they could just put it in their lap and it's just very comforting and soothing. They're very sweet and they're very nice and you can buy them. They're a little more expensive because obviously it has to be made with only cotton. You can't use the cheaper polyester blends. So there you go. There's your history. That's why people like them and that's why people buy them. Would recommend. The kids liked them. However, I couldn't stand the lavender smell. So the smells just, no, I couldn't. So they'd send me and they're like, hey, kiddo wants to play with this. Can you go run this to the microwave for me? And I'd have to put on gloves and I was like, all right, I'll be back. The lavender smell, something about it. I don't know if it's the essential oil that they used or I don't know if it's just, I can't have lavender, but I use lavender scented things and that's fine. Just something about it. Added to cereal to help with the deficiency? And they pump the cereal with iron? Wait, why do you do it? Like I said, because it's kind of comforting, so the kids really like it because then it feels like another person is in their lap. Because especially if you're in therapy, like you can't get a hug from your counselor, that's an ethical thing. So they'll do that to kind of simulate instead a hug. Especially when they're talking about really rough things, especially for kids. But yeah, it's very warm. It reactivates the scent. It's a whole process. The kids really, really like them, though. And like Bunny said, some adults do, too. I just cannot. I cannot. That scent throws me off. Because I even got one of the bats that had scents in it. Because it's one of the banana ones, and it's really cute. And I love it. And it was a year after they put the scents in, and I had to leave it in the garage to air out. Because it set off everything, and this was after a year. So now it just sits on my shelf. I can't touch it. I can't play with it. It just has to live there. Distilled in large batches, and it's harsh. I guess that makes sense. Kind of like a saffron type of thing. Like, I grow lavender. Regular lavender is fine. Just synthetic essential oil lavender. Just cannot. Don't know why. Chat, a lot of things are just touch and go with me. It's just, do we think it'll kill me, or do we think it'll just make me upset? Do we think it'll make my skin itch? Do we think it'll make my teeth itch? I think most of the lavender stuff has a harshness to it that I think my body just cannot process. Alright, we got more claws. Let's see. That they're heavy? They're not, because they're weighted. So, I mean, the heavy aspect you can actually get out of a cheaper weighted plush or by turning a plush into a weighted plush without having to get the microwave bit. I mean, for me, the kids were always complaining that I would have to microwave it several times. It does not retain heat very well. So. Alright, let's see if I can trim all of this. That did small batch proper distilled lavender oil. I think I think most of the people that do... Oh, there's still a pin here. Oh my god, I was trying to cut it and I was going, why is this not cutting? I almost just cut through a pin. Jesus Christ, I would have ruined my scissors. Chat, live crying Q reaction on stream. I have a couple of places near me that'll do like hand-dipped incense. Their lavender's okay, so I don't know where they get theirs from. I'll have to ask at some point. Chat, when I sent Aku their Taro plushie, if you haven't seen, our streamer friend Aku, who is mainly on YouTube, is a really popular and fun VTuber friend and totally doesn't sound like anyone else, absolutely not. Who has a little bat, a little purple bat by the name of Taro who has one wing, and I sent it to her, and she was very excited, and then she goes, "My cats are like obsessed with it and it smells so good. Did you put perfume?" And I was like, "No, I think I was just doing incense." And I went, "Oh my god, I was burning Mothman's musk." That sounds spiteful. No, not spiteful at all. 100%. I just can't say anything about it. Chat, it's like a faux pas. You can't talk about that. But, no, I was burning Mothman's musk. And I had to explain, and they were like, "What the hell is that name?" And I was like, "I know, I said the same thing when I picked it out, and it smells so good." And I sent them the shop, and I sent the link, and I was like, "No, it's an actual thing. It's just Mothman's musk. It's so good." But yeah, Mothman's musk smells really great. With a hot water bottle in it? Oh, you probably could. It just... You would probably, because it's so big, it's usually easier to put kind of like a cavity in here, for example. You'd probably, if this was, let's say the plush, you'd probably have to put another big piece over everything and sew it in so that the hot water bottle could probably go in here. I'd also still be worried about the fact that you have like plastic that's getting really hot, so I probably still wouldn't recommend it. So, thinking about the statue. Yeah, and the fact that the great ass is like worn down. Oh my god, I went to a zoo recently and they had a dog statue, like a bronze statue, and the entire top was weathered away because everyone keeps petting the dog, and it was really sweet. It's kind of like that. Everyone goes up to Mothman and has to go and touch the ass. So chat, Mothman's musk sounds really great. It sounds really great, it smells really great, it's a good time, and you can go and touch his ass. At some point, maybe I'll go and visit Mothman, and I'll burn a whole bunch of Mothman's musk, and then I'll touch Mothman's ass. Because apparently it must be a good time. But I went up and I was petting the dog, and I was like, "Oh my god, he's so bronze!" And I realized that people are just sitting there just petting the dog. He was a good dog! Chat, that's how you know humanity is still worth saving. Is that everyone was going up and just petting this dog. Reusable heating bag? Yeah, like what TM was saying, just make a pellet pouch. They're really easy. So you just take, hold on. So you have your fabric. You can even just fold it over, because who the fuck cares? You're not gonna see it. Sew a circle all the way around. Leave an opening right here to here. Fill the whole thing. Make sure that that piece is cotton. Make sure that your thread is cotton. And then you just pop that out of the thing every time. And then you just microwave that and then put it at the bottom of the plush. You just gotta make sure it's at the bottom. So the whole plush won't be warm, but the bottom will, so then your lap will be warm. So, Chad, if you're thinking of a fun gift for kids this season, try getting one of those microwavable plushes. Everyone owns a microwave. Make sure, look at it, make sure it says 100% cotton on it. Do not trust them. If it has safety eyes, you know, like the big black ones, the big plastic ones, and you can tap it, don't do those. People need to stop putting quarters in ass crack. Wait, you don't have a microwave? Mike doesn't have a microwave. How are you getting stuff from Chef Mike then? Are you Chef Mike? Do you have to be Chef Mike then if you don't have a Chef Mike? Why are people putting quarters in Mothman's ass? Chef Boyardee. Oh my god. Alright, we need to do the same thing. So the back legs are actually a little bit smaller than the front legs. Chat, you remember that little notch that I hand sewed in? So that's where this is coming in. So this is actually going to create the little bit of the divot. So we're going to have a... Would it be a quadruped, chat? Is that what we decided? Or is it a tripedal? Which one is it? A dragon. Would that be a triped or would that be a quadruped? Alright, so we're gonna sew up here. Let me put a couple more pins in here. But we're gonna do the same thing. We're just gonna put both sides of the foot on. Chat, I'm so excited. We're gonna be able to do something new. We're gonna be able to work on the wings. Ah, I'm so sick of looking at this body. I'm so excited. So we're gonna sew up this little bit here. So this is gonna create the one side of the foot. Then we gotta do the other side. And then we'll do the same thing and we'll sew around the claws. So hey chat, we're halfway through. So it would be a quadruped? Okay, so for this quadruped little bit, that's what this is. This is actually creating a little bit of a divot here so that we have that slight little bit of a variation as if it's a quadruped, but without having to actually do a full zigzag. So. Well, we're halfway through on the feet, but we're definitely not halfway through on the entire thing. But we're halfway on the feet. We have 2 feet left. Let me move this forward a little bit because I want to make sure I get this. Because I'm going to have to go backwards this time. And this one has 4 pieces of fabric coming through. So I want to make sure I don't miss it. Okay. Alright, now you guys can see. There you go. Come on, get through there. I believe in you. Some of the thread is wrapped around the foot. I don't know why it's doing that. Chat, speaking of throne, thank you, Pyrrha. I'm hoping to try and replace my stuffing soon. It's very expensive, but it is also 20 pounds of stuffing. And it's entertaining. Good, I'm glad. I think that's why I like doing these, because I can kind of explain my entire process and how weird it is. But then, because we're not in makers and crafting, I don't have people that are coming in going, why are you doing it like this? Why not do this? What about this? Can I have that pattern? Can I have it for free? When do you open commissions? I want to backseat your sewing. You can backseat all you want. You will have a nice week break. It'll be great. It'll be phenomenal. It's also kind of nice too, because then you guys get the music, but then I don't have to put it on. So I don't have to listen to Chill Hop for hours, but then you guys can. Alright, let's trim this down. Okay. Let's do the other side. So this is going to be B to K back here. I'll sit behind you and backseat you. Thanks. Great. Alright, so we're going to do the same thing. Why is this one not lining up properly? Maybe I gotta fix this a little bit. Alright, so we're going to do the same thing. We're going to kind of go through the back claw just a little. Just so that we know that that's going to be completely put together correctly. Let's go all the way down here to this point. Because for some reason this isn't quite lining up. I don't know why. On the wee seat. Jesus Christ. There are people that will do that. And I realize that they're trying to help. But it's also kind of not entertaining. And it just kind of makes things awkward where I'm just like, Yeah, I don't know how to do that. Or I have to be like, yeah, I draw in the fabric so that I can actually sew along that line because my brain doesn't work and I can't figure out a seam allowance. How do you explain that to someone? You don't. There we go. Chat, can I also say... Or would that be mean? I get kind of pissed off whenever people are like, why are you in that category? Or why do you not have a category? Is that a reasonable reaction? Can I check myself on that? Is that a bad reaction to have? Would that be technically backseating the streamer? Am I reading too into that? Alright, let's see if I can get this together. Because I might genuinely just be reading too into it. Alright, for some reason this claw keeps moving. So I'm going to put a temporary pin here. Because we are sewing up through here. So I want this to still kind of match. Because this keeps moving. So I don't want it to like kind of go that way and then I sew it in. So. Why are you doing this? Are you dumb? Yes, I am. Like, it feels like backseating to me. Like, am I... Like, I feel like they're trying to be helpful, but it's really not helpful. Is that mean to say? Uh-oh. Who just stream in the garbage category? There's a garbage category? Oh my god, chat, can we start streaming in garbage? Not like actually garbage. Can we start streaming in the garbage category? Oh my god, can we? Oh my god. Chat, can all of our sewing streams now be in garbage? Alright, is this... Why are you stuck? It's okay, Bobbin. It's alright. Don't make scary noises. You're fine. Bunny, you're gonna have to, too. Can we all start streaming in garbage? I don't... Like... How to put it? It's nice to have the discoverability of some games. Other games, not so much. Caesar 3? Sure. Minecraft? No. Is that a bad thing to say, chat? I kind of missed. Alright, we're gonna hand sew this little bit, because I missed it a little. I was trying to be nice, because everyone kept coming in, they're like, you should set the Minecraft category, and I'm like, I really don't want to, and they're like, but you should! And I'm like, I really don't want to, and they're like, but it's fine! I did it to placate everybody. Alright, where'd my needle go? Hello? Uh-oh. I think I have a needle on the loose. Oh shit. Wait, is this it? Oh, I found it. It's under my scissors. And kids keep showing up and being annoying. I don't even think it's kids. I think it's just people in general. I mean, we did have the one problem last year, which kind of worked out because then I got to talk about other things. And then we kind of got to move away from Minecraft a little bit, which I think was nice. So, I guess it was kind of a blessing in disguise. I hate to say it like that. I mean, that was why we saved as often as we did. So, whoops. I just wanted to play Minecraft. That's all I wanted. I didn't want mods. I didn't want to add shit. I didn't want to add a whitelist. I didn't want to have people yelling at me and being like, oh my god, the whitelist hasn't updated. I can't play with you yet. I don't want to do this. I can't not be part of the Minecraft thing. What do you mean I have to wait an hour for it to update? Because I've already done all that in my life. I just wanted to not deal with anything. I know, I'm just hearing people show up. Who are these people? No, there's some ne'er-do-wells that'll show up in certain categories. Art is unfortunately one of them. We dealt with that a lot very early on. And I'm sure it's probably gotten a lot better since. I'm sure they probably go to like just stream or just sleeping or something like that. Hi, Jaylee. I have to redo them this weekend. They're very glittery. They're very fun. But I did them the day after Thanksgiving. So fortunately, they've lasted for almost 3 weeks, but I gotta redo them this weekend. Unfortunately, they will not last my trip. Being negative? Sometimes they're being negative, sometimes they just think they're having fun in their own way, which is fine. I never want to police somebody's having fun. So, I don't want to be mad at somebody and be like, why are you telling me that I'm not in a category? What are you getting out of that? But I mean, is that, I guess that's fun for them, question mark? Chat, Sarybot says it's time for a break. Chat, everybody get up, stretch. I'll get up here in a minute, I think after I finish this foot. Chat, go fill your waters. Unshrimp your back. I had an awful knot in my neck last night. It's terrible. Alright, chat. Foot number 3. Somewhat together. So I fixed that little bit of a problem. Let me see if I put my nail through here again. If we poke through. Nope, we're good. Alright, seams are good. I was able to hand stitch that one back in. There was a little bit of a divot, so it was like from here to here. Just I missed, I guess. So I just hand sewed that back in. So that's all set. This isn't sewing simulator. You need to be in the makers. I am not going in makers. Never in my life. I am not good enough for the makers category. I already know how that's gonna go. Absolutely not. We have stolen the sewing simulator stream category, okay? Chat, this is express permission. If any of you guys don't want to be in the makers category and you want to sew and not be bothered by people, please sew in the sewing machine simulator category. I do not own it. I think it's funny. I think it's a good quiet place where only everyone in our community comes to, and we don't have random people that just go, why the hell is there 40 people in the sewing machine category? Okay, so going back, we're pinning through this again. So we're gonna try and follow this. As I'm putting this down, though, there is a couple of spots that are a little finicky and aren't kind of matching up, so I'm trying to move it very carefully. But we're gonna kind of ease the stitch without really dragging it, because that may warp the foot a little bit, so we're kind of using this as a guideline. So we're gonna do the same down over here. See, I don't know why it's popping through, even though we're going through the yellow on the gray, so we're gonna try and pull this down a little so that it's like halfway in between. Now these claws are gonna get filled as well, so any discrepancies or anything like that, it's just gonna get filled anyway because it's gonna poof out like this. So you're not really gonna see any of the exact seams. We're not making something that's 2D, we're making something that's 3D. So we don't have to worry too much about it. And then I did go through here originally while we were sewing up the sides of the foot. So I don't have to pin those corners because we've already started where that is. I know, 3D, no way, what? Chad, I'm very excited that we're not going to be 3D soon and we're going to be going to 2D. We're going to look very fancy. I have already had people reach out to me and be sad about it, and they're like, can you make a 3D model at some point? I'm like, dude, can we have the 2D model first before I start asking people for a 3D model? Okay. We'll go this way. And then this should go through here. So I am sewing through the gray. Oop. Kind of hit a pin a little bit. Is it possible to make something 3D? I could transcend dimensions. Bit of a fear using it. They're scary. I will 100% agree with that. You just have to keep your hands always on either side. The worst that's gonna happen is there's a bar right here that you're gonna crunch your knuckle under, and that's fine. Kids these days in their Z-axis. Why do they need so many dimensions? Who needs them? Nobody needs this many. I mean, I'm still of the, that add hair to dolls? Oh god, yeah. No, I know what you're talking about. Those are scary. Don't put your hands in those things. That's why I don't own one. They're cool, don't get me wrong. I mean, the punch needles are kind of cool. That's, I was actually kind of looking into one of those fancy, multi-needle machines for embroidery and stuff, and I saw one that was on sale that someone was selling, an old one. I think it was like 6 or 7 needles. And then I was going through their Twitter because they're also a pretty famous, like, clothing company. And I was like, I wonder why they're getting rid of it. And they're like, yeah, we have to go to the emergency room because one of our employees went through one of their fingers with the machine. And I was like, I don't think I'm buying that machine. I think I'm okay with hand threading every color instead of putting my finger through there. I was like, no, I think I'm good. I don't think I'm gonna use it enough to justify the $10,000 even this bot used. Alright, I think we got it. Let's check and see. So, we'll clean all of this up. Clear all of this extra fabric that we don't need in between all these little toes. And all these little claws. That goes there. That's gone. Go through here, and then I'm going to switch back to the pink one so that we can actually clip a little farther towards the seam line without actually going through it. Where did I sew through? Oh, did I miss this one too? I think I missed this one. Hold on. Did I? I think I did. Alright, let's sew this claw a little bit. We just have to go across. Uh-oh. Huh. You know what? I think it's sewn. It may be sewn like 6 times in one spot, but I think it's sewn. I think it's fine. Those GoPros on the head would be nice. Yes and no. One, we would see me looking at chat. 2, my mic is like literally right here. Like you can kind of see me vaguely over here in the corner. The mic is right here, so I'd probably knock into the mic every time. And 3, I think it'll be a lot of me shaking my head as I'm trying to get Minky off my face. I don't think anybody wants that. I don't think that's advisable. I think that's why I kind of set up the camera where it's anything that's on the workbench is what you see. So I know, so I can kind of keep that in mind that anything that I'm working on has to be within this block. At a head shaking counter. I'm gonna make everybody sick. Once again, this is one of those ideas where you think that would be fun, and it probably would not be. Just from a logistical standpoint. I don't think we need 3 views of sewing. Excuse me. We were talking about this yesterday. It's a logistical nightmare. Alright. Chat, I think we have foot number 3. Let's test. I'm a little bit worried about this one because I kind of missed in a couple of spots, so let me see if I can pop this right side out and make sure that this guy works first. Here, let's actually switch to... where is this? My actual turning tool, because as you could tell, it's a lot smaller, so if there's a busted seam, it'll go right through it, and so I know where I need to fix. Yep, there we go. Okay, so this claw needs fixed. Is this the middle one? No, this is a side one. Hi, Cap'n. Chat, everybody stretch and drink water. Is this the middle one, or is this a different one? So you can redeem a View 3D printer. Oh my god. I think that's the middle one, chat. Yeah, that's the middle one. Okay. Alright, so I guess we gotta fix the middle claw. This is what I was worried about. Can I poke through anywhere else? Nope. Okay, so the middle one needs fixed. Yeah. I was very worried about this one, so I'm glad that most of this is together, except for the middle. You have a roommate? Yeah, I have a roommate with 2 3D printers, yeah. It is, unfortunately, in a totally different room. And downstairs, so I would not be able to do that, unfortunately. I also don't know how to work it. So we'd be at the mercy of Critter. Alright. So, chat, we got... we gotta fix this really quick. We gotta fix this super quick. We're gonna be very careful doing this because the machine tried to eat it the last time, so we're going to very carefully sew this back and forth. Okay. I think I got it. Let's try sticking this through again. Are you serious? I missed. I don't think you should be teaching me anything because I think I'm an idiot and I think I'll find a way to break it. As you could tell, I just sewed over this and I didn't even sew the correct spot. All right, we're making this claw a little shorter. Did I get it? Did I get it this time? I have sewn over the same spot 4 times. Yay, success! It no longer sneaks through. Oh my god, I have made a mess. Ah, big piece of fudge just went up my nose. Idiot communication. Oh, great. Alright. Clean that up. Claw is done. Thank God. Alright, so chat, we got one more foot we gotta do. And then that's all set. So let's make sure. Huzzah! We have more claws! Oh, thank God. So, we just have one more foot we gotta do. So chat, Saribot said that we all had to go take a break. Cap'n did too. So chat, everybody get up. We'll go refill our water bottles, go stretch. Everybody go pee and stuff like that. I just dropped my turning tool. That's what that sound was. I just dropped the entire thing on my foot. Are we serious? And I think I just rolled over a floor. Oh no, we're alright. Whew! No, that was the 3rd foot. So we have 3 feet already done. I just never popped out the 2nd one. So here's the 2nd one. We kinda... Come on. Come on. I know you're together. We literally tested. You were fine. There we go. Come on. I swear to God. This is why I don't use this stupid thing, because it never catches properly, because it's so shiny and slippery. There we go. Chat, we have 3 feet. Yay! So now we just gotta do the last one, and then we can start working on the wings. So, chat, I'm gonna get up. I'm gonna go shake off a little bit. I'm gonna go run and grab a very quick snack. Chat, all of you guys should too. I'm gonna leave you guys here with some music. Hi, Proton. No, no donkeys. Dragon. We got 3 feet. Here's all 3 feet. So, chat, I'll be back in about a minute or 2. Yeah. So much food. We're not eating feet. We're not eating the feet. I am so covered. This is... Oh, chat, this is so bad. This is so bad. This is really bad. Alright, I'm gonna try and get up and not stick my foot in a pin. I'm gonna take my water. I'm gonna go fill it. Chat. I'll be right back. And all of you guys should too. Make sure you guys get up. Go stretch. I'll be right back. It's the cat. Hi, chat. So, do you guys remember earlier when when I said, I think I just returned this instant. I'm literally here. I how to put it? Remember a little bit ago where I went, I think I just heard the cat? I indeed heard the cat. I know I heard the cat because the cat likes running and jumping across the coffee table. And, no, he was not stuck. I made a couple of years ago a whole bunch of really nice, you know, Christmas-themed kind of, you know, tablecloths and napkins and runners and stuff like that. So he likes running and jumping across the, coffee table. However, now there is a tablecloth on it, obviously. And, I went to go sit down real quick so I could eat my cookie. Which, those cookies, not bad the second day. They're just as bad. I looked at it and I went, why is this all crumpled? And I could see where he jumped up on the one side and where he ran back on the other side. Except I think his legs splayed out because all of it was crumpled like this. So he probably went to go run and jump off of it. So I think that noise I heard, which I thought was just his collar, I think was him attempting to jump off, slipping because of the fabric, it all crumpling like that, and him probably chest checking himself, falling off of the coffee table, and then probably running around like a jackass mad because he probably winded himself and made himself upset because he has a tendency to do that. So I think that's what happened because there's a couple of really tiny microscopic cat scratches on some of the presents under the tree. So I think he went running, which is why all the blankets are messed up everywhere, on all the couches. So I think he got the zoomies after he chest checked himself, got mad at it, and is now gone. So I think he's hiding somewhere upset at himself. At least that's what I think happened. That's what I'm getting based off of context clues. I sometimes wish we had one of those cat cameras, just like in the living room, so that we could see what the cat does when nobody's home. Because I think he got mad at himself and then ran around like an idiot. Now he's like, alright, I'm gonna go lay down. That sounds like him. He's done that a couple of times. Where, one time he put his head through a bag. Like a plastic bag after I got back from Dollar Tree. And so, no, not Critter, no, the cat. Critter did not have zoomies, chest check himself, and then get mad, and then have zoomies more around the house. No, he... No, the cat. The other roommate, the cat. But, the cat one time, I got a bag from Dollar Tree. And, it was a little plastic bag, so the cat stuck his head into the bag to sniff it, but he put his head through the handle, didn't realize he did that, and so he picked up his head, and then the bag came with him, not realizing he'd done that to himself. So he spooked himself, so he jumped straight up into the table that he was under, knocked everything over, off of the table, took off wearing the bag as a cape, and dragged it through the house, trying to get away from the bag, until it got stuck under the dining room table, and pulled, and it broke. I looked over, and I heard some, like, rustling, and I was like, oh, and I see him just pick his head up, and then I saw the moment of panic, and then I saw the cat jump straight up in the air type of thing, you know, like when they're on, when they jump up with all fours all of a sudden, and he just knocks it to the table, everything's falling over, it's slightly chaos, and then it's not pure chaos until he takes off and he's just running with the bag. And I lost my mind. This is the funniest damn thing I've ever seen in my life. Oh my god, or I got, the place where I bought the Mothman's Musk, actually. I came back, I got a really nice candle, and it was in the shape of, like, this really cute cauldron, and it smelled like blood orange, and it was so pretty. And I was like, man, I'm gonna love this candle. And I went into the living room a couple hours later, I left the bag there, and I went in there and I was like, what the fuck? And I started yelling at Critter, and I was like, did you break my bag? I was like, did you break my candle? I was like, I can't fucking believe you would do that. I was like, why wouldn't you just come clean about that? And he's like, what are you talking about? And I'm like, the fucking bag is broken. The bag was so what actually happened, we're 90% sure, is once again, the cat stuck his head into the bag to sniff it, but he put his head through the handle, picked up his head, realized it was around his neck, and then took off. So once again, he did this, except he knocked it from the coffee table onto the floor, which then shattered the candle in the bag. I really legitimately thought it was Critter. I really legitimately thought that Critter broke my candle. And I was looking at it and I was like, why is the handle pulled out of the bag? Because it's one of those paper bags, you know, with like the crummy twine handle. So he put his head through there. Probably the one side of the handle pulled out. It probably lurched over, swung over onto towards the floor, and it probably just crashed. So my cat's an absolute fucking menace, is what this means. Or it's intentional. It probably is. He does a lot of stupid shit like this all the time. Or he'll try to jump on the coffee table and he misses and he checks himself. And then he's winded and he gets mad. And so then he takes off the opposite direction, thinking the table hit him or something. He does that a lot. I think the cat takes after me and my stupidity. It's the only thing that makes sense. So that's the story of, I think, why I heard the cat earlier and why I was like, I think I just heard the cat. So I think he probably ate shit and I think he got mad and I think he took off. So I don't know where the cat is right now, so I'm gonna have to find him later. Who knows? Maybe he'll come out here in a little bit to come say hi. All right, let's clean this up a little because we're gonna be sewing through this. So chat, we got one more foot. So we're gonna do the same thing again. We're just gonna attach the one side first, pin everything down, sew that, sew the other side, go around and do all of the claws again. Ah! All right, once again, you are going away. I'm gonna stop dropping things too. I refuse. I'm over this, chat. All right, so back over here, we're gonna try and pop this through. I'm gonna do this through the vanilla custard side this time instead of the gray side, although we're probably going to end up sewing through that anyway. But I'm wondering if maybe that'll help with this little divot here where I keep missing. If I instead line up that position first. So we'll do the same thing. We're gonna line up over here at the point K. Put this here. Okay. Alright, and then let's put some more. Did I have any? No, I put them all away, I think. Right? There's no pins anywhere? No, I think we're alright. Okay. So we're gonna put this over here. Start stabbing through all of this. Stab through this section. Doing the same thing. And I'm gonna do the same thing. We're gonna put just a couple extra just in case this moves too much. Unfortunately, I wouldn't have to... Well, fortunately, I wouldn't have to do this as many pins as normally if I had my walking foot on, but then you guys are just gonna hear squeak, 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 so I don't want to deal with that. It's not ideal. Yay! Okay, so let's pop this one through. Then we'll do the other side. Let's see. So back over here, we're gonna do the same thing. We're gonna pop all of this through. I'm going to try and sew through this section, but it might get stuck again. I don't know why it keeps getting stuck at these opening positions, but it's an easier fix at least. Nope, it's stuck. Come on. I don't think it's the problem of the pins. I think it's just the bulk of the Minky. My home machine doesn't really like it very much. It'll sew through it with a little bit of coaxing, but for the most part... Uh-oh. I think I missed. Oh yeah, I missed. Alright, let's back up a little bit. I was trying to reduce the bulk and instead I missed. I missed my sewing line. Whoops. It's okay, we'll just move it a little bit slightly to the left. Is that the left? Yeah, that's the left. Shut up, pin. It's fine. Okay. Alright, let's try and sew through this little point. Hopefully I get it first try. Let's take a look. Yeah, alright, we got it first try. These ones are a little bit shorter than the fronts, so they're a little faster. Oh yeah, I definitely missed. It's okay, we caught it earlier. We caught it early on. It's fine. So, we'll trim all of this. Seeing as we don't need it anymore. I'll trim off my little bit of an accident. See, chat, now nobody will know. A portable hand-sized sewing machine? The hand-sized ones are just little things. Think of it kind of like a fabric stapler. So you're gonna be doing this the entire time, so if you're okay with that, I don't see why you couldn't. It's gonna be a little bit safer and cheaper, but if you're looking to do large-scale projects, it's gonna hurt your hand after a while. I mean, most home sewing machines are a lot cheaper than an industrial one, and they are fairly safer. Despite most of the stuff that I say, it's electric, not manual. Ooh. I think it'd be fine to at least try out. Because I'd also say don't go out and buy like a $100 machine. Buy like a $60 machine from like a Walmart type of thing or something cheap. I mean, my $80 cheapo machine from 2005 is still going strong. It's still fine, it just lives in the closet because I don't have enough space to put it up here. I unfortunately cannot fit 4 machines here. I could fit 3 machines, but I cannot fit 4. So, if I didn't have the door right here and I didn't have a wall right here, I'd probably be able to actually put out all 4 machines. No, do not buy a $2,000 machine. I didn't even buy a $2,000 machine. I bought a $1,000 machine. And that thing is scary. That thing scares me. I hate that embroidery machine. If I have the option to not use the embroidery machine, I will not use the embroidery machine whenever possible. It's not scary for me because I could just kind of click the button and then walk away. What's really scary is when the hoop, because you have to, so like let's say this is your piece, you take a whole hoop and you put your fabric through it and then it moves and it slides and then it sews and then it puts everything for you. What's really scary is when that hoop breaks and then it goes like this and then it's jiggling everywhere and then it's like sewing into different things and then the machine still goes. That's the scariest part for me. And that's a very expensive thing to fix too. Because I think the arm alone is the most expensive part. I think that's like $600 to fix if that gets busted. So that's why I am very much of the inclination that despite what that guy was saying, the last time that I used my machine, I think it did get broken. Even though he argued with me and said, no, your machine's not broken, I'm pretty sure it's broken. As we can see with all of the embroidery I did on here, all being off, I think it is absolutely broken and I think he needs to fix it. But he's insisting there's nothing wrong with it, so I don't know. So who knows, maybe new machine in my future at some point. Alright, let's see if we could do the other side. I'm gonna try doing it from this way now. from this little point to see if I can actually get it through. Maybe this was the easier way to go, was from the triangle divot as opposed to from the claws. Because maybe that's how you make it, where it doesn't neglect to sew at that point. So I want to try and see, because this would be a good thing to know for any future bits. Because I think if there's anything else that's similar like this, it's probably going to follow some of the same formula. So let's see. I think that was also easier going through the claw. Nope, I missed anyway. Damn it! Damn it, damn it, damn it. You lose $100. That's true. Well, you lose a little bit of fabric for the tiny ones. You could also break the actual machine, too. So, that's the problem. That's why I don't do the small mills now, because I know that I'm not going to make anything off of that. Although, I do have a couple of people that have offered me some really good menus through AliExpress. But it's too expensive. It's just way too expensive. Manufacturing is a lot of trial and error. And it's a lot of particulars, and it's a lot of what can you do with the least amount of human contact possible and just throw it through a machine for as quick as possible. So it's a bit. Alright, now I gotta hand sew this because I'm freaking... I thought it would make things easier, it did not. It was still just as bad. So let's fix this little bit over here, and then we'll do the claws. It only missed a small amount, but I know that if I go to stuff this, that stuffing is gonna come out. So I'm trying to help myself later by fixing pop seams as I see them now, as opposed to waiting until the very end like most people would. Because, I mean, it's probably easier then, too, because then you're just sewing everything all at once, but I'd rather remember where it is and have it taken care of, as opposed to having to sit there and inspect every single little bit. And then maybe find it, maybe remember what I did. Because I'm going to be honest, probably by Friday when we're working on this, if I was to ignore this, I would not remember that this seam needs fixed. It's just, I just missed it a little bit. That's all it is. But I am not going to remember that. And I'm going to be like, why is there stuffing just everywhere? And then I'm going to be like, oh... Oh! Oh! Alright, let's see if I could just poke this through. Maybe do just one stitch over and over. Let's see. It's literally just a small spot. God damn it. Really? You had to make a knot with that? It's my very first stitch. Okay. If we do that over through here, and then I do this again, that should be reinforced enough. Alright, that looks like it's sewn down. It's gonna be a little gross looking, but it's down, and that's important. Alright. And it kept breaking. The loop of making and making of was... yeah. Yeah, no. That's why I just... I think that's why I appreciate using other people's patterns, and why I always tell people to use other people's patterns and to pay them. Because the amount of time and trial and effort that they put into it is so worthwhile that it's saving me so much grace and pain. I already know. Do you want to buy a CNC router? No. Absolutely not. Is this one of the ones that runs off of XP? Absolutely not. No. No, I am good. Alright. So chat, now we've got the claws. So we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna pin those. And And then we'll trim this foot, and then all the feet are done, and then we can move on to a different one. I am not buying a CNC. Absolutely not. Especially not if it runs Windows XP. I'm alright. I'd rather just buy a mini PC at that point. Ow. Ow. Okay. They're fun. Okay. We'll put this one here. Where's the tip of this claw? See, these claws are still funky too. I don't know why. I think that's me drawing them. I wonder if I cut them weird. But we'll put that here. The modern ones run on Windows 7? Well, that's even worse. That's even worse. Then I gotta run Windows 7. Okay. And then this should go through the gray, and then we just got one more divot over here, so once again... So I'm putting this through the vanilla custard side. Ow. It runs on Windows 11. Absolutely not. I do not have Windows 11. I still have Windows 10. I refuse to upgrade to Windows 11. That is a terrible idea. I refuse. I'm going to hold out as long as I can. Alright, I think I might have to fix this. So, unfortunately, as you can see, this little line here is a little bit too close to the edge. So, I might actually have to re-sew over this part a little bit as well. Just gonna migrate to Linux. If half of my stuff could run on it natively, I would, but I don't have the time to fight with it. I don't have the time to fight with every single program that I need on a day-to-day basis, which is really unfortunate. It's really unfortunate. Alright. Let's see. Now, why is it not moving? Oh, wait, it's moving, it's moving. It's moving, we're alright. Alright, claw number 1. Chat, we're gonna be done with the claws. Then it'll be wings. Oh boy, I'm excited. And go around the corner. I'm also... How to put this? Ow! Alright, we're alright. It's only this. It's because this fabric is too thick. Come on. Sew through. It's refusing. See, it's just the bar. The bar will hit. Alright, there we go. And then this will go around this corner here. Now, because I kind of missed on the other side, I'm going to follow this side. So the stitching might look a little weird after the very end, so I might have to fix that, but it's better than it falling apart. Okay, so here's the second claw. Let's go through the webbing. Come on, you can make it. Come on. Why are you stuck? What's the problem? Just gonna hand move it. So I'm just gonna put a couple of stitches, pick it up, move it. Okay. Oh, was it the... Ow! Pin? It might have been the pin. Ow, I just stabbed myself with a different pin, trying to pull out the original pin. Okay. Is that a bad stab? No, it's just an annoying one. I'm not bleeding. We're alright. Come on. Chat, don't pull your fabric. Don't do as I do. That'll mess up your machine. That's how I just get one destroyed. No, we're not bleeding. And pop all the way through. Go back. Alright, I think we're done. So let's check for these pop seams. Especially around this middle. Actually the middle looks fine. More worried about everywhere else. It's run by a microcontroller. And you don't need the PC anymore. The plane correction. See, I think that's a little bit too much for me. And the things that I do. Is it useful? Yes. Do I have to learn a whole new skill set in order to work it? Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna run that tool everywhere through here because I was having a lot of issues with that. So I feel like some of these stitches weren't actually stitching. I think they were skipping. So I want to check and make sure along everywhere that nothing's gonna pop, so. Alright, claw is good. Other side of the claw is good. The main divot's good. The middle claw, albeit a little funky, is actually together. As you can see, there's actually a bit of the extra excess that's actually gotten sewn down. But it's together. There's a couple of interesting stitches right here in this other claw, so let's see. It's not breaking through, so I don't think any stuffing will get through it. Alright, Chad, I think we're good. So, let's clean this up. Get all of this going. Clear that out. I think, if anything, I would want a sublimation machine. I want to be able to print on fabric. That's what I want. That would be fun. That'd be a lot of fun, actually. And we'll trim down here. Trim down here. And down here. Oh, chat, here we go. Oh, can I? Hold on, it's all wedged in the upper cavity. Hold on. Wait, wait, chat. Fourth foot? Fourth foot? Chat, did we get it? Chat, I think we're good. I think we got all of them. Toe? Toe? And? Uh-oh. Wait, wait, wait. Yeah! Chat, we're done. All the feet are done. Yay! Alright, so here's our body. So you can kind of see here. It's obviously not sewn up the back yet. But here we are. So you've got the side here. So that's all together. So the reason we're doing the wings next is we're actually going to base these here before we sew up this entire back. So this is the entire back and the entire back of the neck. So we're just going to go from point M all the way up. This is going to be left open over here because this is where the tail's going to be attached to later. But, yeah. And then here's the belly. So that's all attached. So this is in 3 separate pieces. So you got the 2 sides and you got the belly. Now this is already slightly together. Eventually what we're going to do is we're going to actually hook these. So it'll look kind of like this. So the feet will actually be together. Unfortunately, we're not going to have an ass with that. But look at that foot! Chat, look at that foot! Oh, chat, look at these. I don't know why these ones curled as much compared to the other ones, but once we go to stuff things, it should hopefully protrude some of these out a little bit better. And then here's the front. So here's the neck. So this is actually going to get attached right here. And it'll look somewhat like this. And then all these legs are going to do the same. I am sad about the embroidery. I think that's the only thing that I'm really mad about. So, get the enclosure and assemble it. Oh my god. But, yeah, there we go. Yay! Chat, we have feet! Alright. So, now we get to set that aside. The reason for that is, chat, we're gonna be making some wings. There we go. So that's done. Sew claws together, trim seam allowance. Okay. Sew wing claws to wing bones and back. With the right sides together, pin them and sew across the bottom of the wing claw. Oh no. Oh no. I think I put these the wrong way, so I'm gonna have to look at these. Alright, so I guess we're gonna have to rip that apart and then sew wing webbing to wing bones. The process is similar to sewing the hip gusset. So we kind of did this the last time, if you remember. I used this exact pattern for when we made Velvet Damon. So this is the exact same one. So we're doing this, but in the actual size as opposed to the smaller size that I printed it at to match the dragon pattern that I was using for that. So it's the same exact thing. There's a little tiny bone that I have to attach first. However, I think I made all of them going the same way, and I think 2 of them are supposed to be the opposite way. So I need to check that first, make sure I did that, and then I gotta cut out everything. So let's find all these pieces, because I've been kind of throwing things everywhere. What the hell is this piece over here? Okay, so this is a tail. This is a tail. Maybe I could put all the tail together. Here's the tail. Here's the tail. Okay. So chat, that's all the tail. Those are all just gonna get attached together. I think this is all wings. What is this? That's the forehead. So this is all head over here. So I think this should all be wings right here. I think that's what this is. Because there shouldn't be anything else besides horns, and that's yellow. Okay, so we've got the inner bit for the wings. Yeah, it's 3 tails, so it's going to be similar to the body, where it's the under bit and then the 2 sides. So it's going to be in a triangle. So we got wings. So this is going to go inside of the wings, and this is actually going to make it so that it's going to actually be... Why not 9 tails? We don't need 9 tails. This is actually going to make it where it's going to have a little bit of structural stability, but it's just a really cheap, thin foam. It's a sew-in foam that you put for, like, collars on, like, shirts and stuff like this. I like using it for this. She said to use batting, like quilt batting, but I have a bunch, but a lot of mine is really thick, so it would probably be similar to this anyway. So I kind of want it to have a little bit more structure. More tails is more power. This is not Naruto. So I'm gonna set these aside because we don't need those for now. Yes, indeed I did the wing bones incorrectly. Fuck. Shit. You know how to sew leather? I do. It's just very annoying, and this machine won't do it. The other machine, the cheapo machine that I got from Walmart, does it perfectly fine. That's why I keep that 4th one. It's just for denim and leather. This machine will not be able to sew through it, but the other one, perfectly fine. It just rips through it. The computerized ones aren't able to get through it as easily, and then once you sew it, obviously the leather's ruined, so I trust the other machine more for it. How do I want to do this? Do I have the pattern piece? Hold on. Hold on, chat. Hold on. It's gotta be in here somewhere, right? Oh, is that it? Aha! I found it. Wing claw. Hey, you're supposed to flip 2 of these, chat. Okay. Can I fit all this back in? Got it. Hi, critter. Not sure if I'm using leather. Oof. That's something like 5mm? No, nothing will be able to get through that 5mm unless you're hand awing it. Do not use anything more thicker than a 5mm in a sewing machine. The sewing machine will be destroyed. Do not do it. Especially not a home one. I just dropped a pattern piece. That was my fear. Alright. Okay. We're gonna throw that over there for now. Also, my face is itchy. So we're gonna redraw this. So I need 2 of these to actually be flipped. So I'm going to flip number 1 and number 2 over here. We're actually gonna cut this way. It's still gonna be the same width, so that's not a problem. Come on, I think this pen's dying. Oh, there we go. So we need 2 going this way and 2 going the other way because we're gonna be sandwiching these. So obviously, if I have them all going the same way, it's not gonna work because this one curves that way, but this one curves that way. So that's why we're doing this. And hand turn the wheel. I'm not hand turning any wheel. I'm good. Alright. Draw this down. So I'm gonna have to remember which lines are which, but honestly, because we're just kind of sandwiching these together, as long as I make sure that these are about the same size, I should be able to just use these ones. So, okay. That's a little better. I mean, if you're really scared, I am scared of leather. Okay. I don't think we need that anymore, but I'm gonna keep that out just in case anyway. I'm gonna do that. These ones, though, are completely fine. Okay. So first things first, we got these backing pieces. So let's trim all of this. Because I didn't cut any of this. I just left it all together. So I wouldn't lose anything. So that's why this is like this. So that's extra. We're gonna very carefully trim through here because as you can see I kind of got lazy with my drawing. So the seam allowance is a little scary. But we should be okay. So there's one back of the wing. Here's a second back of the wing. We'll do the same thing, kind of trim it a little bit. We don't need any of this excess. Okay. So there's 2 backs. And then these should all be webbing. So I'm going to shove that here for now because we don't need any of this. That goes here. So chat, this should be the spikes of the face. So I'm going to trim all this off, and this is going to go with the face pile. So face. So here's all the wings. So here's number 3. Number 2 goes here. Number 1 goes here. 3, 2, 1. But we got to put these little web top bits on it. So it's just kind of like a little claw that exists at the top. We also don't need any of this extra. So let's kind of trim in here. Because this is actually going to reduce some of our bulk that we don't need. So it's going to be really nice wings. I was like, I don't know what color I want to do. And I saw Shifty kind of did like a yellow. I was like, I got plenty of yellow I gotta clear through. I bought a whole bunch of yellow because I thought people would really like a lot of yellow bats. I don't think I've ever had anyone actually request a yellow bat. And I'm very sad about it. I have had the color mango. People really liked the color mango. But see, so it'll look like this. So all of this is gonna go in between here. Okay, I need that for the wing bones. Now, we're just attaching these on really quick up here at the top. We don't need to do anything else with it. Did I just drop a piece? Uh-oh. 1, 2, 3, 4. Where's the other one? Uh-oh. 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 Oh no, it's on the floor! Got it. Okay. Let's try this again. Oops. Okay, that's gone. There's so much extra fabric. If it's big enough, I'll usually try and keep it and then make tiny bats with it, just like scrap bats. But those also weren't too popular. A lot of people would rather just have, like, an actual bat instead of just, like, a whole bunch of random pieces of scrap. So, alright, there we go. So, now we got the wing bones. That's all set. We'll put the little claws at the top. Sew those down. And then we gotta start putting the webbing on all of these, so this is gonna be great. This is gonna be a very fun process. If you missed it when we did this with Damon, I fought with it. I also, however, did it on both sides of the wing, whereas this one has just like an entire plain side. So, hopefully that should be a little bit easier as a result. Which way are the claws supposed to go? Does it go towards the camera, or... No, it goes towards here, so all of our little pieces have to face that way. So they need to face away from the short side. So I need... Is it this piece? No. I need this piece? Yes, okay. Because then that's going to flip like that, and the wing bone is going to go that way. Okay. Put the right sides together, pin and sew across the bottom of the claw. Okay. Alright, that's easy. We can do that. So we're going to put this on first. I need some pins. So that means 4 is also going to go on here, right? No, they're flipped. So this should be a 1, right? Yeah. Because it goes this way? Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Which ones did I redraw? Oh, fuck. Alright, chat. We're going to pin all these first. I'm going to make sure that I have this before I sew down the wrong ones. I think this one's correct, but I want to check and make sure. I'm going to go from the side, though, instead of the middle. So I make sure that this is all set up to actually adhere to the other side. So this piece goes over here, so we're just going to sew right across that little line. Okay. Which then means that this piece needs to go towards that way. So that would not be a 4? No, that should be one of these. So that means the 2 should be going this way. So we're going to do the same thing. We're going to pin right at the corner. So we make sure this is adhered, especially because this is where the sew line is. It's not over here, it's over here. So we're going to pin this down really carefully. And then pin this corner. Okay. So these should both be facing the opposite way now. Okay, so we'll do the same thing on the backs of these. We need them to be facing towards... Oh shit, I just forgot this again. We need them to be facing towards that side. So that means that this one needs to go on this one because this one faces the other way. Should be going towards the longer side. I know it doesn't make any sense. It makes sense in my head. Because it's not like it's really pointing, per se. But it's kind of pointing in my mind. There's no other way to describe it. It's a claw that goes one way. As long as it matches on the other side, it really doesn't matter. But I'm just going based off the examples. So, now this front goes here. This is going to be very annoying to sew over all of these. So I might have to do this a couple of times, but this is an easy step. It's going to be the webbing that's going to be awful. The last time when we were working on Damon, like I was saying, I did both sides with the webbing. So it definitely did take a long time. I think it took the entirety of stream. And then I found out I did it wrong. And I had flipped everything, so then I ended up having to toss those. I think I still have the wings, actually. I was gonna put those onto a different stuffed animal, I just never did. Okay. Alright, chat, let's get sewing. So I'm gonna put these all in a pile. Let's get the annoying pieces done first. Get this out of the way. There we go. See, I don't know. I don't really like the second camera. What do you guys think so far? Yay, nay on the second camera angle? Yay, nay? Maybe? No opinion? Okay. At least they're very small, so it's not going to take very long. Let's check on the other side. Yep, we didn't miss it. Okay, so there's one. Here's two. I'm trying to do the big fabric pieces on the bottom because these smaller bits are going to move and I obviously don't want to deal with that. It's going to be a little bit harder because the feed dogs on the bottom, which are moving the thing that you're working on as you're sewing, it's going to get trapped and it's going to get eaten. And it is not recommended. That's why I'm always fighting with my machine. Because if the piece is too small and it can't catch the other side, it'll just go straight into the bottom of the machine. It'll get stuck. And then it won't come back out. Chat, that little thing that I showed earlier, the little tiny box cutter, this would be perfect for this. All of these little stray threads. No, I'm just using my giant scissors. I think I'm an idiot. I literally looked at it and went, oh yeah, this is great for that. This is what it says it's for. Don't use it. I just don't. I could even use the pink scissors that are right here next to me. No, big giant scissors. Okay. It's a little smart. Is it visual motion though? Because I feel like the bigger thing is more visual motion. Okay, next piece. Okay, this one's done. Here, chat, I'll finally use the pink scissors. The little teeny tiny guys. They're so little. The bigger one doesn't move. But see, it's like so small. I can't really figure out a good placement either, I think is part of it. It's kind of difficult. So I was like, I'm just gonna throw it in the corner. Alright, there is so much fabric at my feet. And it is stuck under my feet, and I'm covered in everything. Okay. Alright, last piece. I keep hitting you guys. I'm so sorry. And last bit. Last bit. Alright, there we go. So all of the wing bones are now put on. So now I need to cut out. We're used to it. Oh my god. We're going to now cut out all of those webbings that I said I'm not dealing with that right now. Now I have to deal with it. So we're gonna take all of those. We're gonna cut all of those out. I'm going to set the backs aside because we don't need them. We don't need them, at least for right now. So that's what all of this is. So as you can see, now all of these little claws are now attached to the back. Yay! So once we go to sandwich all this together, this piece is going to go to the other piece. So you can go over here. Although I just threw it on the phone. That was probably the wrong thing to do. Because I think I'm going to need it here in a second. So we've got all of this over here. That's the wrong piece. So these ones are all number coded. Oh, I have a head back on here. Whoops. Why do I have that? You don't belong here. You go over there. So we've got webbings over here. We've got another back of the head over here too. You could tell that I did this upside down. As you can see, I was very apparent in how I was writing this. Oops. So let's cut that out. Because that's going to go into the head pile. There we go. Alright, so web. We've got 3 of them. Nobody cares. I care. It looks really bad. I think I wrote wed on a couple of these too. I'm going to trim all of this because the less amount of bulk, the better, because we are going to be shoving this into those little tiny spaces. It's going to be real bad. It's going to be not great. Would not recommend. And this is one of the reasons why this is marked as an intermediate thing. But we did it before and it worked out fine. The only problem was that I did everything backwards. So instead of having black bones with gray insides, I did black insides with gray bones. That was all. So I have an extra set of wings. If I would have done this exact same color and I didn't mind having, it's internal stitching. Sometimes my stitching shows, though. That's the problem. But if I didn't care that we were gonna have little tiny wings on this big giant dragon, which I think would have been kind of funny, and I could have done those colors and then just use that, and then not have to make any wings, but I think people probably would have been mad at me and been like, you didn't actually make the pattern, you already did it. So. Alright, we'll trim all of this. This one might be a little tricky getting around because I did the same thing where I kind of went along the line. Alright. Okay. So, looking at the pattern, I know we've done this before, but I can't remember. Is it just starting with 1 and then working our way to 3, or... Okay, with right sides together, pin and sew each web wing into piece. This is probably the second hardest part of the plush since it involves sewing pointed seams. The process is similar to sewing in the hip gusset. Each webbing has a unique combination of a single, double, or triple notch. You can also see the intended placement. Follow the instructions. I like to have the webbing on the bottom beneath the wing bones. Ensure that the notches are marked. It's easier to start sewing at the bottom and work your way towards the tip. Which one's the tip? Start by matching the notches depending on which piece you're sewing. This will either be a single, double, or triple. Make sure you're putting each in the appropriate place. Pin towards the tip of the webbing and bones. Webbing will stick out past the bones. Align. You just want to align the middle of these two pieces. Sew with the webbing. Leave needle in the fabric at the inner points of the bones. Okay, so it wants me to start sewing from the bottom of the wing, going up. Then leave the needle in the fabric, rearrange. Chat, I know this looks very confusing, but we're gonna start from the bottom, go all the way up, reach the middle tip, stop, pick up the foot, leave the needle in, pivot to the other side, and then go down. So we're literally making a triangle, is what we're gonna do. And then with the needle, hold the webbing and rotate it. Sew that, match that with the pins. Why can't I just pin both sides? Is that not gonna work? You're explaining like I'm supposed to get it. Kind of. It makes sense. It makes sense. We're essentially starting here, going up, picking up the foot, going down. That's what we're doing. Make sure there are no gaps in the seam at the tip. This is why leaving the needle in the fabric and moving it is so important to prevent any gaps. It's okay if it has a seam allowance greater than 1/4. Okay. Chad, I think I could figure this out. I think we could do this. We're just gonna have to do this very slowly and with each piece. And then all we're gonna do is we're gonna stick them together and we're just gonna sew all the way around. See, before I did this on both sides. So, yeah, there is less thread. I understand why, because as we were seeing with the foot, I was having a lot of issues where at these triangles, one side would have an open seam. It just wouldn't connect. So this way, it should hopefully complete everything all in one stitch. So, let's hope and pray that I did this right. And that I'm not going to have any problems. So, I think let's start with number 1 and move our way over. Because number 1's probably going to be the easiest one. So, we're going to pin this side. So, see, why couldn't I just pin both? What's the problem? Why can't I pin this side and this side? Well, we're going to go to here, keep the needle in, and then sew down here. Is all we're doing. Is this one? Where's webbing number 1? Webbing number 1. So, is that... well, this one's going this way, and this one's going this way, so I'm assuming that this one goes here. Yeah, that looks about right. So this one goes on the other one, so let's do this. So that's 1. That's not that 3. That's that 3. Chat, see, this is what I mean. It's like a puzzle. So we're gonna go like this. And then, which piece is this? Oh no. We had this problem the last time. I couldn't figure out which one was number 2. This one's higher up, so it must be this one. Because this one is not, this one's higher up on this side. Okay, so it should be these ones. So these ones go to this wing. So when we flip this over, it looks like that. So that's what we're trying to get. That's what this is. Okay, we could do this. So let me set these aside because these are 2 and 3. So let's attach this one first. So I need right sides together? Shit. This side. Because then when we fold it over, it should be like this. Okay. So I'm going to start from up here. because it says that the webbing should go past the wing bones a little bit. So let me see if I can get this one to attach. I remember this being very fiddly and annoying because there's a lot of tiny little pieces and then it gets stuck because it's kind of like a spider with all these fucking legs. Shit, did I do this right? Wait, I think I did. Hold on. Also, I think I just heard the cat. And I think I'm gonna sneeze. Stop trying to sneeze. We don't need to sneeze. Oh shit. Hold on, now I'm all discombobulated again. No, this is right. No, this isn't right. Right? Oh shit. Hold on. This goes here. So that means that this seam belongs over here. So you need to go this way. And then this goes here. I think? See, and unfortunately I can't really go work on anything else either because, I can't work on the body until these wings are put in. So, unfortunately, even if I'm confused, I'm just gonna have to remain confused. Okay? And then it said do the notches, so there should be a notch here, which corresponds to this one here. Which then means that this web goes to down here. Even though it says that the webbing is supposed to go past, I don't know if it is. Okay, I think I got this. I think this looks right. Okay, let's put a couple more pins and then we'll see about trying to throw this through. See if I did this right. I do want to try and trim through here a little bit more though, so I have a little bit more movement. Because as you can see, I'm having some issues trying to put this together. So if I flip this over, we should be able to put a pin through here in this middle point. This little junction bit. And then I should be able to put, I think, like 2 here. So here's 1, I think. See, it's a little off over here. I don't know why. Hold on, let's put this pin, no. Why are you doing this? Stay flat, damn it. Alright, I'm gonna put the pin going this way. I'm just gonna be very careful sewing through here so I don't actually run over that pin head. Because that would not be a good idea. That'll really fuck up my machine. Okay. Alright, this is a little better. It's a little flatter. It's a little more... It's making a little bit more sense. It's gonna have to have some, like, opposing curves and stuff in order for this to work. So it's gonna be a little difficult trying to get this to lay flat. So I'm just kind of trying to ease it a little bit without it being completely 100% flat, because it's just not going to be. So it wants me to sew up through the wing bone going this way because we're going to be able to better manipulate this fabric as opposed to this tiny last little piece of fabric that's here. That's this webbing piece in between bullshit. So... Except now we're looking at white on yellow on white. So... Let me make sure. Ow! Okay, we're fine. Not bleeding, just angry. This is gonna be a little rough. I'm just trying to... It's because there's a pin sticking there. Okay. Now I should be able to actually pull this pin. because now I could just stab it with the needle, and that's gonna act as the pin. Okay, now you guys can see. Is that a pin? How did I get one all the way over here? Okay. Very slowly. I know that doesn't seem so slow, but that's fairly slow. We're gonna go all the way up this. The pin should hold all of this in place. I'm gonna stop that for a second. Make sure that this is still okay. Because I don't want to have this piece get stuck either into the seam on the other side, because we're going to need to pin that in a second. Okay. Going all the way up this line. For some reason, my thread is stuck. And... okay. We're here at the end. I'm going to leave this all down. I'm going to actually ignore the pins that are behind me because we shouldn't be going back that way. Now I'm going to pull this towards me because I'm not going to be able to see. But we're going to pivot this way. Actually, I do have to pull these pins because I'm not going to be able to pull this. This is going to look a little funky, but all the pins are out. I'm going to pull this, and we're going to very, very carefully I'm going to trim this a little bit because it should make manipulation a little easier. Okay. Now, we're going to, fight with the machine. We're gonna warp this a little bit, and we're going to pin this in the machine. So I can't pull this out. Now, we kind of were supposed to do this before. I wasn't able to get it to work because my machine does not like it. We're still gonna attempt it. We're gonna hope, chat. We're gonna attempt it. Worst comes to worst, we'll pull it all out. And that's okay. I should actually be pinning this from the other way. Hold on, this is gonna look weird. Chat, look at this camera. This is gonna look really weird. We're just gonna very carefully pin this, matching up all of these pieces. Where'd that piece go? Wait, I just saw it. There we go. We're gonna pin this as if this were normal. We're gonna put an extra one here. As you can see, we're starting to have some of the same problems. I'm trying to get through the sewing lines. Okay. And then there should be one right about here. I don't know if I'm going to be able to finagle that very well. See, my only problem is trying to get this to sew. I think I might have to pull this anyway. The best way to describe it is my machine will not be able to take this much bulk in order to not sew through. So I think, unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to do it precisely, but I should be able to still pull all of this through as if we were doing this correctly. Should be alright. I'm going to keep the thread there, though, so I kind of have like an indication as to where it is that I'm supposed to go. Okay. Yeah, this machine is great. unfortunately, the amount of bulk that it's having right now with all of this, it's not gonna like it. It is going to eat it. I'm gonna be honest. It's going to eat it, and it's not gonna be a fun time, and I'm just gonna be fighting with my machine. So unfortunately, we're just gonna have to probably go back through and probably fix what the pivot is supposed to be preventing, which is, you know, a little hole that's right there, but this is the best that I can do. Chad, if you have a better machine than me, you'll probably be able to do it. I unfortunately cannot. Okay. But we're still gonna follow the same process. We're just gonna go straight down this wing bone so then we can actually manipulate the webbing underneath. Ow. Come on, get through. Come on, I know it's bulky. It won't go. See, this is the problem. It just does not like it. So I have to pick up my needle, move it very slowly forward as if it's stitching, and then push it through. I wish I was joking. This poor machine. It was not meant for this. Why is this one all screwed up? Hold on. This one is all kinds of wrapped around itself. We don't want that. Okay. Alright, back down. And then we can put in piece number 2, and we're gonna do the same thing. Come on. It can barely even go through the, over the pins as it is, so I'm not surprised that my machine can't do it. I'm a little sad that it can't, because it probably would look better, but... Alright, I think successful? Let's see. So if I unfurl this, there we go. Okay, so it's not perfect, but it's at least adhered. That's what's most important. So as you can see, that's why I have all this extra thread, because unfortunately I had to pick this up. But yay! Yay, progress! I have so much thread to get rid of now. Okay. Chat, progress! So let's trim all of this over here. This is all gone. Did this actually sew? No, it did not. I have a hole. Okay, let's fix that. Oopsie. This is the only problem with, losing a lot of your seam allowance. So I just have to periodically go through and just kind of fix some of my problem areas. That's my own fault. It was all me. It's not the pattern. I got lazy. Okay. Now that's actually sewn through down here. So now I can't put my finger through it anymore. But, there we go. That looks pretty good. This is gonna be a very, very yellow guy. So we're gonna trim this. Now, Shifty recommends to iron this. I don't think I'm going to. It's gonna be a little lumpy as a result. But, I'm gonna be honest. I don't want to pull out my iron. And do that whole hullabaloo. Now, if this was, like, someone, sure, I'd probably actually care a little bit more, but I think I'm okay with it being a little crinkly. Alright, there we go. Yay! Alright, so we got 1. Alright. 5 more to go, chat. 5 more to go. I think we will be finishing the wings today, and then that will be it. So, we got a bit to go. So, chat, I hope you guys are here for the long haul. But, I do have to make dinner. So, unfortunately, we're not gonna make as much progress as I think we probably could have, but that's okay. So I need webbing number 2. We're gonna do the same thing. Oh no. Shit. Which side's which? You're higher, so this side should be here, right? That seems right. I'm gonna him up through here a little bit. So we have a little bit more manipulation. And I'm gonna start at the top. And that goes there. So we'll do the same thing again where I'll go all the way up. I'll probably pull it. I'll probably keep the thread attached, and then we'll pin the other side and go from there. Ow. Chad, I've been stabbing myself a lot today, and I don't know why. I really don't know why. Come on. I missed it a little bit. I don't think any of the rest of this is going to be too difficult either, though. But tomorrow I can only go until 2 anyway. Because it's my, my meeting. So, chat, maybe we will have a nice Friday sewing stream. Maybe we won't play any other games this week. Sorry. I had a feeling that this was going to take me all week, but I wasn't sure. But to be fair, I mean, what do we have left? The tail and the face. And then stuffing. I mean, if I didn't have to make dinner today, I'd be like, yeah, I'll just keep sewing. Alright, wing time, let's go. At least now I don't have to shovel the snow today. At least it's gotten warm enough. I don't have to shovel anything. That's great. Yay! Alright, chat. So we're gonna do the same thing. We're gonna start from the bottom of the wing bone over here. Alright, I think we got it. Alright, and same problem. I don't know if it's gonna make it over that. Oh, it did. Okay. So we're gonna sew all the way up. I'm gonna make sure that that bit is not gonna get stuck. And up here, we're gonna stop. I'm gonna go back a little bit. I'm going to pull all of these. I don't think I'm gonna be able to pivot, but we'll try. Yep, there's another pin. No, it's all trapped. Okay. So I'm gonna very carefully pull this. I'm gonna pull that up as if I didn't pivot. And then I'm going to pin this down. We're gonna do the same thing. So I'm gonna start where I stopped. A little bit. Oh, I think I missed a little. Sorry, second camera. This is coming closer so I can actually see this. Let me go down a little bit. Let's make sure that these two pieces are lined up. I think that'll make my life a little easier. Because some of this is kind of crunched, if you can kind of see. I don't know why it's so folded like that. So I'll have to take a look at that in a second. But let's at least line this up. I don't think I put this on the wrong side. At least I hope I didn't. More pins. Kind of pinning this on the wrong side. Why is this like this? Why are you doing this? You should not be doing this. Okay. Alright, I think I fixed it. It may have a little bit of a bunch here, but I think that should be plenty fine. So, moving this other piece, we're gonna try going back here because I could see where the thread's coming from. We're gonna go back to that original spot. I'm gonna put this down. Okay. So now this is stuck in place. Uh-oh. Some of the underside is stuck under here. Obviously we don't want that to go through. Okay. Alright. Can I make it over this hump? I don't think so. Oh. Nope. It's stuck. Come on. Come on, little buddy. I believe in you, machine. Oh. Alright, there we go. Piece number 2 is in. Ow. Let's not put my finger there for now. I was gonna try and pull the pin, and then the bar hit my finger, and I'm like, nah, I probably shouldn't. Okay. This one, unfortunately, is folding again, but that's okay. I don't know why it keeps folding at the bottom. But this should be done. Let's trim this. And there we go. Alright, so there's another one. This is all extra. We don't need this. Let me trim that off because it looks kind of kooky. There we go. Alright, so we got 2 webs in. 1 more to go. This is actually a lot faster this time than it was the last time. So, thanks Velvet for having me make Damon, because it made my life easier later. Much appreciated. Alright, we'll trim all of this. Get rid of any of this. Because that's all done. Maybe if it's not quite 3:30, depending, maybe I'll try and at least put the wings on the body, but we'll see. Okay, and trim this yellow. This is just gonna help it so it's gonna lay a little flatter. I think the other thing was that the ones for Damon were a little harder because I also insisted on stitching down the webbings on either side. So not only did we have to do twice the amount of work, but then I added more stitching on top of it. So I stitched in between all of these, but it did look good by the end. So that this web would match the other side. This bone would match the other side. This web would match the other side of the web. Shifty's right, just do the one side. Don't do both sides. Don't be an overachiever, chat. Okay, number 3. You go here. You're gonna go this way. For sure. Because this is all gonna open up. So this is gonna match the other pieces. Also, when was I supposed to attach the webbing? When am I supposed to put that on? Hold on. Flip stuff. What? First, stuff it with stuffing. Stuff the wing with the wing cut from the quilt batting. This can be difficult. Pinch. Oh, I'm just shoving it in there. Oh, I thought I sewed it in there. Oh, I do have to top stitch it. Oh. Oh, I'm looking ahead. Okay, this makes more sense. Alright, we'll keep doing the wing bones. We're almost done. This is a lot more involved than I was thinking. We're gonna have this whole piece be done. We're gonna put the back on it, and we're just gonna shove this in is what we're doing. And then we're gonna do exactly what I did for Damon, where we're just gonna stitch down these. I don't know if I will. I don't know if I'll be able to. We'll see. We'll see, chat. Alright, we're gonna trim all the way up through here again, so it's easier to pivot. And we're gonna attach this piece over here. Fortunately, I can kind of tell where this is supposed to go, because you kind of want that opening. So I don't have to fight with this one at least. So we'll pin this over here. into here. There's a notch here that has to get matched up with the wing. Which goes on the other side. I'm so glad that all of these notches are actually matching up. So, I'm glad that I was able to draw these and cut these out appropriately. Instead of what I normally do, which is where I ignore them. Oops. Chat, it's almost like when you follow the instructions, the thing is much easier. Oh, man. Okay. And let's pin this one down. Just because this thing is so wide. This is such a big piece. But we'll do the same thing. We'll start over here at the bottom. Work our way up. Okay. Nope, don't make a scary sound. Stop that. It's fine. Alright. I think I missed? No, I think we're alright. I think? Seems alright. I might have missed a little bit. We'll check. We'll check a little later. It's getting to be a little bulky, and my machine likes slipping with a lot of bulk, so... Okay. So, let's take a look at this other side. Maybe I'll actually be able to pivot this one. I highly doubt it, but... It's worth a shot, chat. There is a pin here. No. I had a hope. There is no longer a hope. That is gone. So, especially because this has to go all the way over here, we're just gonna repin it. We're just gonna repin it, chat. It's fine. I'm hungry. What are you gonna eat? Legs or... Welcome back. We're sewing some wings. You can eat some chicken wings. How about that? Send me some legs. What if I send you these legs? You can have 4 dragon legs. Chat, do you think if we had the ability to domesticate dragons that people would eat like dragon wings and dragon legs, like chicken legs and stuff? Yeah, would we, like, actually barbecue them and stuff? Do we think we would eat dragons? And how tough would they be? That's my question. Alright, let's see if I could do this again. See if I can end up back at that pivot point, which was right about here. Unfortunately, it's a little congested right here, so I don't know if I'm gonna be able to get through it. Like eating a racehorse? Ooh, that's true. I don't think anybody really does that. Come on. Do you want to eat some legs? Oh my god. It's only stiff. I don't know. I feel like there'd have to be a little bit. I don't think they would have been bred like that, where they would have absolutely no fat whatsoever. I wonder if it would be too difficult to get through their scales, though. Alright, I think we finished the wing? Oh. Chat, we have a wing. Chat, we did it. We have one of them. Oh my god, chat, we have one of them. Oh no. Now we just have to do this all over again. Do we think I can replicate this again? Chat, it's a wing! Okay, just so we have something together. No, that's the wrong one. Can I be honest? I don't want to do the other wing bones just yet. Can I be honest, chat? I don't... That's annoying. I don't want to do it just yet. I want to have an entire wing done. Also, there's Minky on my nose. Alright, let's see. Can I... Oh boy, we gotta pin this whole thing. Consider that it only has muscle? Ooh. I wonder if you can make, like, dragon stock with all the muscles. Because, I mean, would all of the muscles be in the wings? Or would it be throughout the entire body? I mean, because they're gonna be, like, flying everywhere. I don't think, like, their muscles would be atrophied, but I feel like their wings and, or their arms and their legs would not be as tough. You know? Alright, let's see if I can pin... Let's pin it all the pivotal points. Like all of these. That's why we can't do farm lizards. Difficult to feed. I mean, we kind of did the same thing with, like, pigs. Pigs can eat meat, although I guess they could also eat anything. But, like, let's say you take one out. I wouldn't say that we'd be domesticating them. But if you take one out, would you be able to eat it? I guess is my question. Or do we think that there would be people that would argue that the dragons have laws? Kind of like some deer. Like how you can't eat the deer, even though you hit it. Like... Try flanking while in midair. I mean... Yeah. Yeah, I guess. Alright, this is gonna be just as annoying, but we're gonna try and put this through to the other side. So I'm gonna try putting this at all of the pivotal points. And whether or not they're considered to have consciousness? Ooh. Now I think we're getting into morality territory. This is definitely a thing for RimWorld, isn't it? This is definitely another morality question of RimWorld. Can we make dragon people in RimWorld? Or is that a mod? I know we can make cats. But I don't think we can make dragons, right? Instead of a utilitarian one? I don't know if we would... We'd for sure eat them. Well, no, I wonder if we would be dragons if we would eat other dragons, or if that would be considered, like, too weird. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? Also, I don't think I'm gonna put stuffing in here. It says in the instructions to put stuffing in here, but I think it's gonna be plenty thick with the foam. Just no. I mean, it kind of makes sense. Because there's a lot of, there's some of the things in RimWorld that are like, oh, I can't eat my own kind. You know? So would it be a question of, is it because you're eating your own kind, or is it because you don't want to eat a dragon? We'd have a dragon farm. Oh my god. I don't think we'd have a farm per se. I think we would just... If dragons came to attack us, I wonder if we would eat them or not. I guess that's my question. Why is this one so off? Did I make this one too long? I think I made this one too long. Alright, so we're gonna push this one back a little bit. Alright, there we go. Chat, we're gonna have a whole wing. And then we'll flip it, and then we'll put the foam in. Oh, I'm so excited! Chat! Oh, I hear the cat. Hi, buddy! Did you eat shit earlier? Hi, good morning. Hi, come here. Hey, buddy, do you want to come say hi? I'll move everything. Hi. Hi, come here. Come here. Come here. You gotta come here, buddy. Come here. He got mad. He's like, oh, I know you're gonna pick me up. Come here. There you go. Hi, buddy. Hi. Come here. He's thinking about it. He's like, I know if I come closer, you're gonna try and pick me up. Come here. Hi, good morning, cat. Hi, did you eat shit earlier? Is that what you did? And then you ran around like a jackass? And you scratched up some of the presents? And you rearranged all the blankets? He heard me moving, and he went, I know you're gonna pick me up. Come here. No, he just walked off. He's like, absolutely not. I know this plan. I know what you're doing. Come here. Come here, kitty. No, he walked away. He literally said no. I'm sorry, chat. We don't get cat cam today. Instead, we're just talking about monkey brains and eating dragons. You know what, buddy? I don't blame you either. I wouldn't want to be here either. Alright, let's see. Also, I feel like I'm getting sick. You know when you get like that weird feeling in your throat? I hope I'm not. I'm gonna be very upset. I'm gonna be very, very upset. Alright, let's put this here. Sorry, I guess I just raised a whole ethical thing of just being like, would we eat a dragon? I was thinking about that. I was like, would you have like a dragon feet? You know, like how you can have like chicken feet? It's like, how would you eat dragon feet? Would you? I don't think you could. I think it would just be all claws, right? Whereas with chicken feet, they kind of get like congealed after a while. Kind of like a pig's feet. They get congealed and they get all jelly-like. I don't know if theirs would. Yeah, like a dragon steak. I probably not. Probably not. Yeah, but then you could split the feet. Like, I'm not saying you eat an entire dragon foot at once. Just cut off a stick from the finger. Dragon fingers. It'd be like chicken fingers, but it's an actual dragon finger. Chat, maybe I am the weird one. Maybe it was all me. Maybe I'm the one that's at fault for how weird this community is. Maybe it was me. Baby dragon feet. No, not the baby dragon. See, but then you're getting into like veal territory. I don't eat veal. I don't really like it. Feed a whole village. You just take down one dragon and everyone's fed for like the next 6 months. Oh, chat, we're gonna have a wing. I'm so excited. I love how I'm making this dragon. I'm talking about eating him. I'm not eating the stuffed animal, chat. That's not what this is getting towards. We're not eating him. I'm not doing all of this work literally all week just to eat him. We're not. Alright, let's see if we can get this sewn. And let's see if we can shove one of these wing pieces into here. Make sure that we got that. Hi, buddy, did you come back? Can I pick you up now? Hi. Can I pick you up now? Would you get mad? Would you get mad if I just scoop? Chad, I scooped the cat. I got him. Look, there's a leg. Hi, cat leg. Hi! Hi, buddy. Are you mad at me? Can you move your leg? Here, move your leg. There you go. Hi, buddy. You want to say hi? Are you being a good cat? Did you run across the coffee table and then eat shit off the coffee table? And that's why the entire tablecloth on the coffee table was all messed up, was because you jumped onto it and then you slid off the other side trying to jump off of it? Is that what you did? Is that what you did, little kitty? Yeah. I'm sorry, the noise gate is off. No one can hear you purring. Why are you so happy? Here, you wanna go up here? No, you wanna go down? Alright, buddy. There you go. What a good cat! Chad, anybody see the cat? I couldn't move the camera, I'm sorry. I hope you saw the cat. Hi! You're such a good cat! Hi, buddy. Hi, kitty. Hey, there's a pin there. Don't step on that. We saw some tail. Good. Hi, buddy. No, do not chew the microphone cord. Do not. Oh my god. Oh my god. That would actually be bad. He's already chewed it a couple of times, and I've had to cover it with some electrical tape. Hi, buddy. Can you not? Oh, he's so happy. His purr's broken. Alright, well, there we go. At least we got an appearance from the cat. Although now he's mad because now he's also covered in Minky. Hi, buddy. Oh my goodness, I gotta stop petting you when you're covered. Alright, I guess after this you're gonna go brushing. I'm sorry, buddy. I think he knows, though, that today's the day he normally gets his nails trimmed. So I think that's why he's extra cuddly. Because he gets treats afterwards. He's very smart, and I've trained him to the point where all I have to do is go sit on the couch. I call him over, and he will lay over so that I could reach his claws, and then I just trim them. He's the best. Right, buddy? Are you just gonna sit there? Is it warm? Please don't chew the wire. Please, for the love of God, do not chew the wire. I see you. Yeah? He just turned around when I said I see you. Hi! That's not a thing for you to chew! Yeah? What a little shitbag. You're a piece of shit, you know that? Yeah. You're not allowed to chew that. And you know that. Alright, chat, if something suddenly cuts out, let me know, because that means he's chewing on something. I can't really stop him just yet. So I think we'll finish this wing, and then I'll have to kick him out of the office. Because yesterday he was fine. He wasn't trying to chew on anything. But I think... What? Okay, never mind. He just came up and he just tapped me in the shoulder because he wants pets. Okay, this is what he's doing. He just wants attention. He's not actually chewing it. Can you wait like 5 minutes, buddy, and then you could have all the attention in the world? Yeah, can you wait? Like 5 minutes? Can I finish sewing this wing? And then I'll end stream. And then we'll go and I'll trim your nails, buddy. It's okay. Your nails are not going anywhere. Okay. I'm just kind of making a mess with how I'm sewing. I'm kind of following as much of the line as possible. But some of these are a little crooked. Uh-oh. What is this thread? And where's it coming from? Oh, that's from back in the beginning. He's still trying to chew things. He's not actually chewing them for the sake of chewing them. He's chewing them for the sake of attention. Because I know him. I know this is what he's doing. So I'm just trying to make sure he's not going to hurt himself. Yeah, you. I see you. Whenever he notices that I'm looking at him, he'll stop trying to do it. But no, I have not had dulce de leche. I know I can make it with some condensed milk. Can I help you? No, he just hit me with his tail. Are you serious? Buddy, give me like 5 minutes, I promise. We've talked about this before. I think I just enable my cat. I think he is very much so enabled. I think he knows that he is spoiled, and I think he's happy with that. So there is a pin that is stuck here, so let's go ahead and pull that. Because I can hear it kind of jostling, and that's not... There's something else that's stuck here. What? What? I know! You just gotta give me a little bit, buddy. Buddy, I know! Chad, he just keeps petting me. He started doing that where he'll, it's just like, you enables the chat. Wow. No, he started doing where he'll come up, he'll sniff your face, and, he'll be very sweet and ginger and gentle about it, but he'll put out a paw and he'll very gently paw you in the face as if he's trying to pet you. Because he likes when he gets face pets. So he's trying to do the same thing to you so that then he'll also get face pets, and it's really cute. Right, buddy? You're perfect! Even though you tried to eat a lighter yesterday. I left the lighter out because I needed it to cool, and he goes right up to it, and he sniffs it, and I said, don't you dare, and then he looks right at me, and then he puts his teeth around it, and I'm like, great. So then I had to chase him off, so he wouldn't eat the lighter. I know, kitty, I know. I know, I'm almost done, buddy. I know, I'm paying attention to you. I know, you're a very good cat. You've never done anything wrong in your life. And I am fighting with this machine, come on. Alright, I pulled it through a little bit, that's not good to do. But it's trying to get over that little hump, and it can't actually do so. And now it's going to have to do it the other way. So I'm going to pull that pin so that there's hopefully nothing in the way. I know. Is he being kept against his will? Absolutely not. Right? Every door is open to you. There is no doors allowed to be closed anywhere. All bathroom doors, all bedroom doors, all office doors, everything has to be open to him all the time. The Brazilian, which is different? Is it different? I know. He's trying to lead me out of here. I know, buddy. Give me like 2 more minutes, I promise. Oh my goodness. Now it's stuck. Alright, so we're gonna try doing this the opposite way. I'm not gonna pull it. There we go. So what I try doing with that is I pick up the foot, I push the project slightly as if that's a stitch, quote unquote. So it creates a loop as if it is a regular stitch. Now I'm covered in cat hair. Now I'm covered in cat hair and minky. So it creates like a pseudo regular stitch. You don't want to do that too far though, because when you go to flip things like this, stuff will actually like fall out of it if it's too wide of a stitch, quote unquote. Need to take every note of everything I need to bring to you. Oh my goodness. Don't feel any need to bring me anything. That is not what that is for. Chat, I am a big proponent of that. I never feel like you ever have to do anything for me. I appreciate it, but never feel like you have to. Okay. I think we made it to that original stitch, so now we need to sew through this gray. Unfortunately, it's a little bulky, so I'm going to try moving my sewing machine a little bit, especially because there's a pin that's kind of stuck here. So I tried to shove it through a little bit with my nail. So it should still keep this bone in place, but now I can actually pull it out, and now the machine won't actually run it over, which was my fear. The machine does not really like going over the pins very much. It's obviously plastic, and it can snap your needle. So you gotta be very careful doing that. The way that I pin is always with the head is never going to be anywhere near where I'm sewing. Sometimes when you're sewing, though, it will move, so you still gotta be especially careful. That's why I don't typically go above this speed. Now, I have speeds that are higher on this machine. I wouldn't recommend it. Here, I'll kick it up. I wouldn't recommend it, but you could. It's a little dangerous. That one's even a little too fast. That one's too slow. There we go. And chat, I think we have a wing. A bunch of t-shirts of 50 Shades of Grey. Jesus Christ, no. I do not need it. Come on. There we go. Chat, I think we have it. I think we officially have one. I might have to fix that, though. But hold on. Ooh, okay. So this one did not sew over here. Hold on. Sometimes this happens with these little tip things, where it just does not like it. So we're just going to go over it again. But I don't actually have to pivot, because we've already pivoted. I'm just covering that little bit of a gap, essentially. And taking a look at the rest, making sure everything is together. Chat, I think we're good. So let's trim this up. We'll flip this, and we'll see how we did. The cat is staring at me from the other room, so he's definitely upset. But we can trim all of this away. Because all of this is not needed. Okay. And this is extra. So when we go to actually flip all of this, by cutting all of this extra off, what that's going to do is that's actually going to make it easier for, number one, that foam to get shoved in there, because then it's not going to be as bulky. And two, it's actually going to lay flatter without actually having to do a lot of work. Now, I know it says that we're supposed to iron this, but like I said, I really don't want to pull out the iron. And two, I'm not really that fussed with it being, you know, super flat like a wing would. This will kind of give it a little bit more of like a 3D texture and be a little crinkly and stuff. You know, kind of like how when you make a quilt, it's a little crinkly. Kind of like that. I'm alright with that look for something like this. Alright, chat, moment of truth. Is this wing complete? Because then that means tomorrow we can make the other wing. Because that means now I know what I'm doing. So let's go ahead. I actually want to grab these guys, because it even says in the instructions that these guys are probably going to be easier for flipping this. So I'm going to go lock this all the way at the end. We're going to pull this. Oh. Oh. Punch all of these through. See, as you can see, it's a little bulky on this one, especially because I didn't trim it as much. So maybe we'll go back and we'll trim that a little bit more, but I think it should be okay-ish, especially since we're shoving foam in here. Okay. This goes all the way out. This is all the way out. And this one is all the way out. And now we gotta get this claw out. Cat hair. Alright, so here's the top claw. And chat. Success. So this is the front. And then this is the back. So now, can I throw damn it, cat hair. Can I throw this in? Hi, Cap'n. Cap'n, it's late. Go to bed. I hope you're going to bed soon. But thanks for being here. Alright, can I put this through? And it not be a problem. Now we're gonna kind of crumple this. Maybe the batting would have been a little easier. But I think it's still gonna be rough. Let me see if I can lock this. And then shove this all the way through, maybe? And I kind of crumple it a little. We'll unfurl it a little later. Oh, that might have been the play. So now if I unlock this... I hear the cat. He is very angrily batting around things. I can hear him. He's so mad. When I'm streaming and I try to engage in a conversation. Oh, when you're streaming? I prefer not to. Personally. For me, when I'm streaming, I can't do other things. But I mean, it's entirely up to you. I mean, Cap'n does it. So... Oh, yep, I can still hear angry. He also gets mad, and he'll go and, he'll, kind of, how to put it? He'll bang around, and he'll try to open all of the cabinets in the kitchen. Because the kitchen doesn't have, like, magnetic cabinets or anything like that. Like, they don't lock, they're just kind of freestand. So he'll go around and he'll keep trying to open them so they make a banging sound. Because then he knows people are looking at him. And then he just comes over and he's looking. Alright, I don't think this is gonna work. It's a little... It's hard to squeeze these into these little crevices. So I'm wondering if this is... And you are watching me. I feel like I need to strike conversation with people. Oh, like... I'm watching. For me, because streams are kind of like my background thing, I will sometimes just say hi, or I won't say anything and I'll just watch from the shadows. Because a lot of the times when I'm watching other people, I'm actually doing something at the same time. So I am the quintessential second monitor type of thing, so if you see me, try not to strike up a conversation with me because I'm likely not going to answer. For me, personally. Like, I just know that I'm not. Like, I'm gonna be in and out, I'm gonna disappear, somebody else might be streaming, and then I'm gonna pop in there for a minute, I'm gonna be watching multiple streams, or I'm gonna be working on emotes, or I have to go and clip the cat's nails. Yeah, you. He's staring me down. He's so mad. I mean, it's not... Yeah, you. Yeah. Licking your lips. What were you eating? Yeah? Hi. Are you deciding to come back? Oh, Chad, he's so mad. You want to be aware of what to do socially? For that, it's, like, entirely up to you. Like, if you want to strike up a conversation with each person and you don't mind them not answering you, then yeah. But for me personally, and I think what I've found the most success with is understanding that people are... Where are you going now? That, other people are usually going to be doing other stuff. Like, for example, you go to work. Otter goes to work. Or it's 4:30 in the morning for Cap'n. Cap'n's not going to be here the entire time. But, everybody's different. Do whatever you feel like. You know what, chat? I think that actually worked. I think I just had to finagle it. Cat, I did it! Do you want to see? Come here, buddy. You want to sniff? Oh, here he comes. Can I get a sniff test? Okay, he sniffed it. He sniffed it. Chat, I think I have passed the sniff test. Chat, we have a wing! Chat, we did it! Cat, not you. You didn't do anything. Chat, we did it! He keeps petting me. Chad, I think we did it. I think we have successfully made a wing. I think we have done it. So, what it wants next, and now I can actually better describe this because now this is actually flat, is we're gonna do what's called stitching in the ditch. It's a specialty kind of stitch, and what it does is it creates some kind of like 3D effect. And so what you do is, because we have this foam especially, is everywhere that there's this yellow, this seam line, we're just gonna sew down. And what that's gonna do is that's gonna create a divot going down. So you can actually kind of see it now, where it's gonna give it more of a 3D effect. So this is actually gonna protrude a little bit. This is gonna protrude, and this is. So I guess that's what we're gonna be doing next. So yay! That actually came out a lot better than I thought. This one, for some reason, is a little bumpy. I think that's because that was the first one that we did. But once we stitch that down, that should hopefully drag in some of this. Haha, dragon. No, it should hopefully drag in some of this extra bulk that we have here, so that that should work out a little bit better. And then what that's also going to do is that's also going to show us the stitching on the back too. As you can kind of see, I'll show you. So it's going to kind of look a little bit more like this. So that instead of having to do this on both sides, we're actually just going to have these stitch lines here. Now, I'm going to do it in yellow, so you'll be able to see it even more. Most people will tell you to do it the color of, like, whatever this is, so, like, this beige or what have you. But I kind of like having that different color variation, because then it'll give you a little bit more of, like, a definition and a little bit of a slight detail. So, we'll leave it just like that. But, chat, we made progress! So, we're gonna come back tomorrow, we're gonna finish the other wing, we're going to attach it to the body. We're going to sew up the back piece and finish that. Then we'll make the tail and then the head, and then we're done. Chat, we made progress. So we'll come back tomorrow and do more of that. But the cat is still very angrily staring at me, so I'm going to go and see what he wants. So chat, thank you everybody for being here. I really appreciate it. I know this is not a very common type of stream for us. I know a lot of people don't have the ability to show up for it, so I do really appreciate when you guys are able to show up. But, chat, thank you. I hope you guys have a really good, rest of your day. So, but no, thank you all for being here. This was really great. Chat, here is your raid messages, if it'll work. So make sure that you guys are copying and pasting whichever one that it is that you guys need. I hope you guys liked seeing, Moshi yesterday. I don't know who we're gonna raid today. So, it's just kind of a roulette. It's just dependent on whoever I can see. So, chat, copy those. I hope you guys have a good rest of your day, and I will see you guys tomorrow. It'll be a shorter stream, because, obviously I have my appointment at 3. But, we should be able to get a lot done, and then, we'll try and finish up on Friday then, I guess. If we finish up everything tomorrow except for stuffing, I think I'll just do that offline, and then I'll send you guys pictures, and we'll just show it off on Friday and play something. But we'll figure it out. We'll see how much I can get done tomorrow, since I am on a time crunch. But, chat, this has been a ton of fun! Thanks everybody for hanging out, and, I hope you guys have a good day. I'm gonna try and get up, and hopefully not run over a pin. Hopefully. There's a lot of crap all over my floor. Ooh, I think I just took out a chunk of my chair again. Oopsie. Oh, yep. I just took it out. I heard it. That's a future Q problem. Alright, thanks everybody. Goodbye. Oh, it's making an ugly sound. Goodbye. Hi, I'm skipping the starting soon screen. Because it has been decided that the cat is now sewing. Hi everybody, good morning. I can't sit down. We're stuck here at an impasse. Yeah, you. Yeah. No, we don't need me. It's just the cat today. Sorry, everybody that wanted to see sewing. He legitimately won't leave. He's been like this for about 10 minutes. He's very mad at me. He won't leave. Oh, now you're gonna leave because I was talking? Yep. Oh my god, now the shark just got stuck. Alright, chat. My house is falling apart. I should probably go and check on that. Hold on. Is this too low? That's too low. You guys can hear the shark. He's very angry. Chat, I'll be back. Listen to the music. Let me figure out what the fuck's going on. Oh my god. Chat, do you remember when the cat was playing with the bird? And I threw it at him? The shark found it. That's all that was. Hi, chat. Good morning. Hello. Happy, what is it, Thursday? Hi. I can finally sit in my chair now. You're not going to hear me yet. Hold on. Oh my god. Hi, chat. Hello. Hi. Happy Thursday. What did I just say? Right? Thursday? Hello. Chat, we have made it. The shark has once again gone to the same exact spot. So I'm gonna sit here for a minute and see if I have to go save it. Oh. Wait. Wait. Did it figure it out? Hold on. I'm watching in real time as the shark is trying to take itself back into the dock. Oh, did it do it? It's 'cause the cat likes to go and lay in that exact spot. And so he moves it. So it takes a while for it to actually make it back. Thanks, Anonymous, for the gift sub to Proton. Hi, Storm. Yay, we made it. All right, the shark's good. The cat has gotten out of my chair. Hi, chat. Welcome back. Realized I should probably turn that on. Hi. Chat, we're back. It's day, what is it, 3? Hi. No, 2? 3? I think it's 3, right? Hi. Chat, we made it. I figured you guys wanted to see the cat, so that's why I switched, so I'm sorry if any of you guys are still in pre-rolls. Hello! Good to see all of you. Should probably clean this up a little bit while I explain some stuff. Hello! Chat, we have made it. We are finishing up some sewing. I'm hoping that we can get some done today, or at least a good chunk of it. I'm not sure if we will. Okay. Alright, we have lost the number 4. Hi, everybody. Man, what a good cat. Last night, laid down, and I was tired. And I was like, I'm gonna fall asleep on this couch. So I should probably go upstairs and not fall asleep on the couch. So I didn't. So I went and I laid in bed. And at around 12 o'clock, my stomach started hurting, so I went downstairs. And I realized the cat was laying there next to me, and I was like, oh, what a good cat. So I went back up, and the cat has kicked me out of the bed at this point. I'm a 5-star painter. Yeah, totally. So, so I was like, god damn it. So I picked up the cat. I laid down, I put him in the crook of my arm. He got excited. He snuggled up next to me. So, chat, let's pretend this is the cat. Let's pretend this is me. So the only thing that I could do to go back to sleep was I had to take my arm and I had to put it on top of him. And we laid like that. We lay like that all the rest of the night. So my arm hurts. No, Minecraft. No, I've stabbed myself a couple of times, but no blood yet. So hi! So I slept weird. So I'm gonna be a little funky today. Not to say that I'm not normally, but I'm pretty funky today because I was up for like a good 2 or 3 hours last night. So at least the cat was really sweet. And then this morning I was fighting with him for about 10 minutes to get off my chair, and then you guys saw, and then because I started talking, he got concerned and he was like, "Oh no, this means it's work time," and then he left. So so hi everybody. So welcome back to sewing. So if you're wondering what I'm doing, I'm cleaning up some because this place is a mess. I'm gonna take a picture at the very end to show all of you guys just how bad it is. But welcome back. If you missed it, we have been working this entire week on the lovely little dragon next to me. Thank you for being the fourth mousy. We have been working on this giant dragon. And when I say giant, this is the size of one of the wings. Also, thank you, everybody. Stretch. Do I have any water? I think I do. Man, I'm really not awake, chat. And I woke up at 8 this morning. I didn't reset my alarm. I didn't go back to sleep. I've been awake and just hoping for the best. So, oops. So instead, here I am. Hi, chat. So far, if you haven't seen, we've got this. And this guy's gonna be big. This is just the body. So this is literally the size of the sewing machine. Okay. We got all of the feet now. This is what Bunny was talking about. So we have dragon feet. So from the tip of one foot to the back foot is about the size of the sewing machine. You gonna get called in on my work day off? I would just say no. But I'm an awful person. But we still have to add the tail. Yay! But we have the neck, so that's all done. That's right here. We've got all of the legs attached. We've got all the feet attached. We have all of the little claws attached. And we have one of the wings done. Now, we have one more that we have to do. Then we can attach this into the body, sew it into the seam, put the back panel that runs all along the back. Then we can make the tail. Then we can be done with the body, and then we can work on the head. Chad, there's a lot to do. So I feel like I was gonna try and go a little earlier today, but then I went, I'm kind of tired, and instead I sat there and I read shitty manhwa and ate my breakfast, and I was like, ah, what a good morning. So I'm sorry, that's why I keep coughing. Because I think I'm starting to come down with something. So I'm hoping we can finish everything before today and tomorrow. But this is our progress. It's a very slow progress, but it's a progress nonetheless. But I'm excited! Chad, are you all excited? Chad, we got a nice wing. So this wing technically isn't done yet. Just stop smoking. I wish it was that. I wish it was that. Should probably make the stitch longer. So I've got this wing. And I was thinking about it yesterday. And I think I want to try and put a little bit of stuffing in here. Up in this top bit. Because, as you can see, we put foam here into the wing. Unfortunately, there was none going up here. And originally, the instructions said to stuff it slightly. But I don't think that's gonna look very good. So I was thinking about not doing it at all. But I'm kind of thinking maybe that'll help here. I don't know, chat, what do we think? Do we think we need to add something here? I don't think we do. I think it should be fine, right? I think it looks alright. I think it exists, right? Because what we're going to do is we're actually going to sew all these little pieces in, and what that's going to do is we are going to create a 3D effect where it's going to look like all of these wing bones are going to kind of look like this. It's panties here. No, it's wings. I know. I swear. It's wings. It's the webbing of the wings. I swear it is. I swear it's a dragon. We're not making weird stuff. It's just the color. It's just the color, I think. It's... My only fear is I don't know if I have enough stuffing. So, hi Pepper. Also, hi Cleo. Hi everybody, if I didn't get a chance to say hi to you. Hello. Sorry, I should have, like, let the starting soon keep going, but then I was like, but the cat is here, and the cat is cute. And I know that the cat is more important than I am. And I'm like, you guys have to see the cat. Nobody ever understands. I'm always like, the cat stole my chair, and they're like, well, just move the cat. Okay, well, look at the cat. I cannot just move the cat. The cat has chosen a spot, and I have to leave him there. That's what happens, chat. So, I don't know. We could put stuffing in here. Yeah, see, moving the cat's illegal. Once he chooses a spot, you gotta wait until he leaves. I mean... Chat, we should just go for it, right? We should just go for it. So I've never made this pattern before. We used this as a basis for when we made Velvet's Daemon a couple of months back. So I have done this wing pattern before, but I haven't done the exact size or anything like that, and obviously we didn't fill that time. So I'm kind of at a loss of, should we do this or should we just leave it? Because I've never done this before. So that's the whole point of this entire week, is we are making this giant dragon, and you guys get to see my decision making and reading everything and being like, I don't know how to do this. Hi, Simon. So I just... I don't know. I'm at a loss. I think I should just go with my gut and not stuff it, right? I should just go with it, chat. So today we're gonna make the other wing. So that's why I kind of want to get this one done first. And then we can attach it and then decide everything else from there. So I'm kind of stuck at this loss. I could work on the other wing, but I kind of want this one completely done, so I kind of have like a how to put it, an example almost. Because I tried to find the other wing that we had made on stream that I screwed up, that was actually in the wrong colors from what I needed. So I still have it. It's just, there's nothing I could do with it. And then I think that's fine. Yeah, that looks alright. So I had to move it because this is the easier way to do it, is to move that camera than this camera. So I'm glad at least you guys got to see the cat this morning. Chat, let's just do it. Let's just sew it down. Let's just make it 3D. Let's make it look good. Hopefully it'll look good on the other side. Oh, chat, this is gonna be bad. It'll be fine. There's gonna be no problems. Everything matched up so far. It's gonna be great. I am worried, but it's okay. I shouldn't be worried. Oh, chat. So, we're gonna try doing this top stitching on here. I'm probably gonna have to shove this through a little bit, because it's a little thick, but let's see. Oh, there we go. So this is a top stitch. This is part of the instructions to do. It's going to make it where this foam is going to create these little channels all the way through. And then when you look on the back, you're actually going to see, quote unquote, the webbing, which is why we're kind of doing this. Alright, I think I made it. Chat, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. There's no problems. It's fine. Hi, Vess. Sorry, Minecraft took 2 stars today. You don't get a star. I think we got it. All right, that kind of looks all right. So this is what it's gonna do. So now when you look at the back, you're going to see this line going all the way through as if it's gonna be on the other side, as if it's actually like the webbing on the other side. I don't have confidence. I think it looks okay. You can definitely tell in between here and here that there's a little bit of a distinction now this way by sewing through this. But now I'm not going to be able to shove anything up here, so it's just going to be very, very thin, but it's going to be fine. It's going to look great. It's fine, chat. It's not going to break it. So now we got to do this for this web, and we got to do this for this web. It's always annoying having to do this kind of stitching, because if you're not too careful, because you're so close to the edge of this fabric, sometimes it doesn't catch. And sometimes what it'll do is it'll actually knot in the machine. So you gotta grab your tails back here of your thread and you gotta pull it and hope for the best and hope something actually catches. Did I get it? I think I got it. It's gonna make my life easier because then I'll have something to reference. And then I won't have to open the pattern. I also have not charged this iPhone all week. I turned it on Tuesday morning, so I'm sure it's probably half dead by now. Or it's probably yelling at me to update FaceTime. Chat, I'm not updating FaceTime. I think that's the middle? Is it? I don't think that is. I also can't see because of the second camera, so it's a little rough, chat. I was thinking about that too. I was like, maybe I should just do this off stream because you guys already saw me how to make the other wing, and then I went, nah. Nah, if I gotta suffer, you guys all do too. Chat, we're all suffering together. Ooh. Alright, what do we think? See, it's not bad. It's not bad per se. We need to see everything great. See, you can kind of see that there's like this texture now going all the way down here. So it kind of has the mimicry as if there's the bones there without actually having the bones by doing this. So, you're the one stuck here with us. Great. I'll tie all of these off afterwards and get rid of them. But I'll just do that all at once. Alright, one more section, chat, and then we can work on the other wing. I am very excited for the final process. I just really hope that I have enough stuffing. I don't want to pull it out of the box and check. Alright, let's pull this. Because I have a 20-pound bag of stuffing, and I've already used 10 pounds of it. So I don't know how much is left in the box, because it's in 2 separate bags of 10 pounds. So, yeah, that'd be bad if I don't have enough to stuff this dragon in the very end. I'm gonna be very sad. Okay. I'm gonna try going across here. I think I'm at the side? Chat, I'm so excited. We're slowly getting there. We're gonna have a dragon friend. See, I wouldn't care so much about how it looks, but I know you guys would make fun of me. So I'm trying to at least make this look a little bit alright. Checking by weight. Well, the problem is that I have the box still. So I'd have to calculate just how much the box weighs. And in order to do that, I have to take the stuffing out in order to check it. So, alright, I think we got it. Alright, that doesn't look bad. That looks remotely normal. Alright. Not too bad. So, what I like doing is I like tying off all of these ends here at the bottom. Because what'll happen is, sometimes these will actually unravel, and then you'll lose your stitching. I'm not doing anything fun, I'm literally just cutting the threads. There we go. If I actually cared, I would actually, like, take a needle, I would thread all these needles, threads through, and then I would stuff it inside, but I'm not doing that. Why not when you get a new one? If I get a new one, sure. I put it on my throne. So far, Piero was kind enough to contribute. I think if I end up running out, I think I'll just pay it out and then get however much I can afford at that point. And just go from there. I think it's technically tax deductible since it's for stream, right? Hey, I need this for stream. I'm paying for 25 pounds of stuffing. Why is it 25 pounds? Because 20 pounds was 20 pounds is only $10 cheaper. I used to have it where it was the bag that was out, but then it expands, whereas at least this way I can kind of keep it in the box instead of having this gigantic bag of stuffing that'll slowly expand over time. So the box is kind of broken. It kind of exploded out one of the corners when they shipped it. So it looks okay. I just put I'll have to show you guys. I literally just cut a hole in the box and then just opened it and then just busted through one of the bags inside. Chad, I have the most scuffed setup ever. I don't know how I manage these things. I really don't. And then someone last year, I was spending Christmas with a friend of mine, and her mom was like, oh yeah, the grandma used to do a whole bunch of handicrafts and stuff, and so I have all this stuffing and fabric and stuff, do you want it all? So then I just had to shove it in the box, so there was just loose stuffing too. Hi, Raven. Alright, looking pretty good. Looking good. I got 2 more threads left. Chat, we got nice wings. Chat, we've gone from having to make 4 feet to 2 wings. We're slowly finishing everything. Let's see. It's a great head. What, the wing? This is a wing. Did the Red Bull help? No. What? Give you wings? No, it did not. I'm actually out of energy drinks. So, I cannot blame how crazy I am today on that. I'm just raw dogging it, chat. I have to get off of this caffeine kick that I've been on for the past couple of weeks. Alright, there we go. Chat, I think he's good. I think this wing is done. Yay! Alright, so now we have to make another one, chat. So, we did this yesterday, so that's all set. The iPhone just vibrated? What? Why did it vibrate? Why did it vibrate? Is it because I hit it? Oh, I mean, it's at 65%. This should be fine. This should be fine. Flip, stuff, top stitch, based wings onto body. Yeah. Chad, it looks like the picture! Chad, it looks like the picture! I did it right! Chad, I did it! Hi, cat. Can I help you? You didn't do anything. Hi! Hi! Do you want to meow some more so it shows up? Hi! Meow? Hi, buddy! The ghost of Steve Jobs. Oh no, that's the exact opposite of who I want to talk to. Hi, cat! Can I help you? Sorry, the cat just walked in. This is more important. Hi, buddy! Hi! Can I help you? What do you want? What's up? What are you meowing before. I don't know if that actually showed up, but he's just sitting here and just pitifully meowing. Why are you pitifully meowing? What? What? Show me. What do you want? No, buddy, I can't. I can't go snuggle on the couch right now. I figured it out. He turned around and he walked out. And he gave me this sad look. That's what he wants. I have figured it out. So, we were talking about this yesterday, that I think I'm starting to come down with something. I think because the weather is changing so much. Like, now I think it's like 48 or something ridiculous today. Which is... what is that in Celsius? Minus 36... 12... what is that? 6 Celsius? Go, we understand. So it's now 6 Celsius. Last Sunday, it was -8 Celsius, so it was about 16 degrees Fahrenheit. It was god-awful, and now the weather has done a complete 180, and my sinuses are upset. So last night, I was sitting with the cat because, if you remember, when I was trying to end stream, he kept pawing at me because he wanted to go snuggle on the couch because he's looking for warmth. Because he's sick. I found out when he started sneezing, and a big green booger came out of his nose. I'm sorry to anybody that's eating. So, just stab the sinuses, I wish. So, he had this big booger coming out, so I went to go grab a towel for him so that I could wipe his face, and then he shook his head, and he got all over the carpet, and I was like, God damn it. So then I had to clean up the carpet, and I scrunched his face with the towel so I could clean it up a little bit, and I gave him some of his medicated treats. So, I think he's realized that if he starts sneezing and I take care of him, he gets treats for it. So I think that's what that was. I think he's trying to get me to steal my warmth so that he could feel better, so that then he can sneeze everywhere and then get treats out of it. I think the cat has trained me too well. I think the cat has trained me too well, Chad. He doesn't understand that I have to finish this dragon today. I don't think we likely will. I was hoping that we would, but I think this is taking a little bit longer, so I am glad that I set aside the entire week for this, so... Chat, the cat'll be fine. He'll go and lay in front of the heater. He'll sap all the warmth. Oh, wait, I could show you guys. Wait, chat, I could show you guys, because I took a picture. Hold on. See, chat, this is what I was talking about, because I told you guys. Wait, there's the light. There we go. So that's the heater for the living room, right? There's the freaking cat. He covers the entire heater, and he just steals all the warmth, because he's an asshole. That's what he's been doing. For Friday's stuffing, Jesus Christ. I destroy the carpet, I get food. Yeah, he does. He throws up somewhere, he gets medicated treats, he puts boogers everywhere, he gets medicated treats, Sometimes I'll make him do a couple of tricks for it, too. So that he'll actually kind of equate, oh, I have to do something to get this. But then sometimes it's just, I'm in the middle of picking up cat throw up. I don't want to force you to give me your paw or anything. Here's just a couple of treats. Go. Get out of here. Oh, boy. All right. Back to work now that we had cat moment again. Man, I really don't want to work in this other way. I really don't want to, chat. I really don't. Hold on, there's a little pattern piece right here. I should probably start cleaning up a little bit, too. Because, the office is an absolute mess. I was hoping to maybe clean it tonight, but it looks like that's gonna be a tomorrow thing. So, whoops. Alright, that can go over there. Alright. Man, I'm really regretting this, and I kind of don't want to do the other wing, chat. I'm trying to really... I just have to do it once. I just have to do it once more, and then never again, chat. Once more, and then never again. I could do this. Future Q. Future Q is right now. Oh, no. Future Q is not happy with past Q. Hold on, let's make a pile. This is wing. This is wing. These are horns. This is a wing. This is the back. This is next. Chat, there's so much to clean up. This is gonna be awful. That goes over there. That's part of the tail. That's next. Okay, chat, once I'm done with this wing, we can move on to the tail. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be lovely. We're gonna be very excited. We're gonna be doing something different. That one is literally just sewing 3 lines. I won't have to do all of this crap. Oh, man. Chat, I can't avoid it anymore. If you missed it yesterday, that entire wing bone thing that we had to do, we have to hand do that. Hi, Acrylic. Hi, Raiders. How was your stream? How was Project Zomboid? Did you die? I was in there for a little bit today. How was it? Welcome in. I'm trying to avoid sewing this dragon. How are you? Chat, if you guys have not already, now's a good time to go and drop a I stole a live turkey. I ran over its baby by accident. You know what? Yeah, that sounds like Zomboid. What? Chat, now's a good time to go drop a follow because Acrylic only has a couple more streams for the rest of this year, and we'll be coming back fresh and new next year. Chat, we stan people who actually take breaks, unlike me. We could drive with it. So you ran over its baby. Jesus Christ. I'm very excited for the moment that I open the multiplayer Zomboid server. Because I know that this means that, like, a whole bunch of our streamer friends and their communities are going to join us, too. And we've already joked about this before, and I feel like Acrylics is going to be somewhat similar, where we're going to have a fenced-off area where it's mine and everything's on fire and it's just Minecraft chasing me around with a shotgun. Whereas, like, everyone else is just going to be, like, a perfect utopia, everyone shares, everyone's doing great. You wanted to steal the baby! This is why we play RimWorld. This is why we play RimWorld. Oh my god. But hey, if any of you guys gotta go... It gobbled at me! If any of you guys gotta go, feel free to pop out. Man, we're making a 2-foot or 2/3 meter long dragon. And, we finished one of the wings. And now I have to very annoyingly make the other one. And I really don't want to do it. It was very annoying to do. And I know that once I have that done, everything else is going to be smooth sailing. But I really, really don't want to. It looks good. I just don't want to do the work. It's come to that point. But this guy's gonna be big. So this is the body so far. So we have from the tip of the claws here to the tip of the claws here. And we still have to add the tail to it. So this guy's gonna be big. It's, chat was like, you should make a big project on stream. And I said, sure. And we made it a sub goal. And then chat was like, absolutely, we'll do that. And I was like, okay, god damn it. So here we are. So here's the chest of it. It's gonna sit very upright, kind of like this. This is going to be open. We're going to attach the tail right to here, and we'll close all this up, and then we'll have a big thing. It does kind of look like a rabbit, doesn't it? You know, like when you gotta hook it. Listen, Acrylic just killed a baby turkey. Listen, I'd probably do the same. Can I be honest? I would probably do the same. I would probably 100% do the same. I probably also wouldn't want to kill it, and I probably would also still do the same. So, let's see if I could do this. Oh man, this is bad. Okay. So, I reversed over it. This is why I refuse to drive in Zomboid, which is why I was so upset when Minecraft was like, hey, I gotta go, and then was like, you have to drive the van, and then got upset with me because I crashed the van, and I said, you don't understand, I don't know how to drive in this damn game. That's why I just walk everywhere in Zomboid, or somebody else has to drive me, because just like in real life, I don't drive. So, let's see if we can figure this out. So this is web piece number 2. So I think it goes this way. Because it should be here. Should have stayed off the road. We were moving. You won't be able to travel in a car. Oh my god, that's even worse. No, we were moving from Rosewood to... Oh my god, what's the one with the big bar? We were moving from Rosewood to Muldrow. So we put everything from the safe houses into vans and trucks. They gave me a truck, but somebody got into it, ran it into a pole, and destroyed it. So instead, Minecraft said, I'll put all of your stuff into my big white van. We should be able to take it over there. We start driving, and he goes, I'll be back in like 5 minutes. You're gonna have to drive over there. So then I started driving, except I don't know how very well to drive through there, and it kept going faster, and I tried putting it on cruise control, and everybody in chat was yelling at me, and somebody was already in Muldrow and brought an entire wave of zombies onto the big main road that we were driving on. So what happens? I crashed the van into the zombies, and trying to get away, I crashed it into a tree, and then I died. And then we had to go back and go grab all of my stuff off my zombie again, as usual. And Minecraft was upset, because I crashed his van. And I'm like, motherfucker, why'd you have me drive then? I can't believe that. And everyone's standing there, and of course everyone's standing there trying to shoot them with shotguns. I'm like, you're just gonna draw over more. Yeah, they told me to do Sunday Driver on my very first character. So, yeah. Except when you do Sunday Driver, it's great because you go slower, but then it's actually harder to outrace zombies, so then you end up just getting overtaken anyway. So, yeah. That's why I just don't drive. I'd rather just run around myself and just pick up everything and then walk it all back and, you know, take out as many zombies as I can, and that's it. Yeah, this is why I do not drive. And then, Minecraft, somebody put out a hit on Minecraft in the game, and then they put a note that, that it was a cult against Minecraft, and they forced me to sign it. This is why I keep saying, if we have this server, no one else is gonna want to play on it, because they're all gonna make like this perfect utopia. Meanwhile, my community is gonna come out and be like, you need to kill Minecraft. We're making a cult against Minecraft. So hey, if any of you guys are still that is why Minecraft hates me during Room Connect. And then Minecraft makes it out to be my fault after I literally said, I'm not the one driving. Okay, so anyway, back to sewing now that I'm upset. So, we're gonna very carefully remake this wing. Now you may look at it and you may be like, wow, that seems really complex. How do you do that? Well, we do that with a lot of different little tiny pieces. So the gray is at least already attached, so we don't have to do anything with that. However, we have to attach web number 1 first, up this side. Then we're going to put our needle down, but I couldn't get it to work last time. So we're going to keep the line there. So all the stitching, all of the thread, that's going to stay there. We're going to pull it up. We're going to slowly pin all the way down here and then attach web number 1. Then we're going to do the same thing, but the opposite way over here on web number 2. So that's going to go up here and over to here. Is that still lower? Did I put these backwards? No, that's still right. Okay. It has to go up a little higher. So, same thing. We're going to actually pin this side, and then we'll pull the needle, keep this in, and then go down the other side. And same thing over here onto web 3. So it's a lot of little finicky pieces. This is why I don't want to do it. But it looks good. It looks like an actual wing. But this is why a lot of the patterns that I normally do, maybe they'll have you do this top bit, but then you just do the line going through here. You don't add all the bones. Unfortunately, it's not going to look very good because this is so big, which is why we kind of have to do this, so it'll look better on the other side. So, alright. Let's see if we can get this. We'll see if this all makes sense. We'll see if this will go together like normal. Hopefully. Maybe somewhat a little bit. So that should be this side, I think. So I'm gonna try putting a pin through this top bit. Let's see if I can make it out over here. I don't think so. Hold on. I do have to kind of trim a little bit because we're putting a lot of fabric in here into this middle. So we're gonna kind of trim up towards that point a little bit, hopefully. So yeah, welcome to sewing. We do these like once a month. We took a break in October because October was a mess, but we're back to it. We were going to in November and then I got sick. So we're back at it now. And it's been a ton of fun. So if you ever want to stick around, we do the sewing streams quite frequently-ish. Come on. Now we gotta see if I can get this bottom bit. Okay. Alright, it seems like that's together. And I always put the pattern too. So chat, if you too want to make a giant dragon, you can. You too can go and buy Shifty's pattern. This is also a good way too that you guys can kind of see like how is it that these things are made too. You guys are like, oh man, that's so cool. It takes a lot longer than you think. But coming up, a while back, Cal had asked for a red octopus. So we're going to be working on that. We had 2 more Spooktacular Streamathon goals. One of them is to make a frog version of me that kind of matches my little PNG. Normally I'm not a PNG, but it's kind of hard to set up the phone with a VC face, and plus I'm using that for my instructions. And the other camera's over here, too. So, that's why you guys now have a second camera. Because everybody complained and wanted a second camera, so we're trying it out. It's always cool. It's definitely a lot more time-consuming. Hi, Sarah. It's definitely time-consuming. It's definitely very fulfilling. It's just, it takes a lot. It takes a lot of time and effort. So this is what'll happen. So we're gonna slowly make these little bones. I'm gonna go up to here, to this top point. We're gonna keep it together. And then I'm gonna have to pin the other side very carefully over here. And go all the way down, again, as you can see, so that when we flip the whole thing over, it'll just match right in here. So we're just wedging it in between these 2 pieces. It ain't great, it's not ideal. I would prefer to do this by hand, but it is faster, and it does actually, how to put it, it's actually stronger if you do it through the machine, because instead of going in, out, you have in and out on both sides. So you're actually doing double the amount of work. Alright. Chat, it's wing time. Man, I really don't want to do this wing. Man, I really don't. This is not gonna be fun. Okay. We're gonna start from the bottom again. Work our way to that middle point. We're gonna hope and pray that all of this works. And then we're gonna go backwards so we can knot it. Also, my machine does not like sewing over a lot of big bulky things. And this kind of setup here with having the little triangle at the top of the piece, it looks good, but it's too bulky for my machine, and my machine gets mad. So what you're supposed to do is you go all the way up to the top, you leave your needle in, you pin from the machine, but we kind of found that my machine doesn't like that, and it won't actually sew through the other side. So I'm gonna pull this, and we're gonna look at this, so this is all good. So I'm gonna pull all of these, because now we don't need these. And keeping this thread attached instead, now I'm going to very carefully finagle this to go this way. It's gonna pucker a little bit. That's just the nature of how my machine will take it. Now I should be able to actually pin this going this way. I hope. Yeah, that should work. Okay. Alright, so we're gonna notch here to match here. So that's why that's drawn kind of funky. And then we're gonna put down here. And then this should hypothetically have everything match up by distance as to where it's supposed to go. Kind of. We're only getting a little bit of a bubble. It's fine. We'll kind of ease it in very gradually and gently. Yay! See, it's only bubbling a little. It's fine. It's still fairly-ish smooth. Still fairly. I might need another pin, though? Did I lose a pin? Did I drop one? What's missing to do? This wing, we got to install the back. After that is making the tail, which is just a triangle, so it's just the two side pieces, then the bottom, so it's just one line, one line, one line, and then attach. Then the whole head and the horns. So it's not a lot, it's just a lot of tiny steps. So it's still gonna take a while. So I think we'll definitely be sewing again tomorrow, unfortunately. I don't think we'll be able to finish the head today. That's the other thing, though, with doing a pattern that I've never done before. It's gonna take me twice as long. Because I have to reread everything several times. Uh-oh. Are we stuck? I think I'm stuck. What is stuck? I think I just pulled the wrong pin. Which pin is stuck? No, I think that's right. Why did that do that? Come on, machine, I believe in you. Oh, there we go. Got it. Why don't I try making my own? It takes a lot of effort. It takes a lot of resources. It takes a lot of planning. And, I'm not good with making commercial patterns for other people to make. I can make sense of my own patterns, because I've edited some patterns, or I've made other patterns, especially for, like, the VTuber dolls and stuff like that. But for the most part, those make sense to me, but they'll never make sense to anybody else, if that makes sense. If that makes any lick of sense, I'm not sure that it does. Alright, did we do it? There we go! Hey! Alright, 1 of 3. 1 of 3. Alright, it looks alright. And that's what's most important. So we'll trim all of this excess fabric, because now we don't need any of it. Some of the patterns, though, too, that I use expressly state that you're not allowed to, even if you modify, that you're not allowed to sell any bit of it. So even if I was to say, I don't know, make clothes for this particular pattern, and then I tried selling the clothes pattern, I wouldn't be able to, because you would have to get this pattern on top of it. And it's technically Shifty's pattern. It's not a pattern that I made. And by buying mine, you could actually kind of reverse engineer the other pattern from it, so it's very heavily frowned upon. You just don't. And that's a lot of time and effort. It's a lot of making the same thing 6 or 7 times and hoping for the best. Because you gotta prototype it, you gotta use crummy fabric, you gotta make a couple of different things, you gotta actually make all of the instructions, and in the plush community, they're very kind and they do, like, actual pictures of everything. And as we've seen, I'm not very good at that. I can't even record it very well. That, and I feel like you really don't make that much from it for the amount of headache from people stealing your patterns either. That I'm like, do I really want to deal with that? Alright, let's see. So, we're gonna start from the bottom again. So now this is web number 2, so this is actually gonna move with the previous one that we did. That's why I wrote this little 3 here. And then the other one had a 2, the other one had a 1, so I knew exactly which piece had to go where. It's a little confusing, especially because I chop off most of that information. Most people, when they're writing these patterns, they put it into the little margins, and I cut all that off. So if you've noticed, when I draw my patterns, I specifically draw on the fabric where it is that I'm stitching. So I lose all of that important information because I'm not going to transfer it over because I cut all of that off of the paper pattern, so half the time I don't realize it's there. So I had to look at it, I had to really study it and be like, okay, this is number 2. I have to write the number 2. Otherwise I won't remember later that this is the number 2. And then I'm going to cry later on stream because I won't know where the hell this web goes. I'm not a very good seamstress, I guess, is a good way to put it. Alright, but we'll put all of these into here. Now this one's gonna have a little bit of bunching as well. As you can see, sometimes when it bunches, it'll actually get stuck into this. Now, it's not preferential for a lot of these, but you really can't tell with this one because it's so small and it's towards the bottom. So fortunately, we don't really have to deal with it. We're just gonna leave it. Because we're gonna be flipping this later. So that little bit is actually gonna be inside the wing. So this is just the front. We have another piece that we're gonna attach to the back, flip it inside out, and then we have a completely fully developed wing. Come on. Alright, there we go. Alright, so here's web 2. Oh, my eyes hurt. So I figured out what happened with my eyes. I bought a really nice cream. And I was looking at it and I was like, ooh, it's an overnight avocado cream. Oh, this should be great. And I used it 2 nights in a row. And I was like, man, the first night it was so cooling. It was so great. It has a retinol in it. For those of you guys that use skincare stuff, you'll understand. The worst part is I have another product with retinol in it. Chat, you can overdose your skin on retinol. You're only supposed to use it maybe 2 or 3 times a week. So not only was I using my normal product, but then I used that 2 nights in a row, and I didn't realize. So yeah, my eyes hurt. It'll kind of chemically peel your skin very quickly. So I can't go outside. Otherwise, I will immediately burn. Because it takes off like the a little bit of your very outer layer, slightly. It's a very potent thing, which is why you're not supposed to use it that frequently. So, oops. But hey, I know I'm not dying, I'm just stupid. Okay. So going up this wing bone over here, so it's gonna pull all those little puckers in here as we keep going. And what that's gonna do is that's actually gonna kind of, how to put it? It's gonna kind of transference all of the little extra fabric in between all these little parts as we're sewing. So that it won't just be one big huge gob of just extra fabric. So it's gonna look a little bit better, as you can see. So from this side, you can definitely tell that there was like a little bit of puckering here and there, a little bit of like hills and valleys. But once you flip it over, you can't really tell because it evened out as we kept going. So that's why we pin this in such a way so that as it keeps going, it's gonna kind of transference all of the extra additional fabric amongst the entirety of the line as opposed to there just being one big giant thing. It's connected to the arm bone. Let's see. We have to try... Why is this stuck like this? Get out of here. So now we gotta try and put the other side to this new little bit. It's just so fiddly. So this is going to attach here. Once again, we're gonna have a little bit of a pucker, but this is going to attach over here onto the other side. So this is gonna be the other half of number 2. All right, we're halfway through, chat. We're halfway through the stupid web. So once again, we're gonna try and match up the middles of here on either side. But yeah, see, we've got this little hill right here. So we're just gonna kind of move it just slightly to either side. And now what that does, instead of that big one, now we have a little one here and a little one here, so you won't be able to tell as we're sewing. So chat, if you ever end up sewing, do the same thing. Start at each end, go towards the middle. So here we'll do the same thing. So here's the bottom. So now we've got this. We're going to try and find the middle, put this together. And it's just going to smooth out that wrinkle just a little bit. So we'll do the same thing right here in the middle. Because now that big one is now spaced out over 4. As opposed to one big giant one. Because if you don't pin as much, what'll happen is you just get this big giant bubble and it'll all get stuck wherever that pin is. So you're going to have a bubble like this big as opposed to tiny, 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 tiny. So... Alright, going back to it. Let's see if I can end up back where we stopped. So that's why I'm leaving the thread here. Is because in the... Wait, how did that get cut? Did I do that? I don't think I did. Thank you, Anonymous, for the brother sewing machine gift sub. Jesus Christ. Hey, brother, if you want to sponsor, I have... 3 brother machines. One's long since dead, but I have 3 brother machines. Ignore the fact that yesterday I told everyone to buy baby lock. Okay, going down the side. Uh-oh. I think we missed a little bit, yeah. Alright, we'll just back up a little bit and move all the way down. So I'm following that line that I had drawn as best as possible. Because as long as I pin where that line matches up on the other side, then I know I'm not going to miss. Come on. You can also, for all of those bubbles, you can also kind of put your finger there very carefully. And it'll kind of smooth it out. 200 parts of 1 inch each. Absolutely not. I don't think I'm going to be doing commissions again for a while. I think all the VTuber dolls in the past 2 years has kind of worn me out. Singer sewing machine. Wait, I got one of those too. Hold on. I have one. I got it with my employee discount from when I worked at Joann's. I can say that now because they're gone. I do really like my, Oh, did I miss? Uh-oh. I think I missed a little. Oh, no. I do really like my, my little serger. I just wish that I had the ability to kind of make more stuff with it. Oh. Hey, there we go. All right, chat, so we got 2 of them now. He's a little bubbly. I don't know why there's so much extra on here. I probably drew this incorrectly. And this isn't actually lining up. But when we go to put those additional stitches here, it should actually flatten it a little bit too. So, yay! God, my floor is a mess. I'm gonna be so excited to clean up my floor. Can I be honest? I don't think it's that I want to be done with the dragon. I think it's the fact that I want to clean up my floor. Autoplay is the dumb things getting all boo-boo doll videos. Mine yesterday switched to somebody silently playing observation duty, and I was like, what in the fuck? Hi Fart, thanks for the sub. Appreciate it. I was very confused. I don't know why. YouTube is just weird. This is why I turn off my recommendations though. Alright, we gotta trim off all of this extra too. We don't need any of this. And this as well. Nope, don't cut through the fabric I need. Nope, 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 nope. That would be bad. That would be really bad. It's gifting some random company. It's companies, or Snooze comes in and goes, here's a gift sub to Obama. Or we found Bo Jiden. Who's Faf? Who's that? Thank you for the gift sub. Anonymous, what? Chat, what are you guys doing? Yeah, we get Oda Nobunaga, we got Bo Jiden, Obama, one time was Piss. I don't know. I don't know why there's just a Twitch account that's just Piss. But, I don't ask Snooze. Snooze just does weird things. Okay, web number 3 has to go this way, because this is what's going to create the actual wing piece. Is it great? Is it great? Is it though? Because then that's how we get with, like, DJ Mustard Super Bowl. Although, they've now become a part of our community, so I guess that's kind of a good thing. Other ones are just like, why is there an account for Betty Crocker? This is why I have turned off on my account for me to get random subs, because I don't want random subs to just random people. I just, like I don't want to sub to Betty Crocker. What am I gonna do with that? Okay. See, I don't know why this isn't flat. It must have been me. I must have drawn this incorrectly. The other one seemed okay. It's just this one in particular that for some reason is bubbling a lot. So let me see if I can kind of ease this a little bit more. Alright, this looks a little better. Yeah, that looks a little better than just this big one. I always give a peek to see how the stream is. See, but then you're giving into Twitch doing that. They do that on purpose. They want you to do that. It's different if we're finding funny ones, but then we're just like, oh, here's a nice gift sub for the community. Oh, it just went to some random person who's not actually part of the community. And you're hoping that they'll go and actually look at your community, and you're like, why couldn't I just go to somebody that's actually sitting in the chat? I think it's because of people like me. There was quite a long time where I was not actually having to sub to the people that I was watching because I was just getting so many gift subs, so I think they had to change that. So. Someone gave a gift sub to Feet and feature stream. Chat, please don't give a gift sub to Feet. Please don't. Although there's also, isn't there also VTuber Feet? Isn't that... I think that's a Twitch account, isn't it? Right? I think there's a VTuber Feet one? Because I think that one got gifted while I was watching someone rip open the packs for gamer subs. For their trading card thing. Because it was just feet. Do not gift a sub to feet, please. Alright, so here's web number 3. This one's a little funky. Fortunately, it's a little shorter. So we just have to go up through this little bit. And then needle and thread, thank you. Oh, is it VTuber feet enthusiast? Oh, thank you. Don't accept gifts anymore. I wonder why. I wonder why. Chat, can I rebrand? Can I become VTuber feet enthusiast number 2? Can I stream off of that? Would you guys be upset if I changed my name to VTuber feet enthusiast 2? And then you guys have to explain when you go to your credit card company and they're like, why are you subbing to VTuber feet enthusiast? I'll never get subs ever again. It's a little bit more normal when it's like, oh, here's a name that's just like Q. Oh, okay, I guess it's somebody that's Japanese, you know, even though I'm not actually Japanese, but then they'll be like, oh, okay, this is somewhat relatively normal versus VTuber feet. To be fair, Carsey used to do that. I think he used to have, his was illegally electronic cats or something was the name of his subs or something like that. I can't remember. Or, totally legal pooses or something. I think it was something like that. I remember my credit card company calling me for that and I had to be like, no, that this is actually somebody that I'm subscribing to. Thanks for the gift sub to Otherfoot. Okay. Hey, I'm gonna sew. I'm gonna let you guys do your thing. I'm gonna let you guys do your thing. Oh, wait, I should do this the other way. Okay. So we're gonna sew up the other side. This honestly did not take as long as I thought it would. I just don't want to do it. I just don't want to. It's so annoying. My machine doesn't like it. I have to kind of shove it through a little bit, you can kind of see with the second camera. Otherwise, it'll just kind of get stuck. It'll make angry noises. There's a lot of pins. And I can't really see it. I think I missed. Oh yeah, I missed. Hold on. Let's back up a little bit. I missed the line. Okay, so now we hit the middle. So we're gonna pop this. I kind of missed on the other side, but I think it should be okay. I did it again. Why do I keep snapping the thread? I was trying to keep it there. Alright, well I got my answer as to how the other one snapped is because I did it. It's become second nature because my thread cutter is right here. So every time, I just cut my thread. It's never normally an issue. And this is the only time. And it's all my fault. My brain just goes on autopilot. I kind of do that a lot. So we're gonna do the same thing. We're gonna try and attach this other little piece. This should be the last bit. So let's see if I can line this up correctly onto this webbing. Fortunately, this one shouldn't need a lot of pins because as we get towards webbing number 3, we're getting definitely smaller and smaller. Chat, and I did 4 of these for Damon. No, sorry, 6. No, 8. I did 8 of these? Why did I do that to myself, chat? If you missed it, we've made this before. We actually made a gargoyle for our friend, Velvet. Because Damon's really cute, and I used this pattern for the wings. I just scaled it down to the size that we needed, but I did this exact thing, but instead of having the back be blank, I did this on both sides. And then, can you add both at the same time? They can't because of agreeances with mobile. and you can't update apps within a certain amount of time, and then the App Store for Apple specifically, they actually have to check it. Unlike Android, usually when you put things up, it'll actually be like an immediate update. Nobody has to actually like a human doesn't have to sit there and have to check all of it. The Apple Store forces, I think it's like a month delay or something like that. I think it's something like that. I think it's a little bit of delay. Like some human has to actually go there and review it and make sure that there's nothing wrong with it. Which is great because then that means it's more reliable, but then when you're updating apps and stuff, then you gotta wait for it. And you have to update your apps on Apple so frequently, otherwise they will remove it from the App Store. So it's Apple's fault. As someone that developed for both platforms, it was god-awful. So they took down my app, I think after 6 months after I graduated or something like that. So that's why you can no longer get my game on Apple. Because, I mean, I obviously was not going to school there anymore. So yeah, you have to consistently update it, even if it's just compiling a brand new variation. So it works on their newer version of iOS every time. There you go, fun fact. Okay, what was I saying? For Damon, I did this on both sides. And then we did it on stream, and then I realized I did the wrong colors. I did everything inverted, so I had to remake it again. So I made these damn wings 8 times already. So I was hoping I'd be better at this by now, but I'm not. So we're gonna try this again. So let's see if I could find that original hole that I had. I think it's somewhere right around here. So let's kind of back this up a little bit. Okay. See if I could do this right. It's also because, and at least for us, it was a lot different back then because there was a lot more people who made phones. And so everyone had all kinds of crappy phones. You had like a million freaking, I'll have to see if it's even still an Android. I don't know if it is. You gotta remember, this was back in like 2012. Oh, I kind of missed. Oh no. I might have to fix that. Hold on. But back in the day, oh yeah, I kind of made a mess. Hold on. Back in the day, you needed like one of every phone, and so you would just go to the phone library to go and test your app, and there'd be like 300 or 400 phones just sitting there, and you had to compile it for each and every individual phone and make sure it all worked. Okay, so I sewed a little bit into here. I did that as well over here, but it's not as bad and apparent. But I'm like halfway through the bone, so I should probably pull this a little bit. Let's see if I can kind of clean this up. Might be easier to do on the other side. It might be. Let's see. So yeah, I missed. I tried to find the little hole. I did not. I missed. This is why Shifty said to just leave your needle there so you wouldn't have this problem, but I don't have that kind of luxury, so I have to do a little bit of extra work. Just a little. Let's see if I can kind of pull this up. Find that thread. There we go. Can I pull this a little more? And, alright. Now, how does this look from the other side? Is that better? Okay, that is much better. Okay, I have fixed it. I have fixed it. We are all set on that regard. Let's go ahead. Let's clean up all of the webbing over here. Chad, I could have been done with this wing if I wasn't complaining so much and saying how much I just didn't want to do it. I could probably guarantee that. Okay. There we go. Oh, I have an extra thread. We don't want that. Alright. Much better. Am I gonna add filling? So I add the foam. So kind of. So I don't add the actual stuffing to it, even though the instruction says to, because I wanted it to still be mobile. And as you can see, this will actually kind of foam and flex and everything, so. No, I did not stab myself. Welcome back. No, I did not. But we got this whole wing done. So now we have to put the back onto it. So we're going to pin this whole thing on, put this together. Then afterwards, we're going to shove this foam into the pocket. So that's how that works. We'll have 2 wings. I'm so excited. So I'm going to try and go all the way around, hitting all of these points first, because that's going to give me, again, the ability to, if there's too much fabric, that we can kind of smooth out any creases. I did not stab my sinuses. I still feel like I'm coming down with something. You know when you're starting to get that kind of pain in your throat and your, like, thyroid? You know what I'm talking about? Where everything just kind of feels like it's kind of aching in that general area. Yay. Yay, I'm excited. Yay. Alright, let me see if I can get this one on. So, hopefully it's just a quick sickness this weekend, and it's not gonna ruin travel plans for Christmas. If that's the case, chat, I will not be streaming. I'm just gonna have Christmas alone. Okay. This little piece goes here. So this is that extra gray piece that we had. Ask the cat how he deals. He steals my warmth is how he deals. He follows me around the house. He steals my warmth. He, Unfortunately, I have no warmth of which to steal from him, so that's not really gonna work. Although I did kind of last night. I just straight up just put my arm over him. He was in my way, damn it. Okay. So I think I made this one a little too long as well. Now we kind of learned that from the last one, so this will just be extra fabric that we don't need. I think we're only going to about here. Ow! And then here's this piece. Over here on the opposite side. Alright. So, this is how this is going to look now. See, it's still kind of bubbling a little bit. It should be fine, I think, as we keep putting pins into it. So, I'm going to try and go along these bigger areas. Add a couple more. Normally, if you have a better machine, like a more expensive one, like a Pafaf that we got the gift sub to, which is a very, very fancy machine, mind you. I do not have Pafaf money. So thanks for the gift sub to them, but I don't think I'm at the bracket of being able to afford their machines to even to even get a thought in their mind of like, oh, we could sponsor this one. That ain't happening. Yeah, the cat got mad and started hissing at him. Oh my god. See, I was that way where I was like, I just want to be left alone for Christmas. And then a lot of people were like, well, yeah, but if you come over by here, it'll feel better and we'll just kind of leave you alone. Then I'm like, you know what? Sure. It was nice this year for Thanksgiving because I was left alone. I didn't have to plan anything really. Didn't have to go anywhere. It was just make dinner. And I was like, oh, hell yeah. I don't have to talk to people. I don't have to watch things. I don't have to make small talk. I just got to sit and just exist. Alright, I think this is all extra fabric. I don't think I want it to get caught in here, so I think I'm actually going to trim a little bit of this. Because we do not need any of this. That should be a little better. I'd be your sugar mama, Jesus Christ. No, I take care of myself. Never worry about me. Do not worry, chat. Yeah, you get tired or stuff like that. Invalid mode, we put a cone on him? Oh no. The cat will do that too. We used to... This is gonna sound horrible, and my gaming group used to make fun of me. It was, we called it the no-no vest. It was a vest that I got for him so that we could start teaching him, you know, how to get walked outside and stuff, because we had an apartment, so... But the problem was that he hated it, and the second he put it on, he would just, like, kind of stop. So, he would just stop walking, he would just stand completely still, and he would just give you this angry look. It was usually whenever he would go running through the apartment. Unfortunately, it would bother the lady downstairs from us, and she would get very upset and complain. So it was the best thing that we could do was just... Okay, it's different if you're jumping from things, because then she'd get mad at that, and she's like, I can hear your cat jumping off of, like, tables and stuff. And I'm like, I'm sorry, he's a cat. He's 12 pounds. If you cannot deal with a tiny little cat that is 12 pounds that is jumping off of a table, I don't know what to tell you. One time I dropped celery. One time I dropped celery on the floor. I picked it up out of the fridge. And, I dropped it on the floor, and I was like, oh no, she's gonna complain. And sure enough, I heard the footsteps, and I was like, I dropped celery. I dropped a piece of celery. I was like, are you serious? I dropped one little piece of celery. No, I literally, like, I dropped literally one of the slivers of celery. She was just old and bored. And then at one point, she threatened my roommate, and she's like, I know you have an illegal cat. And we were like, no, he's an emotional support animal. We have paperwork. We have multiple paperworks. Would you like to see them? They have already been submitted. He is even on the lease. What is your problem? And then she stopped after that, and I think she realized that she had nothing on us. She could be mad at. One time she got... Yeah, she did not have hearing issues. She, in fact, had perfect hearing. She would complain because I was sewing, because it would rattle her entire apartment, apparently. Who's this? Where's the cat? No, the cat stalked off. He came back. He wanted me to go sit on the couch with him, but I told him I couldn't, so he got mad and walked away. So yeah, she got mad at that. She got mad one time because I put out a bird feeder. And those are actually allowed in the lease, or at least they were at the time. So the birds would get mad and would throw seed, because they wanted to get to the particular ones that they liked. And so she complained about that and said they were throwing bird seed all over her thing, so then I stopped feeding the birds. And then at one point, our air conditioner was dripping. Chat, air conditioners drip. We were not allowed to run our air conditioner above low speed because it would drip too much onto her balcony, to the point where she came angrily knocking on our door when it was really hot out and brought me a garbage bag and said I had to go out there and put that over the air conditioner. So no, I tried not to piss her off as much as possible because I just didn't want to deal with it. So whenever the cat would run around and I could hear her start yelling from below, the cat would get freaked out, and so he would have to go into his no-no vest. And it just kind of calmed him down, and he was okay with it. And that's one of the biggest reasons why we left. Because I was like, no, I want the cat to be able to run. So, after about 6 months of dealing with that, I was like, no, we're moving. No, I never want to deal with her again. She was 80 years old and she was bored. That's what I kept telling myself. Alright, so we pinned everything all the way around. Yay. Hi, Jaylee. You're back again. I'm sorry that you have to deal with Sewing Simulator again. So, let's see if I could put all this around. See, it's kind of puckering in a couple of spots, so I'm hoping this will still work alright. but we're gonna try. We're gonna see. Hopefully it won't look too bad. The nails. I know, I'm very excited to be able to do them again this weekend, though. That's just what old people do. Sometimes there was a lady who was much older who was next door to us who was much better. She was a hundred and oh my god, was she 108? I think when she died. I think she was 108, and she just didn't give a fuck about anything. Up until I think a month before she passed, she was still going up and down the stairs and doing her own laundry. And she networked her entire computer system throughout her apartment. So I will always fight anyone that ever says they're too old to learn how to work a computer. She networked the entire thing and took the doors off of her closet and put her computer in there. And she set up her own wireless printer, and she figured out how to fix her own speakers. She was great. I miss her every day. She was phenomenal. The other lady was awful. She was absolutely awful. So, alright, chat, let's see if we can make this wing. Then we'll shove the foam in it. Then we just have to do the top stitching, then the wings are done. And then we'll be free of this. And then we can put in the back. And then make the tail. And then fight with the head. Okay. We're gonna very, very carefully go all the way around. Have fun lurking. And please die sooner. That's so mean. Like, she kind of meant well in her own way. Like, at one point, she came and dropped off some peppers for some reason. And, the three of us were like, yeah, we're not gonna eat this, because they were, like, slightly molding. And especially with how sick I was like, yeah, no. And, cornered the other roommate, not Critter, the other one, and was like, oh, yeah, you know, I just want to make sure that you guys are always getting taken care of, and that's such a good thing. You know, I just had extra. And then the one next to us ratted her out and said she's going around to all of these, like, senior citizen centers that she had joined out of boredom and was saying that she was feeding the young people in her building. She was making sure that we were all still surviving. I was like, what in the fuck? I was like, I am 28 years old. I was like, you do not have to be feeding me moldy peppers. Hi, Ock. It was such a weird apartment. I kind of miss it sometimes. That was also the apartment building where the other neighbor on the other side, ran her car into our building on my birthday. And we all had to stand outside because the crack went all the way from the basement floor apartment to mine on the 4th floor. So I was a little ticked. Because I was like, I'm not going to go anywhere. I'm not going to work on my birthday. Nobody's going to bother me. Everyone's like, oh, you're going to have a nice time in your house. No, I had to go stand outside in the fucking freezing cold while I had to wait for the fucking building inspector to go and check with the fire department to make sure that we could re-enter the fucking building because there was a huge crack all the way up to my fucking window. So I was a little pissed. She was giving out mold. She was. It was such a weird thing. It was probably the weirdest apartment I've ever lived in my life. And I've lived in some weird ones. Especially in Cleveland. But that one definitely took the cake. Can I pull that through? So there's a pinhead that's stuck in here. So I want to check and make sure that we could still get over here. And then I'm going to flip this back over, and that one that I just pulled, I'm going to push it all the way back, so now I won't run over it going this way instead. I know, that seems weird. This is the best way to do it. Come on. Why are you not going through? Come on. Come on. It's not gonna be that hard, I promise. Alright, so we went through all the annoying bits. We got all the little crests and waves types of shit. So now we have to go all the way around this top, and then we have to do this gray bit. So this is the top of the bone. It's just like a little hook, essentially. I think we're gonna go to about here before we have to pivot. I'm trying to follow the original line where we put the gray. Okay. So let's see. If I put this through, it then goes up here. Oh god, it's struggling. Oh, it's trying, chat. Oh boy, is it trying. It's stuck on something, but I don't know what. Hi, cat! Hi, welcome back! Can I help you? What's up? Do you want to say hi? Can you say hi? Can you meow? Do you want to meow? Hi! What's up? Never mind, the chair's more exciting than you guys. Sorry, chat. The cat has decided, oh, nope, you're busy. I'm leaving. He's still mad at me. He's still genuinely pissed. He's still like, what the fuck? Why aren't you coming to lay down with me? I am more important. I cannot believe you. Oh, because there's a pin stuck right here. Oh. Got it. Okay, now we should be able to go around this way. I'm sorry, chat. You guys were apparently not as exciting. I did get confirmation, though, from Critter yesterday that the cat was indeed jumping on the table and causing issues. So, my suspicions were indeed 100% correct, and I think I just threw a pin at myself. Great. I don't know where it went. I just flung a pin at myself. Oh no. Alright, I think I got it. I think it's that one. The cat's very particular, and he's very much so I cannot believe that you do not always want to do what I want to do. No, see, that's why I grabbed it now, so then I won't sit down and I won't find it. I don't know if you guys realized a little earlier, but I ended up sticking myself with a pin and I was bleeding a little bit, but I got it to stop. It's okay, this isn't going to anyone else, it's just for me. Chad, I'm not sending this to any of you. One of you guys are gonna find my blood on it, and then someone's gonna clone me, and it's gonna be a weird time, and I don't want to deal with that. Okay, did we get it? Everything looks good. Let me check all of these bottom pieces and make sure that I got that. It's a future splinter. It kind of is. Okay. So that's good. So I went through the gray correctly. That's good. What about down here? That looks okay. That looks somewhat alright. Alright, I'm gonna have to put some hemostats through here and kind of check and make sure that everything's alright. What a great idea, gee, thanks. We don't need two of me. I'm having a hard enough time as it is with just one of me. Can you imagine trying to take care of two of me? Alright, we'll put all this away. Because this is a lot of pins. And I want to make sure that they're all here and they're all put away so I'm not just flinging pins everywhere again. Okay. Here you go, penguin. I'm sorry, buddy. Alright, one of them popped. Hold on. Alright, there we go. That's all set. So, before I go trimming any of this, I'm going to take these. I'm going to run this everywhere inside and check and make sure Aha! Okay, so we have a little bit of a hole here, so I'm gonna have to fix this part. So chat, remember the middle wing. How much of your blood's in the penguin? I don't know. Oh, this one too. Okay, so we have to fix both of these. But everywhere else looks like it's good. Let's check the little tip over here. This is all good. Alright, so we have to re-sew down here. So we'll check again afterwards and check and make sure that I did that right. Yeah, it looks like it went across. And then same thing over here. Come on. It's making a very, very angry noise. It's fine. It's my blood type. Hi, Slater. So now let's see if I stab through here. Okay, so this one still has a little bit of a hole. And this one's good. Okay, so now it's just the middle. Now it's just the middle, chat. So let me see if I go up a little bit more. And I go right across. I think I just put that in the same spot, but let's see. I just don't want this to fall apart. There we go. All right, cool. Now we can actually trim all of this, throw it all on the floor like a Neanderthal. And then we should be able to flip this, stuff it, do the top stitching, and then be done with the wings. Yay! But I'll have to look once I open the instructions again and let you guys know how many pages of instructions are left, because I think that's also a pretty good indicator of how long this is gonna take. Okay. Trim everything all the way around. All of this extra yellow. I try and keep just random bits. Like, I know that most people will end up just trimming most of this in the original bit when you're cutting out all the pattern pieces. I try to leave a lot of it just in case some pieces move or something like that. Because it's much easier to trim this later than it is to have to go back and re-sew over something multiple times, in my opinion. And then that's extra. But everybody's different. If they want their original pattern pieces to look remotely normal as they're sewing, that's okay. But I'll just leave big hunks of extra fabric there. Repeat step 3 30 times. Kind of, yeah. Alright. And now we're gonna take this. See, I'm afraid to put away the seam ripper because every time I put away the seam ripper, I have to rip something apart. So I think I'm just gonna leave it there for right now. It's just there. Just reminding me. Okay. So flipping this inside out, I'm gonna go through. Now that I know nothing should poke through, let's fix these. Stab that through. So now we're gonna make little wings this way. So we gotta get, here's the middle. We gotta get the other end. We have to get the gray at the other bit. Okay. And then this is good. And then let's shove this through here. Oh, there we go. Chat, we have the other wing. Oh, thank God. So now, this has to get shoved in here. And yes, it's about as bad as you think. Okay. How did I do this the last time? I kind of folded this, didn't I? think I kind of folded this and I kind of did this. Let's see. Come on, get in there. We can kind of unfurl this in here. It's not too stiff. Let me see. You keep shoving things. That didn't work. There's also a piece of Minky right underneath my eye. So, let's try this again. So, let's grab this piece. Let's try and do this again. I think I did it like this where I folded it. Try not to also pop any seams, so I have to be a little careful. Oh, no, don't let go. Don't let go. Alright, let's try and shove the bottom bit down as well. Oh. Oh, I think I got it. Okay. Now you can unlock. And then I should be able to pull this? Okay. It's a little lumpy, but I should be able to fix this. Okay, so that one's good. What about... Why is this one not? Chad, it looks like a very crappy star from this angle. I don't know why. Oh, Jesus Christ. Because everything is melting, big chunks of ice are falling off the roof. So I'm hoping it doesn't actually tear off any of the gutters. But I just heard something fall. I was like, oh god. Someone's outside my house. Someone's finally coming to get me. No, it was just ice. Ice is coming to get me. Not that kind of ice, but a different kind. Alright, have a good night, Pepper. Thanks for hopping by. I know it's getting late for a lot of you guys. If it's getting late for any of you guys, consider going to bed. Don't worry, the dragon's not going anywhere. We're gonna be working on this probably again tomorrow. Chat, I think we have a wing. It's 3 a.m. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so if I put that there... Chat, I think we did it. I think we have been successfully cloning. And we have now made 2 wings. Woof. Chat, I think we have done it. So now we need to do the top stitching like we did over here on this one. So we're gonna do the same exact thing. We're just gonna copy everything over to here, and we're gonna make it look like on the other side that there's lines on it, even though there isn't. Yay! Then we can attach it to the entire piece. Yay! We're just gonna baste it in and then add in the back. So we'll get to that in a second. So let's do that. Let's go ahead. We're gonna do the same thing. We're gonna very gently top stitch this. Chat, I'm gonna very secretly put this away. If the project doesn't know it's away, I won't have to rip anything again. It feels like there's some extra bulk here, and I don't know why, so I'm hoping that's gonna kind of smush itself down as we keep going. Okay. I think there's a piece of Minky in my eye. Oh yeah, I think there's really something in my eye. Hold on. Ah! Ah, it burns! What is it? I don't think it's an eyelash. It feels too big. What is it? Nothing's coming out. Ah! Oh, was that it? I think it was Minky. Whoops. I had to change yesterday, so I'm just wearing the same exact thing as yesterday, because I only wore it for half the day, because it is covered in everything. It was in my hair. It was all down the back of my pants. I sat down on the couch for 2 seconds. I got it all over the cat. It's just raining everywhere. It's all over my gloves. You guys can see it. It's all over my clothes. It's all down the front of my pants. It's pretty bad. This is gonna be not fun to clean. I think I'm just gonna pick up all the big pieces and then just vacuum up all the rest. I think that's all I can do. It's so bad. Okay. So, the last time we started from over here, so let's see if we could do that again. So I'm gonna do the same thing, where I'm gonna grab the 2 tails of my thread. I'm gonna hold it back there. Because what'll happen is it'll create a knot on the very back, and we don't want that because it'll look ugly. So now let's see if we can follow this stitching line all the way in between the vanilla custard and the yellow. And, okay, we're towards the yellow. Let's go ahead and flip sides. At least this one doesn't take as long, and I can kind of just follow the guide. Because it is a longer stitch length, because it looks better. I found that out recently. So I started doing that in some of the other projects, and I was like, it does actually look good. Alright, so there's one wing. There we go. There's one little bit of webbing. So it's just mushing everything down, kind of. So now let's go ahead and do the next one. We're gonna go this way. I'm gonna move all that back there so I'll be able to grab it. Alright, grabbing this. People will also do this with quilting too, where you hold the 2 threads. And it's supposed to make it look better. I've never noticed a difference. But for this, I've noticed a difference. So chat, if you're ever sewing, hold your thread down. Or sometimes people will actually take the little paper coffee filters, the little crummy ones, and they'll actually sew through that first and then put the actual project. I don't feel like wasting coffee filters because we don't really have them in the house. It's a smart idea, but I could also just hold the thread. I think it looks better, though, if you use the coffee filters. Why is this all bunchy? So I don't know what to do. You can always do museums by yourself as well. Thank you for reminding me. I still gotta message you about that. That goes here. I'm about to run out of bobbin, so hopefully I can get this done really quick. Oh, I kind of missed a little. You know what? You don't really see it on this side. You really need it for this side. You're not gonna notice. I'll know, but no one else will know. So that's fine, right? Okay. So holding the thread again. Uh-oh. Why are you angry? There's no need to be angry. Just move forward. I gotta kind of shove it through a little bit. So I guess my machine does not like sewing through a piece of foam and 2 pieces of minky. So I guess we've kind of figured that out. Is that... Okay, so that's the yellow. Let's go ahead and do this all the way down. But I routinely go to museums by myself, or I try and find other things to do, like zoos, aquariums. They're expensive, though. Yay! Chat, I think we're done. Chat. Wings! Holy Christ. Finally. Okay, so now we gotta knot all these little threads. Come on. I'm hoping we'll at least be able to start the face today, but I don't know if we will. Unfortunately, chat, it is Thursday and I do have my appointment today. Come on. Okay, this one's done. I'm not cooking the wings. I worked really hard on these. And we'll knot this one as well. It's just because if I trim these, then it's just gonna have raw string at the bottom. And by knotting it, then I can ensure that it's not gonna come apart. I had a friend of mine that had that happen. We were both selling plushes on Etsy at the time. And they got a complaint that some of theirs was falling apart at the bottom. And then had to give, like, a refund, and it was very weird. And I was like, how is your stitching coming apart? And they were like, I don't know, they didn't send me any pictures, and they were gonna complain to Etsy and wanted all their money back. So just gave, like, a $10 refund. And I was like, that's a little weird. I was like, I would just ask for pictures next time. Neither of us, unfortunately, sell our plushes anymore because of things like that. It was very annoying. I also had someone that ordered a whole bunch of stuff from me as custom things, and then used it as a kind of prototype for them, and then kept changing their mind in the middle of projects, and it was very stupid, and never paid me anything. So I just have a whole bunch of half-finished projects that at some point I'll finish, and then I'm just going to give them out to people because I don't even want the money for it anymore. I was too mad. That happened a lot to me. And then I would start getting payments up front, and then those people would get upset with me. Or I had another person who paid me and was supposed to send me special fabric to use, and then never actually sent me the fabric. And it's been 5 years, so I don't know if they're just gonna all of a sudden just contact me and be like, hey, I'm taking my $50 back. But I'm like, I mean, I guess it's within their right. I guess they could ask for their $50 back. I was just gonna make them a cat out of a cat blanket. That's all it was. I made them a prototype and they were like, oh, that looks great. And then that was it. They never sent the fabric. So I just ignored it. And I went, I don't know what I'm supposed to do. And I took it off my to-do list. So no, that's part of the reason why I don't sell any of my stuff anymore. Alright, chat, we got 2 wings. Yay! Chat, we've done it. Okay, so what's next on the instructions, if I can turn this on. Okay, based wings onto body with the webbing touching the body. Okay, so with the webbing touching the body, pin the open end between the notches indicated on the paper pattern. With a long length, I like to do this with the wing under the body touching the needle plate. Okay. Start to sell nail picks. Absolutely not. Okay. Then we're gonna sew that on the back gusset. Okay, so we are currently on page 55 out of 85. So we have 30 pages left. Holy Christ. So, where was that? Where am I basting it? Here? I think it's going here. So we are going to place the wings right here in between. It does line up, so that is correct. So we're going to base this here above the stitching line. Is that a kinky? Is it? For somebody, probably. Nice hands, maybe. Alright, so I am going to put some pins here, just to make sure that this lines up. And then we are going to sew just a quick stitch, not on the line, but just above it. And what this is going to do is this is just going to hold this in place, because later on we're actually going to properly sew this. But we're not doing that just yet, so I'm just going to put a line straight up around here. It's just going to hold it down so that it'll be a little bit easier, instead of having to finagle with this moving as we're putting another piece on top. So let me rearrange. And then we're going to go all the way through. And we're just going to sew this down very simply. There might be some raw edges poking through, but like I said, we're going to put the other line a little bit later. Is that... Come on. Alright, and now the wing is down. So see, as you can see, some of this is popping, but that's okay, because we're going to end up sewing all the way down here. So as you can see, I did not sew on the actual line. When we do, it's going to cover up all of that raw. So, let's go ahead and put in the other one. Yay! Wings! This one goes here. And you go over here. We're gonna do the same thing. We're gonna sew a little bit above that line. Just a quick thing. Now, there isn't as much space here, so it's gonna be really close to the top of the actual fabric. Sometimes people will actually remove this stitch later, but I prefer to just leave it. It really doesn't hurt anything. As long as it's really above where it is, where you're gonna sew later, you're not gonna see it. And, chat. This thing is huge. Oh my god, this thing is huge. What is this wingspan? What is this? Hold on. So this is a wingspan of approximately 22 inches or about 55 centimeters. This is a hefty dragon. You found the best thing ever? What's that? Oh boy, this thing is huge. Well, okay, so next it says sew the dart on the back gusset. Sew the dart on the back gusset. Trace the stitching line on the wrong side, fold it in half exactly in the middle, sew it, gently tapering the stitch, and then sew that onto the body. So that's why we had to do the thing like that. It's a magnet with iron powder? What? Alright, so we're gonna shove all of this in. Now, this is gonna be rough to sew a little bit later, so I might have to hand sew some parts of this. But we're gonna do all of this. We're gonna shove all of this in here, because our next step is to make the entire back. So there's actually going to be another piece back here that goes from the start here and wraps all the way down to where this tail is. And that's actually going to create a little bit more of the neck. So we're going to set this aside for now. So that's this piece. So it's talking about this little gusset right here. So we're going to very carefully pin this. The pet is a magnet with iron powder. You're gonna have to send it. So I can see what you're talking about. Alright. So we're just gonna fold this over pretty simply. I'm gonna put pins at the end, not necessarily to do anything, but to be an indicator for me of, hey, stop sewing. Because we're not going across the entire way. We're only going partial. What this is going to do is, like it did for the legs, this is actually going to create a little bit of a pocket. And that's actually going to cause us to have a little bit of a 3D effect. Okay, let's see. So we're going to follow this the whole way around. Okay. And then we'll pull this. I'll have to look at that later. And there we go. So this is just a quick stitch. So as we do this, this is actually going to stand up now, and this is going to be the back of our neck. So it's just an extra piece right here. So now I can trim all of this. And then let's look at what it says for the back. With the right sides together, pin and sew the back gusset from the top of the neck to the butt at point M. Repeat with the other side. Make sure that the back dart is sewn in first. Okay, then we'll sew the tail. Alright, chat. It's getting faster. So, I just dropped a piece. What did I drop? Oh, it's the face spikes. Okay. I don't think we'll get to that part anytime soon, so... We're going to now put this together. So this is point L, and this is point L, so that means this goes here. So let's do just the one side first. So we're gonna pin from L I'm going to match up the darts, these little boxes here, to where the wings are, so that we know that that's adhered and that's actually meeting up at the correct point. Because these should all be fairly well spaced out. It's going to be a little rough sewing through there because that's going to be a lot of layers. It moves under a plastic sheet and the pet is the iron fillings. I'm going to have to look. And then we're going to do the same thing here, where this matches to this point. I'll put more as we keep going, but I just want to make sure this is at least spaced correctly. And then we have point M, N, all the way down here. Oh, that says it's point W. I think that's point W. Am I going all the way down here? I think I am. Hi, Cap'n. Is that point W? Or do I have to stop earlier? To point M. Oh, I guess that would be point M, wouldn't it? Oh, chat, it's not a W, it's an M. Chat, it's an M. I'm an idiot. I put them all upside down. Okay, so yes, we are going all the way down to the butt. There we go. So now I should be able to go through. We should be able to add some more pins all the way down here in this middle bit, just so that we can make sure that all of this will match up. Who's an M? Me, apparently. M for stupid. We're gonna put that there. And this goes here. And then we've got some holes here, so we're gonna go ahead and put a couple of pins here. I'll put 2 here because it's kind of a large area. Pushing back stream? Oh. Chat, Aku's streaming today. Chat, everyone should go and follow Aku over on YouTube. Chat, I like shilling for my friends, I'm sorry. I have very good friends and I appreciate all of them. There we go. So now this is gonna sew in that wing here. Isn't that cool? Did I put this right? Uh-oh. Wait, did I put the wings the right way? Wait. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Hold on, chat. No, I think I did. Oh, no, it just has a tendency to kind of, get stuck for a minute. No, I think I am doing this right. No, I think we're okay. A backwards dragon. No, because I'm trying to look at how the wings are. This should be correct. Yeah, because it's going towards the body. Okay, no, we're alright. We're alright. Oh, I had a moment of panic of, oh no, are the wings going backwards? They're not going backwards. We're okay. Oh, we're alright. Okay. Ooh, that would have been really bad. There's also some of this left over from when I was stitching. I can get rid of this. Hold on. Because otherwise I'm going to lose it. It's just little clear pieces of plastic for when you're stitching out on the embroidery machine so everything stays level. I'm trying to kill all of it. Alright, there we go. Alright. So back to this. We're going to start. Let's start from... Oops, sorry. Let's start from this way. We're gonna start from L and work our way down. Did I? Okay, bullseye. Alright, there we go. Whew. So now, we're gonna go all the way starting from the neck. Oof, it's gonna be rough going around. Going down through this wing very carefully. Come on. Come on, it's not that much fabric. You can do it. I'm kind of pushing it a little bit. You're not supposed to, but... Okay, that might have helped a little. I think I got it. I think we're okay. And then we just gotta do the other side. And sew over that wing as well. So I'm gonna flip this over and make sure that none of the raw edge of that wing is showing through. Otherwise, we're gonna sew over it again. Or, if I need to later, I can actually kind of hide the seam by hand sewing it. So we'll debate what it is that will probably look better. And this should be the end. Why are you not going backwards? There we go. I hit the wrong button. Are you... Hey, I hope you guys really liked that because we're doing it again.